Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. There is also a link in the description to my Patreon. It has Naruto fanfiction that cannot be posted on YouTube. There is some free content on there. So, you don't have to be a paying member to enjoy listening to excellent fanfiction.
The paths we can't define. Naruto opened his eyes to darkness that wasn't darkness. He didn't awaken to pain, not exactly. Rather, he awakened to the lack of it. He felt hollowed, like someone had carved out the part of him that remembered how to hurt, leaving behind an emptiness more unsettling than agony itself. Foxtail is silent. The message flickered once, pale letters bleeding into view and fading again. Even his constant companion, the whispering trait that had never hesitated to speak, was uncertain now. He sat up slowly. The safe zone had collapsed around him, fractured remnants of a sanctuary reduced to rubble and scattered chakra seals. No familiar sound broke the oppressive silence, no comforting rustle of teammates preparing for another scenario. Only the quiet weight of emptiness pressing down on everything. Naruto tried to stand. His legs shook beneath him, muscles remembering strength but failing to find it. Yet, he refused to fall. Stubbornly, desperately, he planted his feet and forced his body upright. His vision spun, stars exploding behind his eyes before settling into an uneasy clarity. The voice of the serpent stirs within you. The message curled around his thoughts, sinuous and subtle. A reminder of what he'd taken, what he'd consumed in that cursed library of the dead. The heart he'd stolen pulsed unevenly in his chest, an alien rhythm beneath his own heartbeat. He moved forward through the fractured landscape, each step heavy, deliberate. A mirror caught his reflection briefly. Warped and unfamiliar, blood dried along his cheekbones, dark bruises like ink smudges beneath hollow eyes. He hardly recognized himself. Ahead, shapes began to emerge from the rubble, silhouettes sharpening into the forms of his teammates. Sasuke stood with arms folded, eyes narrowed but unreadable. Hinata watched Naruto closely, concern etched openly on her features. Tintin tightened her grip around a kunai, wary and watchful, while Niji's Byakugan scanned the area restlessly. Lee stepped forward first, tentative but determined. Naruto? You're here. Naruto nodded slightly, his throat dry. Yeah, still here. Barely, Sasuke said quietly, stepping forward slowly, caution underlying every movement. Where were you? Naruto hesitated, trying to find the right words, the right lie, something believable that wouldn't tear apart what fragile trust remained between them. Voice of the serpent activated. I was scouting, he said softly, making sure it was safe. The world shuddered imperceptibly around him, accepting his lie as truth. And another piece of Naruto's memory faded quietly into nothingness, replaced by a new reality he himself had crafted. Hinata moved closer, eyes gentle but filled with sadness. You're hurt, she whispered, reaching out hesitantly, fingertips stopping just short of touching his wounded shoulder. It's fine, Naruto lied again, voice even. Another memory slipped away. A forgotten truth replaced by fabricated bravery. Naruto, Niji interjected, voice cold but steady. The scenarios changed again. We need a strategy. Naruto looked around at his team, his fractured family, their gazes fixed upon him, waiting for guidance he wasn't sure he could offer. The weight of their expectations pressed down heavily, but beneath it stirred something darker, more dangerous. We move toward the Uchiha district, Naruto said finally, voice gaining strength as his gaze hardened. We need answers, and that's where we'll find them. He saw the flicker of doubt in Sasuke's eyes, quickly hidden behind a mask of reluctant trust. Saw the quiet determination that stiffened Hinata's spine and the wary agreement in Tintin and Niji's exchanged glances. Naruto turned toward the dark horizon. Above them, the sky remained unchanging, a static canvas devoid of sun or moon, filled only with waiting shadows. He felt the twin heartbeats in his chest synchronize momentarily. A strange, unsettling harmony. Let's go, Naruto said, stepping forward into uncertainty. He didn't look back, didn't dare. The path ahead was undefined, dangerous, unknowable. But it was theirs. They would carve their own fate, even if it cost them memories, even if it cost them truths. And somewhere deep within him, Naruto wondered just how much he could lose before he forgot who he was entirely. The march began not with strategy, but silence. Their team moved as a unit, but not as one. The unity that once came from shared purpose had thinned, replaced by something brittle. Fragile trust, conditional cooperation. As they crossed the fractured segments of Konoha, none of them asked who was leading. Not because they agreed, but because none of them could bear to suggest someone else. The city had become a corpse, stitched together by the system, puppet by false gravity, and drained of memory. Buildings bent in impossible angles, streets cut off mid-path, and alleys looped into themselves. Trees grew upside down from ceilings that had once been skies. Warning sector distortion level. High. Proceed toward Uchiha district. Distance 2.3 kilometers. Passive effects active memory bleed. Name decay, boundary inversion. Tintin was the first to speak. Does anyone else feel heavier? It's the distortion, Niji replied. His Byakugan was active, but flickering at the edges. Space here doesn't curve normally. The system's remapping geography using narrative logic. Narrative logic? Lee echoed, blinking. Niji's voice was clinical, distant, like he was reading a report written by a corpse. Events are being aligned based on symbolism, not physics. If you remember something traumatic in a specific place, that place becomes harder to walk through. Time bends around emotional significance. Naruto didn't answer, because he could feel it too. The weight, not on his body, on his name. They passed through a plaza lined with broken statues. Each one faceless, their chests carved open to reveal scrolls written in languages no one could read. The wind here didn't blow. It lingered, as if waiting to be remembered. And then it happened. The world slowed. Just for a moment. Not long enough for anyone to fall. Just long enough for them all to look. Because at the center of the plaza stood a single unbroken statue. And it had a face. Naruto's. But not as he looked now. Younger. Still smiling. Still hopeful. Still whole. It stared at them with stone eyes, unblinking. A new message appeared. The Chronicle remembers what you've forgotten. Do not linger too long. Naruto stepped forward. The others didn't follow. He stood before his own likeness, and wondered how many times the statue had been carved. How many versions of himself had existed in this twisted world? How many had died? The wind offered no answers. Only echoes. Hinata broke the silence. We should move. Sasuke's Sharingan glimmered. Not from threat. From recognition. This isn't just a warning, he said. It's a checkpoint. A narrative marker. Someone. Or something. Wants us to remember this version of him. Then it's bait, Tintin muttered, already moving. Let's not give it teeth. They moved on. But Naruto looked back once. And the statue smiled. They reached the edge of the Uchiha district 5 hours later. Time had stopped behaving rationally 2 hours before that. Every clock tower in the last 3 sectors ticked backward. Footsteps echoed twice. Words spoken once were heard again minutes later. Lee had started writing down everything he said just to check. Now, at the edge of a broken intersection, the world held its breath. Because before them stood the Uchiha effigy. It was a monolith of charred stone, shaped like an enormous folding fan. Half open, its frame wrapped in black iron veins that pulsed with red light. Glyphs covered its surface. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. Some moved. The effigy recognizes sovereignty. Current sovereign. Warning identity obscured. Sovereign status unstable. Sasuke stepped forward. His eyes locked on the structure. The wind didn't move. Even the insects stayed quiet. Naruto reached for the base of the statue. The moment his fingers touched the iron, the system convulsed. Name detected. Verifying. Conflict identified. The statue split open at the seams. And inside it, a beating heart. Made of paper. Made of memory. Bleeding red ink. It screamed. And every Uchiha name ever written echoed through the plaza. Madara. Izuna. Fugaku. Mikoto. Shisui. Itachi. Sasuke. And one more. Naruto. The team froze. Naruto staggered back. Anomaly Uzumaki lineage detected. Secondary claim on Uchiha sovereignty registered. Sasuke turned slowly. His eyes burned with a fury that had no target yet. Explain. Naruto opened his mouth. But the wind answered first. The fable, the name that engraved itself, is activating. Warning, false lineage cannot be sustained without consequence. And still, the effigy whispered, tell me what name I should remember. Naruto looked at his teammates. At Sasuke. At the heart of the Uchiha that pulsed with stolen memory. And he said mine. The wind screamed. The system fractured. The sky above them tore open with the sound of burning scrolls. The Chronicle has accepted the lie. The world will now forget the truth. Naruto forgot what he'd taken. But the world remembered only him. The Uchiha effigy bowed. And the name it carried changed. New sovereign registered Uzumaki Naruto. And far away. In a place where myths were born. A god opened its eyes. And smiled. Scenario integrity update. The Chronicle has accepted a false sovereign. System error, myth recognition cascading into lower timelines. Divine lock partially disengaged. Expect retaliation. The Uchiha district changed. Not in the way buildings crumble or roads erode. But in the way old stories rot when they're rewritten too many times. The wind here whispered new names now. But not all of them had owners. Some belonged to memories that no longer existed. The effigy pulsed, slower now. As if stunned by its own compliance. The iron veins that traced its sides hissed once, then quieted. Accepting Naruto's name even as the system recoiled from it. Sasuke hadn't moved. Not since the declaration. Not since the world had bowed to a name he'd never given permission to exist in that context. Tintin broke the silence first. Is this safe? No, Niji said. Nothing about this is safe, Hinata murmured, her voice low, trembling just slightly. But it might be necessary. Sasuke stepped forward. Naruto didn't flinch. But the wind bristled. You're not Uchiha, Sasuke said. His voice wasn't angry. It was worse than that. It was calm. Too calm. I didn't say I was, Naruto replied, evenly. You didn't have to, Sasuke replied. You let the statue believe it. Voice of the serpent passively active. The lie has been accepted. The truth is no longer valid. Sasuke stepped closer. Tell me you remember what you were before all this. Naruto hesitated. And that was the problem. Because something inside him whispered, what was I before? The second heartbeat was louder now. Not in volume. In influence. Each pulse warped his balance, restructured his memories like wet paper molded into a different script. I remember enough, Naruto said. The system accepted it. He did not. Sasuke turned away without another word. That silence felt heavier than anything the gods had ever thrown at him. You have claimed a sovereign sector. The Uchiha district is now bound to your name. Until defeated or overwritten, this territory will respond to your commands. New seals activated across the perimeter. Glyphs crawled out of stone like scars reopening. Warning divine attention incoming. Warning legend tier presence approaching your sector. Title the Oathbreaker. Aspect the name that declared war on its own bloodline. Hinata stepped closer to Naruto. Her voice was steady. Something's coming. Naruto didn't answer. He was already watching the sky, far above, where light couldn't reach and wind refused to rise. Something moved. The clouds parted like curtains drawn too slowly, and from the center of that wound in the heavens descended a single blade. Not held, not thrown, just falling. But the air fled from it. The sky warped around it. It landed in the plaza. No explosion, no crater, just impact. The sword stood upright in the center of the effigy's shadow. The stone around it cracked in a perfect circle. A message followed. Message from legend tier entity. The Oathbreaker. Whose name did you give the dead? Tintin stepped back. Was that a question? The sword pulsed. Sasuke stared at it. No one moved. Naruto finally stepped forward, toward the blade. Every step he took felt heavier than chakra exhaustion. He wasn't just walking through gravity. He was walking through memory. And the sword remembered everything. He reached the hilt, placed his hand on it. Claiming blade of the effigy will trigger a confrontation. Warning legend tier avatars may manifest. Do not proceed unless your name can survive myth. Naruto clenched his jaw. The heartbeat inside his chest. His second one. Staggered. The voice of the serpent hissed softly in his mind. But the foxtail didn't speak. He pulled. The blade came free like it had always been waiting for him. And the sky answered. Above, something descended. Not a being. Not a god. Not even a weapon. A memory. Given shape. It wore armor the color of sorrow. Its eyes were made of stillborn revolutions. Its hair bled smoke. And its chakra howled in silence. Madara Uchiha. But not the man. Not yet. This was a shadow of him. A divine impression. The legend that broke the world and called it a mercy. The Oathbreaker has descended. No one spoke. Not even the wind. Because here, in this moment, the story had remembered who it had forgotten. And it had come back to correct itself. Naruto lifted the blade. His hand shook. Not from fear. From memory. Because part of him remembered being erased by this myth. The Oathbreaker didn't move. Didn't threaten. Didn't scream. It simply pointed at Naruto and asked, what did you steal to earn that name? Voice of the serpent passively active. Naruto answered, nothing that was yours. The world shifted. Because the lie was accepted. And the truth forgot itself. The Oathbreaker stepped forward. And the chronicle screamed. Legend tier entity, the Oathbreaker has manifested. System stability deteriorating. Warning, this interaction will not be recorded. The sky fractured first. Not in light. In memory. Clouds didn't scatter. They reversed. Unfolding like crumpled parchment, revealing gaps in reality that resembled ink spills over forgotten timelines. The ground beneath Naruto's feet rippled. Not from chakra. Not from force. From recollection. Because the chronicle wasn't just remembering Madara. It was trying to forget everything else. Tintin fell to her knees first, clutching her skull. Blood trickled from her left eye. Not from injury. From erasure. Niji's Byakugan activated on reflex. Then shorted out immediately, like it had seen something it wasn't allowed to interpret. Sasuke didn't move. He couldn't. The pressure of the Oathbreaker's presence wasn't physical. It was conceptual. He stood in the plaza like a forgotten truth wearing the shape of a man, and the world around him responded like a guilty witness. The Uchiha effigy bent backward. Not structurally, but narratively. As if it recognized Madara not as a visitor, but as an author reclaiming the manuscript. Chronicle conflict detected. Sovereign claim, Uzumaki. Domain, origin Uchiha. Primary source, the Oathbreaker. Conflict resolution required. The blade Naruto held trembled in his hand. Not from fear. From allegiance. It didn't know who its master was anymore. Madara spoke. But not with words. With pressure. His presence pressed down on the air until meaning formed. You stole a name. You offered a lie. And this world accepted it. His voice didn't echo. It repeated. Every syllable reappeared 2 seconds later, softer, like the world was still trying to digest it. Naruto didn't flinch. Even though the second heartbeat inside his chest skipped once. Even though Foxtail shrieked in the back of his mind like a dying dial tone. Warning, your truth has collapsed. Reconstructing identity anchor. Reconstruction failed. Foxtail refuses to participate. Voice of the serpent is listening. Madara lifted his hand. The ground didn't shake. It remembered shaking. And that was worse. because now it would never stop. Chakra erupted around him, not as a jutsu, but as recollection made manifest. Ghosts of Susanoo wings flared behind him, each feather a war crime retold in divine metaphor. Shadows of past victories marched behind his shoulders. Each one bore a different flag. All of them burned. You are power you don't understand. Madara's eyes locked on Naruto's chest. You carry something that remembers me. Naruto stepped forward. Barely. His skin peeled in microscopic layers. The second heart was reacting, not with rhythm, with hunger. It wanted to speak. So he let it. The wind spiraled around him. Slowly, then faster, until it sliced the ground in rings. His outline blurred again, but this time, not into wind. Into something that remembered being wind. The name that engraved itself. Fragment activation. Temporary anchor stabilized. Naruto raised the blade. It stopped shaking. Because it had chosen. Madara did not react. He simply took one step. The world darkened. Not from light. From definition. Lines twisted. Edges of buildings warped inward. Tiles beneath their feet curled like forgotten pages. The scenario was collapsing to accommodate the weight of the confrontation. Combat phase unlocked Sovereign Reclamation Duel. Opponent Madara Uchiha. The Oathbreaker. Objective hold your name for 5 minutes. Survive myth without forgetting yourself. Naruto exhaled. His breath bent sideways. Then Madara moved. It wasn't teleportation. It wasn't speed. He simply chose a different frame of narrative. 1 second, he was 5 paces away. The next, Naruto's blade shattered in his hand. Madara hadn't struck it. He had remembered striking it. And so it broke. Naruto stumbled backward, wind fracturing around him. The serpent script on his forearm flared bright white, attempting to rewrite the wound as a fable. It failed. Madara raised a finger and pointed. You are not me. You are not my legacy. You are a symptom of a world that can't let go. Voice of the serpent. Passive activated, Naruto lied. I never wanted to be you. The world believed it. So Naruto forgot he ever admired him. The wind recoiled. A scream rang out. Hinata's voice, distant and desperate. But Naruto couldn't hear it. Not over the sound of his own heartbeat. Or rather, both of them. The second one was louder now. It began to beat against his ribs. Like a prisoner. Madara stepped forward again. Each step was a judgment. Each glance an accusation. And Naruto. He bled. From the ears. From the eyes. From the memory of a time he didn't survive. But he didn't fall. Because some lies weren't just protection. They were foundations. And the world still believed in one of them. Him. The Chronicle watches. The Sovereign refuses collapse. Time remaining 03:11, and then. Naruto smiled. The second heart burst. And he stepped forward. Toward the legend. Toward the story that tried to override him. And he said, if you're a legend, then I'll carve mine into you. And the wind answered. And the world broke again. Combat phase Sovereign Reclamation Duel. Engaged. Timer 03:11:03:10. The world distorted as time staggered forward by a single breath. And in that breath, the two figures at the heart of the Chronicle's distortion began to move. Madara did not charge. He approached, as if battle were a formality, a ritual he had perfected beyond necessity. His feet didn't touch the ground. They rewrote it. With every step, the plaza beneath him changed shape. Stone became ash. Ash became glass. Glass became memory. Naruto surged forward. Not with skill, but with momentum, a hurricane bound in human form. He was wind incarnate now. And yet, Madara met him with one hand behind his back. The first clash came like thunder. No, not thunder. Like history refusing to be rewritten. Naruto's foot collided with Madara's forearm, and the resulting shockwave peeled the walls from nearby buildings. The plaza cracked outward in a spiral, glyphs unraveling from the ground like fleeing insects. But Madara did not move. He caught Naruto's entire momentum with one arm, then twisted. Naruto flipped midair, hands cutting into the wind, reorienting in a blur of motion. His body disassembled briefly, becoming blade-thin gusts, then reformed behind Madara. His hand sliced forward, seeking flesh. Madara moved 2 fingers. A red eye opened in the air behind him. Not his own. A memory of his Sharingan, burned into the scenario. The eye locked onto Naruto. Divine artifact. Remnant of the eternal eye activated. Tracking anomaly. Naruto vanished before the strike connected, and reappeared mid-sprawl against the far side of the square, embedded in a wall of fractured shrine stone. The system screamed at him in overlapping lines. Stability compromised. Memory anchor weakening. Second heart is fluctuating. You think because the wind forgets its path, that it is free, Madara said, voice low, impossibly calm. But wind that forgets its origin. He blurred. No flash. No technique name. No chakra buildup. Madara was simply there again, one palm raised, already pushing into Naruto's chest. Naruto's ribs collapsed inward. The world tried to reassert itself. Wind tore backward through the square, air pressure folding space like a trapped scream. The buildings that once lined the district cracked, lifted, and inverted, rising into the air as stone spirals. Streets turned to ridged scales. The ground beneath Naruto hissed, and cracked like ceramic. Serpent's voice auto-triggered defensive fable. Incomplete. Madara's palm released. Naruto hit the ground, bounced, rolled, staggered to his feet. His face was a ruin of blood and wind-burned flesh. But his eyes held. The Chronicle watched in silence. Madara finally removed his other hand from behind his back. He did not summon a Susanoo. He didn't need to. He raised 2 fingers and made a seal. Unrecorded technique fire style. Ashen Genesis. The sky opened, and down poured not flame, but memory of fire. It didn't burn chakra. It burned meaning. A single ember landed on the broken statue of Naruto, and the statue forgot it was ever him. The fable shuddered. The world dimmed, and still Naruto stood, bleeding, burning, forgetting. The second heartbeat howled. The wind inside him began to split. He whispered, "Not enough." He stabbed his hand into his own chest and pulled. New trait manifested. Voice of the serpent, hollow binding. Description: bind a lie to your flesh and make it real. Once per battle, sacrifice identity to create a temporary truth. Warning: this process will damage your name. Naruto's blood flowed upward. His left arm turned to ink. His chest stung with divine script. The lie was, "I am the child of wind and vengeance." And the world believed it. So it became true. Naruto vanished. The wind didn't surge. It screamed. And this time, when he reappeared, he did not reassemble like a human. He reassembled like a weapon. 1,000 invisible blades, condensed into one. He struck, and Madara moved. The air itself cracked between them as Naruto collided with Madara's chest. No reaction, no damage, until the wind passed through. Madara's armor split. Only slightly. A single line. Across his chest. Madara paused, then smiled. A quiet, predatory thing. "Now you're worth remembering." And he raised his hand. This time, the Susanoo did come. But it didn't scream. It laughed. Not a roar. A low, echoing laugh. Like war itself had found something amusing. Chronicle warning: Susanoo type avatar forming from legend tier entity. Stability remaining 232, and so the real battle began. Naruto lunged again, blade body flickering through shapes, a maelstrom of self-propelled wind and willpower. He struck at the ribs of the forming Susanoo, cutting through the half-shaped construct like slicing through smoke. It did not matter. The Susanoo laughed and reformed. Each rib that shattered reappeared behind him, larger, more defined, etched with prayers of conquest in a language that had never been spoken by men, only declared by gods. Madara was not simply fighting. He was remembering how to fight, and the world obeyed his recollection. Naruto landed in a crouch, panting. The lie he'd bound to himself was unraveling. Hollow binding flickered on his status overlay. Already cracked, the serpent sigil dimming. He tried to reassemble, but Madara was already moving. The air screamed. Madara did not. The legend descended upon him like a memory of genocide. The Susanoo's hand moved faster than the eye could follow, and Naruto was gone. Not from teleportation, from the sheer speed of being erased from that coordinate. Damage sustained fatal. Foxtail active rejection of mortality in progress. Delay fragment recovered. 5 seconds. Naruto reappeared 5 feet behind his body, spitting blood. His bones remembered shattering. His spine refused to forget. Madara didn't follow up. He stood within the Susanoo, arms folded, expression unreadable. A box blinked to life. Naruto's trait had activated. Foxtail. Reflection reading success. You have glimpsed the current configuration of the enemy's profile. Name: Madara Uchiha. Title: The Oathbreaker. Tier: Legend. Status: Manifested Avatar Projection. Class: Sovereign Reclaimer. Sponsor: The Fruit That Bore War. The God Tree. Jubi. Strength 5,000. Speed 5,000. Stamina 5,000. Chakra 5,000. Naruto froze. His eyes glazed for a moment, trying to process what he had seen. Those weren't stats. They were abandonment of limitation. He wasn't fighting a man. He was fighting the story of a man. The blade in Naruto's hand cracked again. He dropped it and moved. Not to fight, to flee. The Chronicle did not judge. Timer 202-201, but Madara did. The Susanoo's hand fell like a decree. Naruto spun, redirecting wind through his own lungs and vanishing a millisecond before impact. He reappeared sideways, skidding across the broken tile, coughing blood. His left arm hung wrong. His legs were smoking from friction burns. Wind gathered instinctively around him, less a defense and more a scream for help. Voice of the serpent. Passive trigger. Lie registered. I can keep fighting. The world accepted the lie. So Naruto stood, but his bones screamed. Madara tilted his head, curious, like watching a stubborn ghost refuse to die. You've learned to tell beautiful lies, Madara said calmly, but none of them are truths worth remembering. He raised one hand again, not the Susanoo, his own. The sky turned red. Unrecorded technique memory severance. Reflection cleave. The Susanoo unsheathed a blade. Not from metal, but from regret. It was carved from all the timelines where Madara lost, and it descended. Naruto raised his hands. Too slow. The blade touched him, and suddenly, flooding into his skull, cracking the edges of his sanity like rotting porcelain. Warning: cognitive collapse imminent. Warning, hollow, binding, fracturing. Naruto let out a sound. Not a scream. A gasp. Like a child waking up from a nightmare that had already happened. The serpent whispered, lie again. Or die. So he did. I was always meant to survive this. And the world, desperate to believe, wrapped him in wind. The blade still landed, but only cut through the surface of his lie. Not deep enough to kill. Just deep enough to make him forget why he wanted to win. Madara lowered his hand. 2 minutes, he said, mostly to himself. You'll break before 1. And the Susanoo raised its blade again. Timer 155. Timer 155. The blade rose again. It cast no shadow, because it did not belong to this world. The Susanoo loomed behind Madara, its skeletal face contorted into a rictus of silent laughter. Its blade was carved not of chakra, but of narrative authority. A weapon formed from every moment history tried to forget Madara Uchiha and failed. And now, it pointed at Naruto. Naruto's body screamed. Not in pain. He'd long passed that threshold. But in confusion. His limbs shook without rhythm. Wind tore through his skin, trying to hold his form together. His blood had begun to evaporate with every movement. He didn't feel broken. He felt rejected. Warning, identity instability approaching critical threshold. Foxtail is silenced. Voice of the serpent whispering lies to sustain continuity. Don't get up, Sasuke muttered, eyes locked on the battlefield. But Naruto did. He stood on wind-wrapped legs, gaze unfocused, blood still dripping from both ears. And the second heart beat again. Behind him, the team watched in silence. Not from awe, from dread. Hinata's hand trembled at her side. She'd stopped trying to call his name. It wouldn't reach him. It wouldn't matter. Leah dropped to one knee, fists clenched, unable to breathe properly. The air around them was too thin, shaved away by Madara's existence. Niji's Byakugan had shut down completely. I can't track either of them, he muttered. It's not chakra. It's narrative displacement. We're watching a myth unravel itself. Tintin whispered the words no one dared say aloud. He's going to die. Above them, the gods watched. Not all. Just 3. Azura, the 3-headed breath of life, said nothing. One of his faces wept. Another roared. The third stared into the chronicle, teeth grinding with restrained fury. Inari, silent laughter, leaned forward like a child watching a beloved story twist unexpectedly. Her tails curled in the void behind her, tracing spirals in a cosmos that no longer spun. And Kindred, the twin aspects of death, spoke. The lamb whispered, he is being devoured. The wolf grinned, then let's see what's left. Timer 141, Naruto moved again. The wind did not follow him. It fled. He struck with trembling arms. Chakra laced through his fingertips, no longer forming jutsu, but raw intent. Madara caught him mid-motion. 2 fingers. 1 flick. Naruto's entire right arm twisted unnaturally, bones spiraling inward like a paper seal being folded. He didn't scream. He forgot how. Madara looked bored. You're not fighting, he said. You're narrating desperation. He raised a hand. The Susanoo echoed the motion. Naruto didn't dodge. He couldn't. The strike landed. Wind exploded outward, carving craters into buildings. Stone peeled upward like pages. The flags of the sector burned. The checkpoint erased itself. Naruto's body skipped across the plaza like a discarded relic. He slammed into the ground and didn't rise. Chronicle intervention request detected. Foxtail has denied system override. The second heartbeat slower now. Each pulse drew blood from every memory Naruto had ever clung to. A swing. A birthday. A teacher's death. The way no one used to smile when Naruto got an answer right. Gone. The system tried to fill the void. Auto-fable reconstruction in progress. But something was interfering. Madara. Oathbreaker trait. Eye of Cataclysm is burning divine memory. He wasn't just winning. He was erasing Naruto from the chronicle. And still. Naruto rose. Hinata gasped. Tintin covered her mouth. Lee bit his tongue hard enough to bleed. Naruto's body looked like it had been carved from failure. One arm hung in coils. His face was soaked in red. His eyes were empty. But he stood. And spoke, I remember enough. The serpent inside him stirred. Voice of the serpent binding new lie. This is not my end. The world accepted it. Reality stuttered. The Susanoo paused for a single beat. Madara's eyes narrowed. You've stopped making sense, the legend said. I'm not a story, Naruto whispered. But I'll become one. And he moved again. Not fast. Not strong. But persistent. Madara stepped forward, bored with the formality. The Susanoo's blade gleamed like an open scar. Naruto reached into his chest. Again. And again. Pulling lies like threads from a broken tapestry. I was never weak. I can't lose what I never had. There's still someone waiting for me. Each one cost him something. A name. A face. A dream. But he kept speaking. Because Madara was stronger. But Naruto was louder. And the chronicle couldn't ignore noise. Timer 112, he lunged again. His entire form blurred. Not with speed. With uncertainty. Madara raised a palm. And this time, he missed. Just barely. Wind sliced past him. The Susanoo cracked. 1 rib. No more. But it was something. Madara stopped. Then slowly smiled. Ah, he said. Now I see. The Susanoo raised both arms. The world responded. Not with light. Not with chakra. But with correction. Because Madara wasn't fighting Naruto anymore. He was fighting a contradiction, and the world does not tolerate contradictions. Timer 100, something broke. But it wasn't the wind. It wasn't a rib, or a blade, or a system message. It was the chronicle itself. The script began to unravel. Not visually. Narratively. Words lost their meaning mid-sentence. Cause no longer followed effect. Sound stopped belonging to motion. The battle didn't slow. It just stopped making sense. Tintin blinked. She was holding a weapon she hadn't drawn. Lee reached to speak, but found his mouth already moving. Words delayed like they were echoing from a different timeline. Niji turned and saw two Hinatas. One screaming. One already gone. Naruto clutched his chest. Not in pain. In recognition. The second heart beat once. And then refused to stop. It began to hum. A frequency too deep for sound. Too wide for space. Madara froze mid-motion. His Susanoo flickered. The sky fractured. And something answered the contradiction. Chronicle stability critical. Contradiction has breached the lower firmament. Correction vector unable to resolve paradox. Outer entity detection. Percent. Name. Alias no face beneath the veil. Title the mouth that forgets itself. Warning all known parameters are void. Madara turned his head. Slowly, deliberately. Like he had heard something not meant for mortals. The Susanoo collapsed into itself. He stepped back. Not in defeat. Not in fear. In respect. His eyes narrowed. His voice was quiet. An outer god. The sky split. Not like lightning. Like skin. A gash appeared in the air above them. Horizontal. Pulsating. Not with light, but with intention. From within it dripped symbols that did not belong to any language. Twisting midair before being devoured by the crack itself. A scream came next. It had no sound. But it had mass. It landed on the ground like thunder made of teeth. Madara's cloak rippled. His hair drifted sideways, as if trying to detach from his body. Naruto fell to one knee. The second heart was screaming now. The rest of him didn't understand why. The mouth appeared first. It wasn't connected to a face. It hung in the tear above the world, lipless, ageless. It was made of forgetting. Its tongue was a curtain of names that no longer existed. Its teeth were carved with the word was. The mouth that forgets itself is observing. And then, it began to swallow. Wind, buildings, screams, syllables unspoken, names unspoken. Whole narratives began to unravel. Sector Uchiha District. Consumed. Safe zone status lost. Entity priority Naruto. Tintin was the first to vanish. She didn't die. She was undone. Lee followed. Then Niji. Hinata tried to scream Naruto's name. She was halfway through the syllable when she was taken. Naruto rose. Reached. No. And then the world warped inward. The mouth that forgets itself attempts to consume host Naruto. Foxtail trait locked. Madara didn't wait. He took 3 steps back. And vanished. Not from teleportation, but by removing his narrative relevance. The legend folded his presence into memory. And left. Naruto was alone. Except he wasn't. He could feel them. Inside it. Inside the god. The mouth had not devoured his friends. It had swallowed their existence. They were there. Not gone. Just forgotten. And the mouth grinned. Its gums bled timelines. Naruto took 1 step forward. And screamed, give them back. Foxtail remains dormant. Chronicle observation suspended. Only the mouth replied. By opening wider. And then, it consumed him too. But something else moved. Deep inside Naruto. Something older than the system. Something madder than the gods. It did not scream. It did not lie. It watched. And it waited. Naruto fell. There was no light. No impact. No boundary. Just descent. And then, he stopped falling. Not because he hit something, but because the concept of descent no longer applied. He opened his eyes. There was no body. No sky. Just narrative void. He was inside it. Inside the mouth that forgets itself. And it was reading him. Analyzing anomaly. Subject Uzumaki Naruto. Disrupted entity. Contradictory system profile. A voice. Not a voice, but a gnawing. Rose from the black. You do not make sense. Naruto could not speak. His words floated out and were devoured before forming sound. The mouth unfolded before him. An endless wall of lips, teeth, tongues, and silence. Each mouth whispered his name in a different tense. Some in futures he had never lived. Some in past that should never have been. It reached inward, not to his flesh, but to his narratives. And it read them. Each fable, each lie, each forgotten death, each loop, each scream, each version of himself that had died beneath a different sky. And the mouth laughed. You are contradiction. You are noise. You will be eaten last. And it began to devour. Not him, but his stories. Fable by fable. One mouth per memory. It bit into the name that engraved itself. But stopped. Because something else had moved. Something coiled inside him. The black pulsed. 9 strands of something uncurled. Slowly, deliberately, they emerged from behind Naruto. Though he had no body here, and behind was not a direction. They were tails. These were wrong. Each tail was as long as time. Folded in on itself like a Mobius strip, etched with eyes that opened and mouths that whispered in languages no god had sanctioned. They moved with impossible grace, curling in fractal patterns, weaving sigils made from absence. Each mouth on the tail spoke, but none in unison. They told lies so powerful they sounded like truths. They told truths so old they had become lies. They sang the names of stories never written. And they moved through the mouth, not attacking, consuming, from the inside out. Each tail bit into the god, but not into flesh, into meaning. One tail swallowed the sector it had devoured. Another ate the names it had erased. A third cracked open the veil and drank the lightless echoes where Naruto's teammates had been. The mouth screamed, and for the first time, it forgot how to scream. Its form ruptured, not exploded, just collapsed into concept, into hunger with no structure. And the tails fed. Each mouth tore free a different god-touched fragment. Each eye blinked once, rewriting what had been seen. Each curl distorted the void until it looked like an echo of creation undone. And then, it was over. No light, no victory, no gods, just silence. Naruto floated, alone, weightless in a place without consequence. His companions were not beside him, but they were no longer gone. He could feel them, sleeping, healing, held, and in the space between thoughts. Something moved again. A ninth tail wrapped gently around his chest. Its mouth did not speak. It opened, and from within it came a voice. Not like the serpent, not like the system, like something that had watched him for 1,000 deaths, like something that had made him. It said, "You finally made it here." And Naruto opened his mouth to speak, and found, for the first time, that he could. "What are you?" His voice was hoarse, but not from use, from hesitation, like his words were being spoken through time that had not yet happened. The ninth tail writhed around him. Its mouth did not answer. Its eyes blinked in fractured unison, like static thoughts trying to synchronize. The entity, Foxtail, did not introduce itself. It unveiled, not in light, in context. "You are speaking to the trait Foxtail. Primary function paradox, stabilization, narrative resistance. Secondary function, you are not ready to know." A silence passed between them. It was not empty. It was thick with memory. "I want them back," Naruto said. The space did not respond, so he said it louder. "I want my team back. Hinata, Sasuke, Niji, Lee, Tenten, Guy, every one of them. They didn't ask for this. I did." Desire recorded. Desire is not sufficient currency. Then what is? Naruto demanded. The ninth tail moved closer. One of its mouths opened. Slowly, like a door being pried loose from rusted hinges. "You speak of ownership, not memory. Of possession, not preservation. They were not yours to lose. They are not yours to reclaim. They're mine." Naruto shouted. "They're mine? My friends. They trusted me. They followed me into a system that didn't want us to survive. And they're still here, right? I can feel them. You have them." The tail wrapped tighter around his form. Not to restrain, to hold. "You were trying to make meaning out of mercy. What was taken was never promised. What remains is not owed." "They were consumed," Naruto growled. "But they weren't erased. I felt it. You did something. You didn't let the god finish. You took them." Observation: you are beginning to remember incorrectly. Correction will cause pain. Continue? Why and yes. Correction acknowledged, and Naruto screamed. Not because of injury, because of truth. He saw himself again, holding Hinata's hand, losing it, seeing her vanish into that impossible mouth, mid-syllable. Tenten's eyes wide in the moment before she vanished. Lee's tears frozen in place. He felt their warmth, and then he felt the absence, the vacuum. His knees buckled, though he had no knees here. "I remember them. False. I remember what they were to me. Closer. I remember the weight of losing them. Now you understand." One of the tails lowered, brushing his face. Its skin was not flesh. It was echo. "What you carry is not memory. It is weight. What you seek is not retrieval. It is forgiveness." Naruto gritted his teeth. "Then help me. Show me what I have to do. I'll pay. I'll fight. I'll rewrite myself again. I'll let go of every version of myself I've ever wanted to be. Just give them back." Would you kill your name to write theirs? What? Would you give up your identity so theirs could breathe? Would you trade the fable you have become for the possibility of their return? Naruto's heart, or what was left of it, beat once, and he said, "If that's what it takes." The ninth tail opened another mouth. This one did not speak. It wept. "Then let us begin the exchange." Initiating fable transaction. Cost 1 legacy. 1 name. 1 lie still believed. But then, the system glitched. Error: transaction incomplete. Narrative resistance threshold unmet. Naruto staggered. What happened? What's stopping it? Your truth is not ready to break. You are still you. Too much you. There is too much left of you for them to return. So I have to die? Naruto whispered. No, you have to vanish. The space trembled. The nine tails stilled. When nothing remains of the boy who wanted to be remembered, then, and only then, will you be able to bring back what was lost. Naruto lowered his head. He didn't cry. He couldn't. The place he stood didn't allow tears. Then tell me how. The ninth tail leaned close. Lie louder. Lie deeper. Lie until the world can no longer remember what you once were. And Naruto closed his eyes and nodded. But something shifted. A ripple moved through the void. Not from outside. From within. His trait. Foxtail. flickered. For the first time, it did not feel like a shield or a curse. It felt like a lock. And his fable stirred. Legendary fable, the name that engraved itself. Activating. System warning: this action will conflict with core trait parameters. Naruto opened his eyes. Then I'll rewrite the rules. Foxtail primary function suppressed. Access override narrative interference initiated. The tails recoiled. All 9. Not in fear. In surprise. One spoke. You would silence me? You, who were born through me. Naruto stepped forward. His form bled narrative sparks. Fictional particles shredded themselves, just trying to keep him coherent. You carried me here. I know. But you don't get to decide what happens next. The name that engraved itself. Active phase inscription of defiance. A brand glowed over Naruto's chest. Not chakra. Not seal. A sentence. I exist because I decided to. And the void recoiled. The 9 tails lashed outward, howling in static and contradiction. They struck Naruto's form again and again. Mouths gnashing, stories biting, names unraveling. But he walked. Through narrative storms. Through the roiling gut of an eldritch trait. Through himself. Until he reached the center. There was no flesh here. No viscera. Just memory. It stood like a wall. A curtain of erasure. And behind it. Pieces of them. Tintin's laugh suspended in a half-spoken joke. Lee's final pose, frozen mid-motion. Niji's gaze, flickering like a dying constellation. Hinata's voice, still trying to say his name. Sasuke. His back, turned, as if he'd never truly left. Naruto raised a hand, and pushed it into the wall. It burned. Not fire. Recognition. The void did not want him to remember. But his fable refused to forget. He screamed. Voice cracking. Body fraying. You don't get to keep them. And he reached. His fingers found something. A wrist. Warm. Alive. Legendary fable awakening. Confirmed. You have challenged the rules of obliteration. You have defied narrative death not with divinity, but mortal stubbornness. Legendary fable acquired: the mortal who scammed oblivion. Description: you stood at the end of forgetting. You reached into the unnameable and retrieved a truth that should not have returned. You were offered release. You chose resistance. Naruto pulled. The wall fractured. It screamed like a god being conned. And Hinata fell through. She gasped. Collapsed against him. Eyes wide. And behind her. Others. All of them. Even Guy, staggering forward as if pulled from the center of a collapsing sun. His eyes were bloodshot, his lips chapped from silence, his chakra frayed like unraveling fabric. But he was alive. Naruto staggered, holding them one by one as they emerged. Weeping, silent, shaking. Tintin clutched his arm like a lifeline. Niji stared at him like he'd returned from a war with no survivors. Lee collapsed in prayer. Sasuke said nothing, just looked. Naruto breathed, and fell to his knees. But his name did not. System notification: narrative resistance level maxed. System notification: unachievable accomplishment recorded. Legendary fable acquired: one who killed an outer god. System reward: 300,000 SP surplus. The system paused, as if it needed to breathe. Then the interface fractured. Cracks of gold and static running through every corner of the invisible chronicle. Notifications flickered, repeated, scrambled, rewritten, then confirmed. And far away, a god moved. In the god sky above the chronicle, where truths were debated and rewritten by divine tongues, the Oathbreaker stood. He did not move, but the system registered a shift. Legend tier sponsor: the Oathbreaker. 100,000 SP offered. In disbelief, Madara's eyes narrowed. Not in anger, not in rage, in confusion. He watched Naruto. Broken, hollowed, and radiant. Surrounded by teammates who should not exist, who had ceased to be, and now stood again. He watched a boy consume something unconsumable, rewrite something unwritable, steal from a mouth that had never failed. And Madara whispered, so softly that only the chronicle heard it. How? Elsewhere, Inari, the silent laughter, clapped. Once, and from her lips came laughter that cracked 3 minor stars. Kindred, the twin aspects, turned toward each other. The lamb whispered he did not trade. The wolf grinned he stole. Azura knelt, not in worship, in reverence. Such a foolish thing, Azura murmured. One would think. He learned it from me. The system continued to shudder under its own disbelief. Chronicle annotation: this was not meant to occur. Chronicle clarification: no one has ever retrieved the devoured. Chronicle conclusion: you are no longer measurable. Naruto didn't hear the system. He was still kneeling, still breathing in the scent of their survival, still trembling with the cost, and in the black beneath his heartbeat. The foxtail whispered, you broke my jaw. Naruto didn't answer. He couldn't, but the system did. 300,000 surplus points added. You are no longer just a participant. You are a problem. And high above, the gods began to argue. It was not a conversation. It was a collision of wills, so vast the sky fractured from the echo. Amaterasu burned brighter than worship could bear, her voice a spear of white flame. He is unsponsored. Still, even now, Tsukuyomi unfolded from shadow, calm as ice, but just as sharp, not forbidden, not protected, not even sealed. He simply is not reachable. Ben Zayden, radiant with 1,000 arms of desperation, signed sigils in holy fury. He should be mine. I would shape him into legend, into art, into vengeance. Let me touch him. Hachiman scoffed, bow drawn. His words thunderhead thick, and yet your arrows miss. As do mine. He walks beside gods and bleeds like one, but wears no name. Azura, breathless with awe and fury both, screamed into the void. Then tell us why. Who bars the contract? Who shields the contradiction? The Chronicle did not answer, because it was no longer in control. The sky tore. No, it yielded. A new presence descended. Not God, not demon, not narrative. Observer. But not like the frog, not like the beasts. This one had no form. It was silence that watched. It was geometry that shifted when looked at. It was a thought that refused to be understood, and a presence that devoured context. Where it floated, space apologized. The gods fell silent. The great observer had arrived. It did not speak. It imposed language. Each god heard it differently. To Amaterasu, it was sunlight bleeding over her shrine. To Susanoo, it was the roar of a sea that remembered drowning him. To Inari, it was a joke so ancient no one remembered its punchline. To Azura, it was the sound of his own breath. Shuddering, mortal. To all, it said peace. The stars stopped flickering. Planets in minor systems held still in reverence. Then it spoke again. You demand access. You offer power. You beg for incarnation. The silence that followed was not consent. It was submission. But not even we know why he cannot be claimed. The gods flinched. Because that meant the system itself did not know. Not even the observers could explain it. Amaterasu burned lower. Tsukuyomi's eyes narrowed. Benzaiten wept blood through 1,000 fists. So what do we do? Asked Hachiman. The great observer turned. Though it had no face. And when it did, the void shivered. We wait. And for the first time since the scenarios began, since the towers rose, since the gods awoke from dormancy, the name of something older was spoken. When the Lord of Observers wakes from his great slumber, we will ask him to correct this deviation. And then the great observer folded back into non-reality. Not vanishing. Unhappening. Leaving silence. Leaving doubt. Leaving a boy, below, who didn't even know that gods had just failed to touch him. And far above, the gods watched. And for once, they envied. Below, Naruto stirred. The emptiness was gone, but not replaced by light. He found himself back where the void had ended. On his knees, surrounded by his team, their breaths still uneven, their bodies still tethered to a reality that had almost forgotten them. They were safe, but not untouched. The space around them crackled. Not with chakra, not with sound, with attention. The Chronicle pulsed. Not in system prompts, in wariness. And then, Foxtail spoke. Not with text, not with intrusive interface, with presence. A voice poured into Naruto's mind, not as sound, but as a remembered warning he had never heard before. Turning me off wasn't wise. Naruto stiffened. He wasn't sure if the others could hear it. They didn't move. The gods nearly peered into you. You were one breath from being named. One frame from becoming a piece on their board. You almost joined the narrative. Naruto lowered his head. I know. The trait pulsed again. Sharp, disappointed, but not angry. I was created to protect your boundary. To blur your name. To erase your signature from their light. I bent the scenario to forget you. I silenced your presence so the stars wouldn't write you down. Naruto closed his eyes. His shoulders trembled. Not from weakness. From remorse. All this time. You were really protecting me. Foxtail was quiet. Then I did not choose you. I was assigned. I became something else only because you survived long enough to make me care. Naruto's chest ached. His hand clenched at his shirt, where the lies still lingered. Where the second heart had beat. But I needed them back. The space paused. Not just in silence. In approval. Then lie better next time. Where they won't just take your team. They'll take your role. They'll write your death into every version of the story until even I forget where you were supposed to be. Naruto smiled faintly. His throat ached. But he managed to whisper, I'll try. The others were still recovering. Still unconscious. Still pale. But breathing. He looked around the broken void. Now stitched together by narrative tape. By fables that clung to him like threadbare cloaks. Scenario: The Fallen Chronicle. Status continuing. Checkpoint established. No reset available. The system, still confused by him, tried to pretend everything was fine. Naruto stood. He didn't sway. He didn't fall. But the wind didn't return. It watched. Because even it didn't know what he had become. Foxtail spoke one last time. They are watching again. Tread carefully, mortal who scammed oblivion. And Naruto stepped forward. Into the scenario that should have buried him. Because now, he would bury it first. Scenario: The Fallen Chronicle. Resuming. Time remaining 0058. The system adjusted. Clumsily. As if waking from a nightmare, it didn't remember dreaming. The plaza stood in ruin. The Uchiha effigy was gone, reduced to dust and silence. The Susanu's afterimage had long since faded, its presence leaving behind only fractured air and trembling stone. Naruto's team stirred. One by one. Lee sat up first, coughing. I was mid-kick. Wasn't I? Tintin blinked like she had emerged from underwater. Where did we go? Niji rubbed at his temples, veins bulging for a second. before his eyes widened. I couldn't see. There was nothing to see. Hinata reached for Naruto's sleeve. Her hand trembled. She didn't say his name. She didn't need to. Only Sasuke remained silent. Standing now, watching Naruto like someone who had read the ending to a book written in a language he wasn't supposed to understand. You dragged us back, he said finally. Voice hoarse. Not a question. Naruto nodded once. I couldn't lose you. Silence. Waited. Sacred. New objective available, sector stabilization. Remaining time until scenario collapse 0056. The system, ever faithful, ever broken, clicked back into place. Trying to pretend the impossible hadn't just happened. Naruto exhaled. I need a moment. Foxtail's voice curled in his mind like smoke that remembered burning. You've had your moment. Now take their hands and keep them alive. Naruto turned. Face the others. Scattered formation. We clear this sector and we move. Whatever comes next. We don't let it separate us. Niji gave a slow nod. Tintin cracked her knuckles. Lee smiled. Shaky, but real. Hinata's eyes stayed on him the entire time. Sasuke said nothing, but he stepped forward. Together, they advanced. The Uchiha district had become a maze of broken memory. Streets looped back on themselves. Doors opened into pasts that no longer existed. Each sector held echoes of previous scenarios. Twisted reflections of trials they'd passed. A hallway repeated its length with every step. A storefront sold items from Naruto's childhood. A mural shifted when observed, showing 5 people walking toward their own deaths, again and again. Tintin gripped a kunai tighter. None of this is real. It's more than real, Niji muttered. It's what the scenario thinks is real. Lee pointed toward a crumbling tower in the center. There. The checkpoint. That's our goal. Naruto stared at the tower. Its windows were mouths. Its walls wept ink. Warning final sector boss approaching. Stability rating narrative hazard. Naruto felt it before the others did. A pressure. Low, deep. Like someone was erasing the air as they breathed it. Foxtail hissed, this one is bound to the land. It remembers too loudly. Naruto blinked. And saw it. A figure drifting forward through the misted ruins. Not walking. Gliding. Clad in battle armor long decayed. Eyes shrouded in blood-colored haze. Hair like scorched threads hung to his shoulders, and around his throat floated a broken necklace of Sharingan, spinning like a wheel of judgment. His presence bent the ground beneath him, as if gravity had turned in his favor. A blade floated at his side, or perhaps the idea of a blade. Shifting, intangible, forged from memory and grief. And in his voice, every syllable was a crack of thunder. Through time you wear my brother's shame like armor. Scenario boss, the poltergeist of Izuna Uchiha. Title, the flame that was swallowed. Naruto inhaled. Slow. Steady. Everyone get ready, he whispered. Izuna raised his hand, and the ghosts of 1,000 fallen Uchiha screamed in unison. The final confrontation of the fallen chronicle had begun. Naruto didn't hesitate. His fingers formed signs he didn't fully remember learning. Wind condensing around him like armor. The others fell into formation without a word. No orders were needed. Not now. Lee moved first. A blur of green and gold chakra shattered the stones beneath him. He struck Izuna like a meteor. Their collision sent a thunderclap of pressure through the plaza. Izuna's hand caught Lee's foot with one finger. Lee's leg trembled. Fractured. But Lee didn't stop. His sponsor, the god of divine perseverance, had rewritten his flesh with something higher. Each movement was a revelation of motion. He spun midair, twisted, and struck again from a blind angle. Fingers grazing chakra points, knees seeking leverage. Divinity infused every strike. Each blow was a question posed to fate itself. If I do not stop, can the world keep up? Izuna hissed and moved. His body flickered. A blur of smoke and unspoken regrets. He passed through Lee's next strike like a shadow escaping its tether. Then turned. A kunai tore the air beside his neck. Tintin stood behind him, not holding a weapon, summoning them. Scrolls unrolled behind her in golden helixes. Thousands of characters exploding into shimmering arsenals. She walked calmly, gracefully, across the battlefield. Each step leaving behind a relic, a blade, a chained seal. She wasn't attacking. She was curating a death. Swords from 100 dimensions twirled midair like dancers awaiting her cue. Izuna snarled and turned. A barrage of weapons struck his defense. Chains, shuriken, bone-carved axes, a war fan wreathed in frost. The memory of each weapon sang. And then Niji stepped forward. His Byakugan didn't just flare. It changed. Lines of probability spiraled in his vision. Fates playing out in nested loops. He stepped left. Dodged a strike Izuna hadn't thrown yet. Palm surged. Connected with a chakra point still forming. Your movements, Niji said, quiet, cold, are echoes. He didn't fight like a Hyuga. He fought like someone who had read the future and simply decided to move through it. Izuna screamed. A curse forged in the old tongue. The ghosts around him surged forward. Sasuke met them. His Sharingan ignited with stormlight. His hands weaving signs as lightning and void surged behind him. Back off. A thunderclap cracked the field. Raijin. His Mangekyo activated. The storm sealed justice of his new eye. Lightning rained down. Not from the sky, but from beneath Izuna's feet. It activated on movement. Izuna blinked, dodged left. Lightning struck. He blurred forward. It struck again. Every movement became a trigger. Every decision became punishment. Then Hinata entered the field. Calm, breathing slowly. Her hands trembled with stillness. And behind her, 3 chakra heads manifested in a brief shimmer. Not visible to others, but present. Azura. Her strikes weren't fast. They were final. One step, one breath. She pressed her palm against an incoming ghost, and it stopped existing. Niji, at her side, turned. They moved together. Byakugan and memory, grace and force. And still Izuna rose. He laughed now. The laughter of someone who had nothing left to lose. Who had died long ago, and stayed only to punish the world for forgetting. He raised his blade, and the air warped. Every ghost screamed in reverse. Naruto stepped forward. The wind around him didn't swirl. It listened. Foxtail hissed, he's testing the edge of memory. Be careful. His blade cuts past tense. Naruto nodded, and ran forward. Naruto's company was back. The scenario wasn't over. But the war to keep their names written had begun. Izuna didn't falter. Even as lightning carved circles around him. Even as spectral chains dragged at his feet. Even as Tintin's barrage of god-forged blades pinned the very concept of movement. He raised his hand, and pointed at Niji. Izuna activates Forgotten Eye. Memory severance, a ripple of chakra, thin as a thought, lanced across the field. Niji turned just in time. But the ripple didn't strike his body. It struck his past. His Byakugan flickered. For a moment, he didn't remember where he was. He faltered. Just slightly, but it was enough. Izuna blurred forward. He cut not with his blade, but with intent. Naruto stepped in, wind spiraling. He clashed with the phantom of a man long dead. Kunai met sword. Steel screamed. Then Naruto's body fell apart into wind, and reformed behind Izuna. He struck. Izuna blocked it barehanded, eyes glowing like burnt coals in an altar fire. You think you've escaped your stories? Izuna hissed. You haven't even begun to understand them. Sasuke appeared beside Naruto in a crack of thunder. His blade gleamed, charged with Raijin's weight. Together, they moved. Twin strikes. One from memory, one from denial. Izuna's blade met theirs. 3 forces colliding in a cacophony of pressure. And behind them, Lee dropped from above, spinning with a rising, divine momentum. He struck Izuna's shoulder. Impact fracturing the earth. Izuna finally faltered. And in that heartbeat, Hinata and Niji returned. Palm after palm. Fate after fate. She moved like flowing water. He like a knife carving names into probability. Every strike landed. Izuna's armor cracked. His ghostly presence dimmed for just a moment. And Tintin sang. Her hands danced. Dozens of weapons manifested in orbit. The gate of infinite armory opened. And history's weapons listened. A spear once wielded by the last wind god. A chain used to bind a demon lord. A bow with arrows carved from immortal trees. They fired in unison. Izuna turned. Parried. Dodged. But not all. An arrow tore through his cloak. A blade sank into his shoulder. A seal wrapped around his left wrist and snapped it shut. Naruto pressed forward. He summoned the wind. Not just to fight, but to hold the story in place. Foxtail flared. He is slipping. Press harder. He doesn't belong here. He never did. Naruto nodded. Their company closed in. A circle of fate, fire, wind, steel, and prophecy. And Izuna? He laughed. Good. He whispered. Show me the kind of story that killed my brother. And then, he burned. Not with fire. With unresolved memory. The ghosts returned. Thousands. Screaming. Izuna raised his sword. And the ground beneath them cracked. Phase shift initiated Izuna's memory realm. Awakening, the battlefield changed. Suddenly, they stood in the Uchiha compound. But not as it was. As it had been. Red sun. Long shadows. Blood on every doorway. Children sobbing in silence. Izuna's voice echoed in every direction. If you want to fight me, then suffer what I remember. And Naruto looked to his companions. Their faces had gone pale. They were not fighting a ghost. They were fighting the memory of a massacre. Blood pooled in gutters that hadn't existed moments ago. Chalk outlines formed and unformed along the walls. Every shadow was a weeping child. They stood in a dream that bled. Naruto's boots splashed into red. Not wet. Sticky. Emotional. Foxtail's voice crawled into his mind. Slower now. More cautious. You are walking through a trauma, not a memory. Do not let it shape your name. Tintin was the first to stagger. She pressed a hand against her skull. Why do I know this place? Lee blinked rapidly. Weren't we just? Where? Where's the plaza? Sasuke said nothing. His eyes were locked forward, Sharingan spinning like broken clocks. Niji turned, then stopped, then turned again. The hallway they'd entered looped into itself. 8 doors, 7 corpses, 6 names on the walls, all of them wrong. Izuna walked calmly through the illusion, unbothered, as if it were simply his home. The walls whispered. Traitor. Brother. You left us. Ghosts passed by without looking. Some held hands. Some dragged blades. None had faces. Naruto clenched his jaw and moved. He stepped out of the blood, and it followed. Foxtail hissed again. This realm follows emotional gravity. Focus or fall. He didn't respond, just raised a hand. And the wind cut through the illusion. Not all of it, but enough to clear a path. Push through. Naruto shouted. This isn't real. It just wants us to believe it is. Tintin's eyes refocused. The scrolls behind her glowed. Weapons not of this world flickered into place. Blade chains of anti-memory, hammers forged in denial. She struck the walls. The mural cracked. Ghost screamed. Lee howled and launched forward. His fists glowed with divine heat. He struck a phantom child, not to destroy it, to free it. Niji stood behind him, fingers dancing through defensive seals, blocking incoming memory fragments before they could embed. Hinata reached for one of the sobbing shadows. She whispered, something soft, something kind. The ghost blinked, then vanished. Izuna watched it all. He bled shadow now. Each step carved fresh stories into the ground. You walk through my home, he said, and treat it like a battlefield. Sasuke's voice cut through him. No, we walk through your denial. Their eyes met. The storm of Raijin behind Sasuke's gaze surged. You think pain makes you holy? He stepped forward. Izuna slashed. Sasuke blocked. The sound that followed wasn't metal. It was a funeral bell. They moved in tandem. Two sons of grief. Two orphans of war. And as they fought, Naruto ran. Straight toward the center. Toward the heart of the realm. Izuna turned. Too late. Naruto's kunai struck a sigil on the wall. It detonated. The illusion cracked. Memory realm integrity 82%, 64%. Izuna roared. His blade flared. The ghost surged. The world tilted. The floor dissolved into names. Names carved in blood. Niji leapt forward, hands moving in silent geometry. I see the thread, he called. Cut through it now. Hinata and Lee surged together. Sasuke unleashed another lightning trap. Tintin screamed the activation word of a banned relic and unleashed it. Naruto twisted. Slashed again. Memory realm integrity 64%, 47%. Izuna fell to one knee, breathing hard, but still smiling. You think you're winning? He pointed behind them. The hallway had returned. So had the blood. So had the corpses. But this time, they wore Naruto's company's faces. Tintin stumbled back. No. Her hand trembled. The weapons floating around her spiraled out of formation. She was staring at her own corpse. Slumped, bleeding, pinned to a wall with one of her own chains through her heart. Naruto saw it too. All of them did. Lee gasped. Niji froze mid-step. Hinata fell to her knees. Sasuke's fingers clenched tighter around his sword's hilt. Izuna's smile widened. You made it this far, he said quietly. But the only ending written for Shinobi is death. The ghosts didn't scream this time. They sang. A lullaby with no words. Each step they took rewrote the battlefield, layer by layer, page by page. The memory realm surged with false futures. Scenarios where Naruto's company had already died, already failed, already been forgotten. Foxtail screamed inside Naruto's head, do not believe this. But it was hard not to. Naruto reached for Tenten, grabbed her wrist. She didn't look at him. She just whispered, that's me. That's actually me. Naruto's grip tightened. It's not, he said. It's a reflection of the price you refused to pay. He stood, turned to the others. You're going to see yourselves die. His voice broke. But that doesn't mean it already happened. Niji's eyes began glowing again. He activated his Byakugan and choked back a gasp. I can see the seams. This realm isn't real. It's stitched from his grief. His chakra is maintaining it. If we unravel the core, then we can break it, Hinata whispered. Sasuke stepped forward. Lightning flickered around his feet. Where's the heart of it, Niji? Niji pointed. A shrine, floating above them, suspended in a hollowed-out moon that had appeared without warning. Izuna turned. For the first time, there was hesitation in his movement. You don't understand what you're about to do, he said. That place holds the moment I became a ghost. Naruto's voice was soft. I know. He looked at his company. Every one of them bloodied, bruised, cracked open by illusions. But not broken. They nodded. And Naruto launched upward. Lee was beside him instantly. Chakra blazing. Tintin leapt and summoned a staircase of floating spears. Hinata soared, wind chakra cushioning her ascent. Niji created a rising disk of force beneath his feet. Sasuke vanished and reappeared mid-air, a bolt of black lightning spiraling in his wake. Memory realm integrity 47%, 33%, Izuna roared. You cannot rewrite this. It is all that I have left. He surged upward after them. Ghosts flowed from his body like wings. Naruto's wind spun into a barrier. Sasuke's lightning chained the air. Tintin's blades formed a phalanx. They met him mid-air. Fists, blades, palms, storms. And then, they reached the shrine. Warning sealed memory approaching. It was small, humble. A single candle burning atop a gravestone. The name was scratched out. But Naruto didn't need to read it. He placed his hand on the shrine. Izuna screamed. Memory realm integrity 33%, 18%. The world cracked. The shrine trembled. The candle flared. Izuna's form flickered. Suddenly smaller, younger, bleeding on a battlefield, screaming for someone who never came. Madara. Naruto saw it now. Izuna wasn't just a phantom of rage. He was a child who never stopped dying. Niji landed beside Naruto. We can end this. Naruto hesitated, then shook his head. Not yet. He looked at Izuna. Still screaming. Still attacking. Still remembering. We don't just end it, Naruto said. We give him something else to remember. Naruto's company surrounded the shrine. The candle's flame flickered, but it did not go out. Izuna screamed. Not in rage. In fear. He descended like a meteor of sorrow. Blade drawn, eyes wide, memories bleeding from every pore. Tintin raised her arms. A wall of relics formed behind her. Not to block. To honor. Don't strike, Naruto whispered. The wind stilled. Even the ghosts hovered, confused. Hinata took a step forward, her hands open. Niji narrowed his gaze, reading the spiral of threads around Izuna's unraveling self. He's looping, Niji said softly. He's trying to remember it the way it should have gone. But he can't. His death wasn't clean. Izuna landed before the shrine. He didn't attack. He just stood there, breathing, shaking. Do you know what this place is? He whispered. Naruto nodded. It's where you waited. For someone who never came. Izuna's blade wavered. I waited for my brother. I waited for the world to admit what it stole. I waited for peace that never included us. You became a wound, Sasuke said. And you let the wound become your story. Izuna turned to him. You wear my bloodline like armor. No, Sasuke said. I wear it like a burden. One I chose to carry forward. Izuna snarled. But it was weaker now. The ghosts no longer moved. Lee stepped forward, eyes fierce with kindness. You've done enough. You've suffered enough. Let go. Izuna trembled. He looked at the candle. I don't know how. Naruto's voice was calm. Certain. Then let us do it with you. He reached out, placed a hand on Izuna's shoulder. The memory trembled. Memory realm integrity 18% 7%. Izuna flinched. The blade fell from his hand. I tried to protect him. I tried to die for him. I wasn't supposed to be forgotten. You weren't, Naruto said. You became the reason someone else survived. Izuna's form flickered, dissolving between past and present, ancestor and phantom, and for a moment, he smiled. Faint, broken, but real. Final integrity threshold approaching. Memory collapse in 0033. Naruto's company backed away from the shrine. Tintin lowered her arms. Hinata took a shaky breath. Sasuke said nothing, but his eyes shimmered. The flame began to shrink. Izuna's image turned one last time. Thank you for remembering me differently. Naruto nodded. One day, someone will do the same for me. The candle sputtered, and the world cracked. The final moment approached. The candle sputtered, and the world cracked. The final moment approached. But Izuna did not vanish. Not yet, because something else moved. The shrine ruptured. Not physically, but narratively. It was torn from context, unmoored from memory, swallowed by something deeper than sorrow. The flame exploded upward, and from within it rose a shadow. Not of Izuna, but of his rage. A figure formed from ink, ash, and battlefield screams. Its body towered over the broken shrine, made of folded war scrolls soaked in blood. Its face was Izuna's, but only from the nose down. Above that, it was nothing. An eyeless monument to grief. Foxtail's voice rattled in Naruto's chest. This is the being that held his wrath when his soul broke. The memory moved on, but the hatred didn't. New combat phase initiated. Entity morning white of Izuna Uchiha. Aspect unwritten vengeance, it screamed. Not a sound. A tidal wave of killing intent. The shrine shattered. The memory realm turned to dusk. Naruto's company staggered. Tintin falling to one knee. Lee gritting his teeth. Niji gasping as his Byakugan struggled to lock onto something with no history. Final formation. Naruto shouted. Sasuke's Mangekyo flared. Lightning surged to his left. Hinata moved to his right, palms glowing with Azura's flame. Tintin rearmed herself with a snap. Relics orbiting her like a planetary defense system. Lee dropped into stance, his skin glowing from divine backlash. Niji raised his hands, eyes bleeding threads of fate, and Naruto ran forward. The morning white struck. Each swing rewrote the sky. Its claws weren't physical. They were editorial. Tintin's weapons vanished mid-flight. Lee was struck by a swing that erased the moment before it hit. He flew back, rolling across the field, blood painting spirals. Hinata caught him. Sasuke surged forward. His lightning didn't hit the white. It passed through, rejected by the entity's refusal to exist in the present. We need to bind it. Niji shouted. Naruto stopped, eyes burning, and the voice returned. Not Foxtail. Kindred. You marked him once. The lamb is still watching. Naruto's hand burned. A brand glowed on his wrist. Mark of the lamb. Active, Naruto whispered. I'm sorry, Izuna, but you don't get to linger. The white screamed. It surged forward, but the moment it entered the brand's radius, it froze. The world stilled. The lamb stepped forward. Silent. Gentle. Eyes closed. The air shimmered like glass. Naruto's voice shook. You waited too long. He touched the white's chest. The mark blazed. The white wept. A cascade of black ink and light. Then, it shattered. Not exploded. Not vanished. Released. Final phase complete. Boss defeated morning white of Izuna Uchiha. Memory realm collapsing. The sky peeled back. The shrine became smoke. The ghost saluted. Izuna's smile, brief, echoing, flickered in the wind, and then it was gone. Naruto collapsed to one knee. His mark faded. The lamb, too, vanished. His company stood around him, silent, alive. They had survived. And somewhere, across the system, it added a new line, new fable, great fable. The one who lay grief to rest, the realm collapsed slowly. Not with violence, with grace. Like a curtain lowering after the final act. Ash fell like petals. Blood became mist. The shrine cracked into 1,000 glimmering fragments and melted into the ground. Naruto breathed. He did not speak. His hands still tingled from where the lamb had marked him. The others moved gradually, each of them bearing the weight of what they had just endured. Not just the combat, but the memory, the presence, the pain of someone else's story carved into their bones. Sasuke stood last. He looked at the fading echoes of Izuna's presence, and then, upward, because he felt it, above the battlefield, high in the stratosphere of divine witness. A presence, watching. A single eye glowed faintly in the firmament. Not angry, not wrathful, just present. Divine acknowledgement. The oath breaker is watching. Observation status passive focused. A notification swept through the chronicle. Note: the poltergeist was his brother, and you gave him rest. Response: the oath breaker smiles. The system faltered a moment, as if uncertain how to proceed when smiled at by a god who rarely bent to anything. Then it resumed. Memory realm fully dissolved. All party members stabilized. Chakra restored by 35%. Morale adjusted. Emotional balance disrupted, reinforced. Lee sank to the ground. Not in exhaustion. In prayer. Tenten closed her scrolls. One by one. Each flicker of steel returning to nothing. Neji and Hinata stood beside each other. Silent. Breathing. Byakugan still dimly glowing. Naruto looked at all of them. And said nothing. He didn't have to. The system did. Scenario: the Fallen Chronicle. Ownership phase resumed. Effigy Uchiha District. Secured. Status bronze. Effigy upgraded silver rank. A low hum echoed from the plaza. The original statue, once shattered, reformed. But it no longer resembled Naruto. It resembled something worn by all of them. A faceless shape cloaked in wind, steel, and sorrow. Naruto touched its base. The system responded. You have earned the right to challenge other sectors. Total effigies claimed 1. Silver rank allows traversal through collapsed boundaries. Choose your next sector carefully. Foxtail whispered. You made a god smile. That won't go unnoticed. Naruto exhaled and looked to the horizon, to the burning edge of Konoha's fractured skyline, to the distant towers, to the shrines in disrepair. There were other districts, other factions, other nightmares waiting. But this one was at peace. And so Naruto's company prepared to march, because now it was time to take the next one. But they weren't alone. The wind froze mid-current. The broken skyline shimmered. And from the crater where Izuna's shrine had vanished, a ripple of silver light rose. It wasn't divine. It wasn't hostile. It was observant. A figure emerged. Not walked. Unfolded. A frog. But not one they recognized. This one wore a lacquered robe covered in moving ink. Seals that blinked like eyes. Kanji that rearranged mid-sentence. Its skin shimmered with oil-slick iridescence, and its eyes reflected not their faces, but their fates. It bowed once, then spoke. Its voice was paper turning beneath the weight of meaning. Congratulations. You have cleared the memory-bound poltergeist of Sector Uchiha. Naruto and his company stood silently. Even Sasuke bowed his head slightly. The observer continued. You have secured a silver effigy. That is the first step. There are many more. Its eyes turned toward the statue. There are 6 stages: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, crystal, diamond. Each requires an effigy core harvested from another district's monument. Only 3 may ascend to diamond. The air darkened. Not visually, narratively. The observer's words pressed down on them like ink soaked into ancient parchment. Those who attain diamond effigies will be marked as claimants, as sovereigns, as threats. When 3 rise, the chronicle will collapse their domains into one final scenario. A war for ownership. A war for memory. A war to determine who will become the new king of Konoha. Lee's fists clenched. Tenten's eyes flickered with fire. Neji did not blink. Hinata stood taller. Sasuke lowered his gaze to Naruto's. And Naruto? He simply nodded. The observer's throat pulsed once, like it had swallowed a narrative secret. Then it smiled. A subtle, amphibian curl. You've made your mark. Now mark others. It turned to the statue and gently touched its base. The system flared. Ownership phase fully unlocked. Intersector conflict now permitted. Effigy upgrade path active. The observer croaked softly, then said, let the war begin, and vanished into a ripple of parchment and dust. Naruto looked out at the shattered skyline, at the districts waiting to be claimed, and behind him, his company readied themselves again, because peace had never been promised. Chapter 6 marks the end of the Uchiha sector and the beginning of real war. Naruto's company officially secured their first silver effigy and advanced the ownership phase of the scenario. From this point forward, everything becomes a competition. Quick rundown of how the system works. Now each sector has a monument, effigy, that can be upgraded from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, crystal, diamond. You need to collect effigy cores from other sectors to upgrade your own. Only 3 diamond effigies can exist at once. Once 3 players reach diamond, the system will collapse their districts and force them into a final war to decide who becomes the king of Konoha. Naruto earned 3 new fables this chapter: the mortal who scammed Oblivion, for reaching into the stomach of Oblivion and pulling his team out without sacrificing himself. One who killed an outer god, for destroying the mouth that forgets itself. The one who lay grief to rest, for putting Izuna's ghost to peace instead of erasing him. Also worth noting, the Oathbreaker was watching. Izuna was Madara's brother, and when Naruto showed him mercy, he smiled. False Thrones. Scenario 5 initiated the Fallen Chronicle. Objective: claim and upgrade your effigy. Phase: ownership selection. Current limit: 3 diamond effigies may be forged. Warning: final sovereignty candidates will enter into a convergence conflict once maximum upgrades are achieved. Reward: access to the throne of Konoha. Title of sovereign. 1 divine petition. New rule: instated ownership may be seized through combat or betrayal. Effigy integrity must be maintained. The wind screamed as the Uchiha effigy sealed itself again. This time bearing a name that did not belong to any bloodline, yet pulsed with conviction strong enough to rewrite myth. Naruto stepped away from the shrine. The sword still gripped in his hand vibrated faintly, no longer glowing, but still hot with memory. No one spoke. Above, the sky began to change. Slowly, subtly, as if embarrassed to admit something had gone wrong. Then came the voice. Not the archivist, not the system, but something deeper. 3 names will rise. The air quivered. Only 3 may ascend. Effigy status: silver, Uchiha sector. Upgrade requirement: 4 more total sector keys to reach diamond. Current 2. The message hung in the air like fog. Heavy. Foreboding. We only have silver? Tintin asked, frowning. I thought the Uchiha effigy would have counted for more. Sasuke snorted. It did. Starting at level 2 means the Uchiha name still counts for something. It's the foundation, Neji added. But not enough. We'll need to claim at least 4 more sectors if we want to upgrade, Naruto said. Lee straightened his back, fists clenched with resolve. Then let us begin immediately. Our youth will not be denied. No, Naruto replied. We move at sunrise. We don't know what the other sectors look like, or what kinds of enemies are waiting in them. But that means leaving the effigy undefended, Tintin said. We've seen what happens when territory isn't claimed fast enough. You hesitate, and someone takes everything. I'll stay behind, a voice cut in. They turned. Guy's eyes were calm. Still bloodshot from the last encounter. Still burning with purpose. I'm the strongest here. If someone comes for this land, I'll make sure they regret it. Lee opened his mouth to argue, but Guy gave him a look that ended the conversation before it began. This is your trial now, Guy said. Mine is to hold the line. Uchiha sector guarded. Effigy defense assigned Mato Guy. Stability rating increasing. The system's notice flickered across their vision with the sharpness of a seal being carved. Naruto nodded once. We'll return with what we need. Above, the sky shimmered again. Glyphs slithering into place like ancient ink spilled across heaven. Other effigies detected. Estimated proximity 1.7 kilometers north, 2.4 kilometers east. Unknown status. Warning: 1 effigy is currently contested. 1 has been marked by divine authority. The ground beneath them rumbled softly, like the bones of the land had heard the declaration and were bracing for what came next. 2 nearby, Sasuke said. The one to the east is under divine mark. Probably already claimed by someone with a sponsor. Then we hit the north first, Naruto decided. If it's contested, we might still have a chance to tilt it in our favor. They moved quickly. No words wasted, no gestures spared. The time for hesitation was long past. Every moment lost was a moment someone else advanced toward diamond. The path toward the northern sector wasn't a path at all. The system had twisted the streets into broken spirals. Cobbled together from half memories of Konoha, yet stitched into a new geography that followed no logic. The roads folded on themselves. Buildings leaned inward, whispering in languages made of architecture. They passed a library that bled pages from its windows. A shrine of mirrors that reflected faces that weren't theirs. Warning: you have entered Sector 14, contested zone. Scenario: fragment active war of forgotten names. The fog here wasn't fog. It was breath. Exhaled from the mouths of 100 buried memories. Tintin shivered. Something's watching us. Everything is, Hinata whispered. This place remembers things we shouldn't. Neji activated his Byakugan and gasped. What do you see? Naruto asked. It's not chakra I'm seeing, Neji muttered. It's names. Floating. Layered into the air like dust. A message appeared. Warning: naming field detected. Entities in this zone possess partial conceptual autonomy. Engagement will initiate memory combat. Victory is not based on damage, but narrative dominance. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. We're not just fighting bodies here. No, Naruto said. We're fighting stories. The street ahead split. 2 figures stood at the fork. Cloaked in shadows not cast by any sun. Both wore old Konoha flak jackets. Both bore names that shouldn't exist. The first spoke. I was your teammate once, before you rewrote me. The second raised a rusted kunai. I was the rival who won, until you replaced me. Naruto's breath hitched. Who the hell are they? Tintin asked. System notice specters of unwritten memory have emerged. To proceed, you must affirm the truth of your name. Naruto took a slow step forward. The wind whispered. The fable stirred. The name that engraved itself recognizes the challenge. Sasuke drew his blade. Hinata stepped beside Naruto. They didn't need a plan. They needed to remember who they were. But just before they stepped forward, a whistle cut through the air. Not from a system, not from a specter, but a man. A real one. Drop your weapons. You've entered a fortified sector of the leaf. The shadows peeled back. Real people emerged from the broken buildings and the edges of shattered rooftops. 10, 20, then more. All wore gear marked with faded symbols of Konoha. Some bore the flak jackets of Chunin. Others carried rusted scrolls like badges. And all of them moved in formation. A towering wall of chakra barriers shimmered into visibility behind them. Half invisible until activated by proximity. Seal tags hummed along its edges, stretching into the distance where patrol lights flickered like dying stars. System notice you have entered the hollow leaf sector. Effigy status silver. Ownership stable. Doctrine reclamation by order. Sasuke cursed. We're not alone. From the center of the group stepped an elder. Robes too fine for battle, face too composed for the world they lived in. State your purpose, the elder said. And your name. TCH, Sasuke muttered, hand hovering near his blade. Naruto didn't flinch. We're looking for supplies. Food. Medicine. We've heard that lie before, the elder said. Your name, a second voice echoed. Say it. Another man emerged from behind the line. Tall, armor-clad, his eyes shadowed under a cracked forehead protector. Or we assume you're raiders. And we act accordingly. Warning sector rule active, identification required. Refusal will trigger hostile engagement. We're not here to fight, Naruto said calmly. Sasuke muttered under his breath. You're about to be. The elder studied them. Uchiha. Hyuga. Senju. His eyes narrowed on Hinata. Your bloodlines are fractured, yet you stand united? We stand to survive, Niji replied coldly. Tintin looked past the soldiers. They've got numbers. Training. But their eyes are scared. The elder raised his hand. A platoon of Konoha survivors stepped forward. At least 30 strong. We are the hollow leaf, the elder said. What's left of the council, the patrol divisions, and the enforcement arms of the village. We are not gods. We are not monsters. We are what law remains. And your law says we can't share the sector? Naruto asked. The elder's voice didn't rise. No. Our law says no one leaves once they enter. Hostile engagement triggered. Hollow leaf enforcers, 34 combatants active. Effigy defense priority activated. The barrier snapped closed behind them. Niji tensed. Hinata raised her hands in a gentle stance. Tintin unrolled a scroll. Lee cracked his knuckles. And Naruto's sword shifted. The fight was not metaphorical. Not against memories. This one was real. And it had already begun. The arrow sang. Sasuke stood motionless as silver light rippled through the battlefield, lightning hissing around his hand like a whispering god. He raised the bow. Not summoned, but birthed. From the fracture between his chakra and Indra's favor. He drew it back. No word spoken. Only a single motion traced through the air. A line of law etched itself into the world. Pierce. The arrow launched with no thunderclap. No explosion. Only stillness. As if the world paused to respect what had been written. And then, it struck. A hollow leaf vanguard. Armor reinforced, chakra bolstered. Jerked as the arrow bypassed everything. The plating. The seal barriers. Even the jutsu he hadn't finished casting. The silver light didn't explode. It passed through, carving a tunnel of erased logic behind it. The man fell. Sasuke exhaled. One eye bled. To his left, Hinata stepped forward, her feet kissing the earth with reverence. Chakra spiraled around her, not in force, but in rhythm. The first breath awakened. Her veins pulsed with golden light. The grass beneath her feet sprouted again, confused by the sudden kindness. Stay close to me, she whispered, just for this moment. A hollow leaf kunoichi charged with a sealing blade. Aimed for Tintin's neck. Hinata moved. She didn't dodge. She interrupted the flow of time with a step so calm it startled even the system. Her palm struck with no malice, only clarity. The kunoichi collapsed. Not broken, not dead. Stilled. Her chakra forcibly quieted. Tintin moved like a tide in reverse. Fluid, inevitable. 2 scrolls unfurled mid-spin, but they were only the prelude. The first released not a simple kunai barrage, but a storm of armaments. Ancient weapons sealed across lifetimes, each one catalogued, named, and honored. Spears from the Second Shinobi War. Swords from forgotten clans. A fan once wielded by a woman who'd claimed to summon hurricanes. The second scroll was stitched with tags glowing faint gold. Disruption seals layered like scripture. She hurled it high, and it snapped open midair, scattering seals across the hollow leaf perimeter. The barrier reacted too late. Each tag struck like a syllable of rewritten law, and the protective dome around the enemy lines flickered. Cracking along chakra seems as if the scenario itself was deciding it no longer recognized their authority. The ground shimmered with the light of recalled relics. A broadsword that could break ceiling chains. A chain sickle humming with wind-aligned edgework. A quiver of arrows with tags signed by old Hugo Wardens. Tintin's armory. Her library of battle. I'm not backup, she said, raising a third scroll that didn't open. It bloomed. I'm a one-woman war archive. She let it fall, and the weapons followed. Niji blinked into position next to Lee, his Byakugan burning in full. They're targeting the gaps, trying to separate us. Then they'll have to survive me first. Lee took a breath, then another, and then. First gate open. His skin reddened, chakra bursting through his tenketsu like a war drum. Second gate open. He vanished, reappearing midair over a cluster of hollow leaf enforcers. Third gate. Fourth. Fifth. The fifth gate turned him into motion itself. He dropped, and the sector buckled. Cracks spiderwebbed through the street. Two hollow leaf fighters flew back into a wall and did not rise. The rest hesitated. They'd trained with him once. Now they were prey. Lee, Niji shouted. Left flank. Lee twisted in air, spinning into a leaf cyclone that was no longer a technique, but a declaration. The ground lifted beneath him, caught in the orbit of his motion. Naruto hadn't moved yet. He stood still in the center of it all, watching, reading, not the people, not their chakra, their paths. He could see it now. How the fight would play out. Where someone would die, where someone would betray. The fracture line of this scenario's heartbeat. And he hated it. He stepped forward, not to end it, but to tip it just enough. More hollow leaf troops surged from the perimeter walls. Chunin formations, barrier specialists, jutsu archers. These weren't bandits. They were reformers, survivors, disciples of a crumbling order who'd mistaken structure for salvation. Their seals glowed in unison. Their jutsu stacked like bricks in a wall. And in the far distance, beneath a jagged skyline and a bleeding moon, the Uchiha sector's silver effigy pulsed. Claimed, but not yet defended. A voice crackled through the sector's command sigils. Come, male, precise. Someone with rank. Do not fall back. They are a destabilizing force. They will undo the world we've rebuilt. The hollow leaf moved like a single beast. Coordinated, lawbound, terrified of regression. And still, Naruto walked forward. The wind shifted around him. Not a storm. Not yet. But the memory of one. Sasuke raised the storm bow again. Hinata drew her second breath, and the light beneath her skin deepened like the soil before bloom. And Rock Lee, eyes burning emerald, body lit from within, stacked the first limit break atop 5 gates. Divine limit break. The bell of relentless motion activated. Gate 5, gate of limit open. He disappeared. Not blurred, not sped. He simply stopped existing where he was and reappeared where he needed to be. Mid-air above a hollow leaf formation, 1 foot cocked back. He dropped like gravity had lost its patience. The first impact crumpled 3 enforcers instantly, their seals scrambling mid-channel. The shockwave knocked back 5 more. One vomiting blood before he hit the wall. Lee landed in a skidding crouch, then stood with unnatural calm. His skin steamed. This is not rebellion, he said, cracking his neck. This is restraint. Another squad charged. He moved again. Second limit break unlocked. Divine bell echoing over the mountain's heart. His limbs became afterimages. Each strike loaded with divine pressure, the kind that weighed memory. A punch to the gut felt like being hit with a childhood mistake. A kick to the jaw like waking from a dream you weren't meant to forget. He wasn't just faster. He was inevitable. Tintin didn't call her next volley down like a shinobi. She summoned it like a historian. Her third scroll unfurled in the sky. And the scenario twitched. Warning: unauthorized relics detected. Historical integrity fracturing. Divine registry pinged. Investigating. But it was too late. From that scroll she pulled a name. Aim no Habakiri. The storm-slaying blade. The sword that once tore through Yamada no Orochi. The weapon did not fall. It descended, like judgment finally catching up with a lie. The battlefield went quiet. Even Lee paused. Tintin caught the blade mid-spin. It shimmered with pale silver flame, the edge impossibly clean. As if it had never touched anything mortal before this moment. Ahead of her, a hollow leaf anchor team stood in front of a seal array bolstered by divine amplification scrolls. Meant to block god signatures and cancel relic class armaments. You call this your order? She said softly. Let me show you its ending. She swung once. The seal barrier didn't shatter. It evaporated. The air behind it twisted, and the chakra inscriptions burned away like shame under scrutiny. The soldiers dropped their weapons. Not from fear, but from understanding. I'm not a scavenger, she said. I'm oblivion. Hinata, now radiant in the second breath, pivoted just behind Lee. Her steps light, her stance open. Every movement extended protection around her teammates, her chakra creating soft pulses of stabilization. Her sage chakra pouring off her shining like moons. A hollow leaf jounin locked onto her with a piercing seal blade, diving through the chaos. She waited, and when he entered her zone, she turned. Not with hate, not even anger. She struck once. The blade vanished mid-swing. The Jounin collapsed mid-stride, his chakra disrupted, his memories shivering out of sync. You don't know what you're protecting anymore, she said. Tintin flicked her scroll closed. Lee braced. Hinata exhaled. And across the square, the hollow leaf soldiers did something unexpected. They held. They weren't broken. They adapted. More formations locked into place. New enforcers emerged from underground bunkers. Hidden trap seals flared. Reinforcements had arrived. The voice returned. Cold, composed. Bring them down. Prioritize the bow bearer and the relic user. If necessary, purge the entire district. Chakra signatures surged. More battle lines were formed. The sector itself shifted, as if recognizing the stakes had changed. And still, Naruto hadn't moved. Not yet, but his shadow was starting to bend the light. The battlefield stilled. A hum rose beneath the blood-soaked earth. Low, ancient, certain, the kind of sound that wasn't heard, but remembered. It trembled through the souls of every shinobi on the field, from the lowest Genin survivor to Rock, Lee still vibrating with limit break energy. Then the roots came, not from a jutsu cast, but from the scenario itself. The ground ruptured as coils of living wood surged upward, tearing through stone and chakra barriers like paper. Entire buildings tilted. Streetlights bent into crowns of ivy. The architecture of Sector 14 bent under the weight of a single command grow. In the center of it all, a tree emerged. Not a tree from any forest. It spiraled upward in prayer-like formation, leaves shaped like seal tags, bark engraved with clan markings and doctrine lines. From its base, a figure stepped forward. Steady, wordless, marked only by silence. Yamato, clad in umbu black, his mask absent, his flak jacket stained with survival. He didn't radiate killing intent. He radiated intention. A pressure like soil pressed down too long, too hard. Fable tier entity detected. New challenger Yamato, the quiet branch. Sponsor Hashirama Senju, the will of fire. Aspect the root that would not rot. He looked across the field with calm detachment. And Naruto stepped forward. At last, they locked eyes for the first time. No recognition. No grudge. Just silence. Yamato broke it. Leave. His voice was soft. Even kind. This land is under preservation. It doesn't need your chaos. Naruto stared through him. Then said, maybe I'm not here to burn it. He took another step forward. Maybe I'm what it was before it burned. The tree behind Yamato pulsed once. And from its base, a weapon formed. A twisting stave of bark and steel, wrapped in hand seal etchings, and tipped with a kunai blade head shaped like a blooming flower. He caught it mid-formation. The scenario reacted instantly. Artifact manifested root of conviction. Territory designation shifted. Sector 14 now under sanctuary protocol. The battlefield obeyed. Vines burst from sewer drains. Walls reknit into latticeworks of moss-covered wood. Roads softened into woven forest paths. The scenario folded around Yamato like a prayer clasping its hands. Naruto stepped forward, passing through the first line of creeping roots. They tried to bind his feet. They failed. His presence burned through them. Not with fire, but with contradiction. The scenario flickered where he walked. Yamato struck first. The staff extended mid-lunge, twisting like it had its own will. Vines surged behind it. Not supporting the strike, but enforcing it. Naruto shifted. No teleport. No flare. He just moved. The spearhead grazed his cheek. Drawing blood, not hesitation. He looked Yamato in the eye and whispered, "You're not even angry." Yamato replied, "Anger is for those without purpose." The second strike came faster. The stave split midair, turning into two lengths, each forming hand signs as they moved. Wood-style clone strikes. One high, one low. Chakra behind both like coiled willpower. Naruto caught one arm with his forearm, slid under the other, and delivered a short elbow strike to Yamato's ribs. It landed. Yamato barely budged. He twisted with the momentum, planted a root beneath Naruto's heel, and detonated it upward like a spiked trap. Naruto backflipped off it. Grinning now, but not amused. Intrigued. Yamato's roots exploded from the trees around them, forming a massive dome that enclosed the two in woodwork shaped like overlapping hands. Unique field skill, memory grove activated. All foreign chakra suppressed by 12%. Divine proximity enforced. Inside, the trees began to whisper. On their bark faces. Konoha Shinobi. Civilians. Children. Each one a sacrifice. Each one watched. Yamato's voice carried like scripture. This is the will of fire. Built on sacrifice. Grown by legacy. Protected by roots. Naruto tilted his head. No, he stepped deeper into the grove. This is a forest of ghosts. And ghosts don't get to write laws. Yamato surged forward again. This time, the stave broke apart mid-strike, forming three spiraling chakra vines armed with wooden blades. They came in from all angles. Tracking blood pressure, intent, and movement prediction. Naruto dodged two. The third wrapped his arm. It dug into his skin, trying to root into his tenketsu. Hashirama's blessing binding root of lineage. Engaged. But something wrong pulsed from Naruto's blood. A rejection. A burning. The root blackened. Naruto smiled with his eyes half-lidded. Your sponsor chose wrong. The dome shook. Trees screamed. Yamato's weapon recoiled in his hands. Naruto raised his hand. Not to summon jutsu, but to declare presence. Passive trait detected foxtail, immune to binding systems. Divine marker not recognized. He stepped through a flurry of twisting wood. Unbothered. Outside the dome, Lee turned. Should we help? Hinata placed a hand on his arm. Gentle. Certain. He's not fighting for territory. He's fighting for definition. And inside, the will of fire and the world's rejection of it collided. Not through fire, but through undeniable presence. Yamato moved like a shifting boundary. Every motion followed by roots, by trees that birthed themselves mid-swing, by chakra that didn't explode, but colonized. Naruto ducked, spun, and slipped between two vine blades. But Yamato was already there, the stave reforming into a massive arc of wood, its seals glowing now with red-green flame. He brought it down. Naruto raised one arm to catch. And the earth broke beneath him. Yamato didn't waste a moment. He stepped forward and struck again. This time with the staff split into a twin helix of rotating wood blades, each edge carved with a doctrine of Konoha, burning with chakra unity. Sacrifice, strength, order. They weren't weapons. They were ideals. And Naruto had no defense left to meet them, until he vanished. Not in flash, not in speed, but in wind. It was like the world forgot he had a body. Yamato's blade passed through him. And only the tree behind Naruto suffered, sliced into air ribbons by pressure so thin it might have been space itself being cut. The grove went silent. Yamato blinked, looked up, leaves scattered, and there was nothing. No chakra, no blood, just pressure. Wind form, active. Fujin's signature detected. Classification, non-taxonomical entity. Wind that refuses shape. The roots around Yamato shivered. He inhaled, and the air didn't come. His breath caught. Chakra fled his lungs. The oxygen itself had been edited. He moved instantly, slamming his stave into the ground. A wave of bark erupted upward, forming a seal circle that exploded with purifying chakra. Hashirama's blessing, breath of the living forest. Chakra zone reset. Hostile pressure neutralized. Naruto reformed 10 meters away. Body flickering together like strands of hair in a storm. His eyes half-lidded, his chest steady. Not wind anymore, but not human in the way Yamato understood. Yamato straightened. Still calm, but slower now. The stave trembled once in his hands, then settled. You can dissolve, he said, but you can't grow. And nothing that can't grow can protect this world. Naruto didn't blink. I'm not here to grow. He stepped forward. The wind whispered through his limbs again, but didn't take him this time. I'm here to make sure the wrong things die. The tree screamed, because the scenario recognized something it could not categorize. Yamato gritted his teeth, clapped his hands. The stave cracked in half, and grew arms. Two humanoid wooden guardians emerged, formed from Hashirama's memory, wrapped in divine flame that didn't burn. It cleansed. They moved together, charging Naruto from both sides, flanking with precision only divine doctrine could teach. Naruto didn't move to fight. He whispered, and the wind exploded inward. The wooden guardian on the left fractured in midair, not shattered, peeled apart, like its structure had been erased on a molecular whim. The second reached Naruto, only to find he'd already separated into 1,000 motes of air, reforming behind Yamato. This time, Naruto didn't attack. He stood behind his enemy and breathed. Wind curled from his body. Soft, deliberate. Yamato turned slowly, sweated his temple. I see. You're not a storm. You're the air of fire doesn't notice going out. Naruto tilted his head. And you? You're the reason it went out in the first place. The stave snapped back together in Yamato's hand. His arms shook, but not from fear, from weight. This wasn't a battle of power anymore. It was ideology made flesh. The wind that couldn't be rooted. Against the forest that refused to die. And neither of them had fallen yet. The wind hadn't broken Yamato. It had tested him, and found him still standing, breathing heavy, roots spiraling outward again, this time slow and wide, like a forest reclaiming the edges of a ruin. But his hands never shook, and then he placed them together. No words, only intent. The ground knelt. Divine technique manifestation of the 1,000-armed sentinel. Hashirama's memory engaged, fable class projection permitted. As many hands as it takes. Active, the sky folded inward as if dragged by gravity made of prayer. And from the center of the wood-formed battlefield, a colossal figure emerged. The air grew still. Not from fear, but from reverence. Not just from chakra, but from weight of purpose. 1,000-armed wooden Buddha rose into the heavens, arms layered like halos, each hand an offering and a weapon. Its chest bore the will of fire as a burning crest. Its face calm, unreadable, inevitable. Tenten gasped. He can summon that. Sasuke's grip tightened on his bow. That's not a summon. Hinata whispered. It's a memory made real. Naruto stood beneath it, looking up, silent. Wind curled around his feet. Hesitant, because even the air was unsure. The sentinel leaned forward, and all its hands began to move. Faster than human sight, forming 1,000 seals at once. each motion rewritten from ancient shinobi scripts, each finger an invocation of something sacred. Yamato's voice didn't rise. I don't need to defeat you. I only need to hold you here until my will outlasts yours. The 1,000 hands moved. A volley of chakra-laced strikes, each one descending like a hammer carved from law. Naruto vanished into wind form. Wind form, active. Fujin's signature detected. Classification, non-taxonomical entity. Wind that refuses shape. Just in time to avoid absolute erasure. But it wasn't enough. Because the sentinel struck the air itself. And even the wind could bleed. Naruto reformed a dozen meters away. Shoulder torn, ribs compressing wrong. He spat wind instead of blood. Then laughed. Softly. Bitterly. I can't beat that. Not directly. He raised his hand. And the wind responded. But not like before. Not to become. To surround. The scenario twisted. The trees swayed violently. The memory grove groaned. And then, everything inside Sector 14 stilled. Yamato blinked. The 1,000-armed sentinel halted mid-strike. Because it could no longer feel the wind. Not outside itself. But inside. The system screamed. Warning, environmental integrity collapsing. Atmospheric pressure unstable. Critical range. Scenario field hijacked. New field Fujin's cage. Pressure dome established. Zone radius full sector coverage. Status hostile takeover. Roots stopped growing. Leaves stopped rustling. Even the 1,000-armed Buddha hesitated. Its divine seals warping mid-sigil, like they could no longer finish their prayers. Naruto was gone again. No, everywhere. He was the air, and the air was leaving. Outside the dome, Hinata clutched her chest. Tintin stumbled. Lee dropped to one knee. He didn't just change the battlefield. He rewrote breath. Inside the dome, Yamato dropped to one knee, not out of weakness, but because he understood what was happening. His soldiers, dozens of hollow leaf reinforcers still scattered through the district, began gasping, clawing at their throats, backing against walls. Their chakra flickered, unable to ignite. Yamato gritted his teeth. Naruto's voice came from all directions. A whisper. You brought your entire forest to capture me. So I became the wind that turns forests into silence. All across the sector, pressure increased. Not just in the lungs, but in the soul. Chakra flow scrambled. Nerves misfired. The weight of atmosphere bore down like punishment passed without trial. The sentinel tried to move again. Its arms shifted. 3 more fists raised. And then froze. The pressure shattered their formation like glass. Naruto's form slowly appeared again. No longer wind, but not quite solid. A silhouette cut from mist and defiance. He didn't look at Yamato. He looked at the air around him. At the sky they were both still standing under. Then serve under me. Give me your effigy core. Or die. All of you. It wasn't a threat. It was a structure. A law being placed over the battlefield. No one responded. Because nothing could. The pressure dome sealed every breath. Every sound. Every thought trying to rise against him. Even the 1,000-armed sentinel stopped its unfinished prayer. The system finally caught up. Sovereign takeover registered. Provisional. Sector hostility index critical. Field integrity 18% and dropping. Warning, entity Uzumaki Naruto has not selected a divine patron. New fable unlocked. The Wind Waker. Description: the one who spoke in stillness and bent the sky to kneel. Yamato remained standing. Silent. Behind him, the effigy core pulsed red beneath its housing. A heartbeat suspended inside a prayer circle. The ceiling roots around it quivered in the wind, unsure whether to hold or release. Yamato looked at it, then at his subordinates. Some of them on their knees, faces blue, chakra flickering like dying torches. Others unconscious, still breathing only because Naruto allowed it. The wind hadn't killed them yet, but it had stopped asking permission to exist. Yamato let out a slow breath. Not surrender, not defiance. Assessment. He said nothing at all, because the trees around him were dying, because the will he served had gone quiet, because this was the kind of moment where legacy chose not to interfere. He walked to the core, each step a negotiation with pressure, not one the dome allowed him to win, but one it allowed him to finish. He reached into the seal array and pulled free a fragment of the core, wreathed in fading root tethers, still humming with resistance. He held it out. Naruto approached, air folding around him like cloth, his shape less human than a declaration. No words exchanged, only the transfer of weight. Effigy core acquired. Hollow leaf sector. Current progress stage 4-6. Effigy upgrade path silver platinum. Control level provisional sovereignty. Hollow leaf sector. Domain status stabilized under hostile ownership. New fable recorded. The Wind Waker. And when they no longer listened, he silenced the world instead. The pressure collapsed. Air came rushing back like a beast uncaged. Tintin dropped to one knee, coughing. Hinata leaned against the nearest structure, the last of her second breath flickering out. Lee's body hissed as his chakra paths forcibly sealed themselves shut, his final limit break retreating like a closing wound. And Sasuke just watched, eyes burning, bow lowered, expression unreadable. Naruto stood motionless. The dome dissolved behind him. The roots beneath his feet had crumbled to mulch, and the 1,000-armed sentinel had fallen. quietly, like a structure ashamed of how it had been used. Yamato didn't look back. No farewell. No challenge. He simply turned and disappeared into the fading memory of the forest he had built, dissolving into a silence that asked no questions and left no guidance behind. Naruto turned to the others. The wind still curled at his ankles, but it didn't whisper this time, because it didn't need to. Hours later, Uchiha Sector. Original campgrounds. They arrived without a word. Naruto didn't announce their return. Sasuke didn't raise his head. Hinata walked in slow steps. Lee limped with pride. Tintin still held the scroll she hadn't resealed. The sky above the Uchiha Sector had cleared. Flickering starlight peered through the system-layered dome of the broken Konoha sky, casting their return not in glory, but in stillness. And standing at the edge of their encampment was Might Guy. He didn't run, didn't shout, didn't leap with joy. He just opened his arms. Arms like gates never sealed. And said, "Welcome home." No one spoke. For a second, no one even moved. Then Lee collapsed into him. Guy caught him before he could fall entirely and laughed. Not loudly, but like someone remembering that joy was still allowed. Tintin walked past and slapped Guy on the shoulder. Her version of a hug. Hinata bowed. Sasuke nodded. Naruto lingered, then followed. That night, the wind didn't speak. For once, the air wasn't bleeding. They sat together beneath a sky scraped by invisible system lines and pale stars too far away to help. They made no fire, just light seals hovering midair. Soft and yellow, like the kind that used to buzz in school corridors. It was warm enough, quiet enough, enough. They had returned to their original camp, to the now platinum effigy guarded by walls of Uchiha ruin, where Guy had been waiting with arms folded, eyes open. And now they Saturday, no combat formations, no defensive posture, just tired silence in a circle. Guy looked around the fireless glow, then grinned in that way only Might Guy could. "I think it's time." Tintin groaned. "If you say you've training, I swear to." Team introductions. That caught them. Even Naruto tilted his head. Guy sat forward, cross-legged, proud. Every great team starts with knowing who you are. In the old Leaf, it was tradition. Name, likes, dislikes, dream for the future. It might seem silly with gods watching, but it's never silly to be known. "I'll go first." He clapped a fist over his chest. "Might Guy, I love passion, effort, and the unstoppable force that is youth. I dislike shortcuts, and my dream is to raise students who burn so brightly they set the world on fire. With hope." He winked. Metaphorically, of course. Lee's smile could have powered the sector. "Rock Lee, I love Guy-sensei, hard work, taijutsu, and giving 120% no matter what the odds. I dislike laziness, and people who give up before they begin." He raised one bandaged fist. "My dream is to prove that even without genius, I can become strong. Stronger than anyone." Guy gave him a thumbs up that could have deflected a missile. "That's my boy." Tintin sighed, half smile sneaking in. "Tintin. Just Tintin. I like named weapons, history, and knowing how to end a fight. I dislike waste, especially wasted potential. My dream is to build an armory the gods themselves would fear." Hinata spoke softly, folding her hands in her lap. "Hinata Senju. I like growth, and water, and the quiet moment when someone realizes they're no longer who they used to be. I dislike systems that cage people." She glanced at Niji. "My dream is to survive long enough to plant something that outlives me." Niji took a breath like he was bracing to say something heavy, and did. "Niji Hyuga. I like clarity, and silence that isn't empty. I dislike the idea that I was born to be anything but free." He looked at his hands, then passed them. "My dream is to destroy the shape fate try to make me fit." No one said anything. They didn't need to. Sasuke's voice came last. Cold, sharp, clear. "Sasuke Uchiha. I like lightning, and rain, and silence. I dislike weakness, especially mine." He looked at the fireless glow, unflinching. "I don't have a dream. I have an ambition. To avenge my clan, and kill my brother, the Kinslayer, Itachi Uchiha." The silence after that wasn't awkward. It was respectful. Every name had weight. Every answer had cost. Finally, all eyes turned to Naruto. He stared into the dark, then spoke, like he wasn't sure it would matter. "Naruto Uzumaki. I like the sky before sunrise, the wind when it's quiet, and being seen, even if only for a moment. I dislike not knowing if I was ever supposed to be here." He paused, and didn't apologize for it. "I don't have a dream either, but I think I'm becoming something, even if I don't know what yet." Guy stood, fist raised to the heavens. "Then let this be our formation. One team, 7 paths, and a fire that no god can smother." Lee clapped. Tintin rolled her eyes, but smiled. Niji nodded once. Hinata whispered something no one heard. "And Sasuke?" Sasuke said nothing, but he didn't leave. They sat like that until the seals dimmed. No gods watching, no system whispering, just breath, and heartbeat, and presence. For the first time in a long time. They were just shinobi, trying to be more. The next morning, Uchiha Sector, platinum effigy compound. The sun never rose. Not in the way it used to, but a pale glow breached the broken sky lattice, casting a dull radiance across the platinum effigy shrine. It shimmered softly, like something proud of surviving long enough to see another day. The others stood in a half-circle around it, quiet. Naruto faced it directly. The wind pressed against his coat like an unspoken reminder. They were 4 cores in, 2 steps from diamond, 1 step from war. Guy approached them slowly, arms crossed behind his back. His face was unreadable, but his posture remained solid. Unyielding as the walls he'd promised to defend. I'll hold the line here. He didn't need to say more. They all nodded. Lee looked like he wanted to argue, but didn't. Instead, he walked up to his teacher and held out a fist. Guy met it. No words, only understanding. As they left, the wind rustled the Uchiha walls like a whisper of history still listening. And the sector watched them go. Sector 14, the Nara compound alias the Labyrinth of Thought, effigy status silver, controlled by Yoshino Nara. Matron of calculation, defense type, adaptive formation, grid shadow, neurocircuitry. The path into the compound wasn't guarded. It was arranged. Paved stones curved into spirals that didn't match the terrain. Buildings shifted positions with the light. Towers seemed taller the more one looked at them, as if the compound were testing how many conclusions it could trick you into drawing. The gates opened on their own, not as welcome, as evaluation. Niji's voice came first. Sharp, focused. It's calculating us already. His eyes twitched with strain. Not our chakra, our decisions. Tintin raised an eyebrow. A compound that thinks. Sasuke was already tracing the rooftop angles. No, a compound that strategizes. They entered. The first corridor closed behind them like the last line of a riddle. The walls were shaped to mirror line of sight, creating dead zones, false clearance, and echo pockets that made every footstep feel like it came from somewhere else. The team stayed tight. Chakra signatures flickered along the floor, pulling into branching hallways like a current rerouting based on threat projection. Lee muttered, "Is this a battlefield or a maze?" Hinata's voice was low. Same thing here. At the compound's heart lay a wide garden. Its design was minimalist: stepping stones over still water, a wooden platform surrounded by calligraphy-lined walls, and a single red leaf tree whose branches formed a shadow web that spread over every corner. Beneath it stood a woman in black. She didn't look like a warrior. She didn't try to. She stood with her back turned, reading from a paper fan. Surrounding her were half a dozen Nara strategists. All of them young. All of them seated like pieces on a shogi board mid-match. The woman looked up only when the group fully entered the light. No flinch. No fear. Only adjustment. "You're not from here," she said simply. "But you've already claimed something." She gestured toward Naruto. "That one in front. What's your name?" Naruto didn't answer. The system did it for him. Uzumaki Naruto, current effigy, status platinum. Candidate for final sovereignty confirmed. A ripple passed through the Nara strategists. The woman gave no visible reaction. "I see. You're Yoshino Nara," Naruto said flatly. She nodded once. "That's correct." Naruto stepped forward. "We've come for your core. Give it up, or we take it." Yoshino studied him now. Her gaze wasn't cold. It was dissecting, watching the others too. "We have no quarrel, and this isn't the war phase. But I suppose reason doesn't matter anymore. We don't negotiate with ascending candidates. And we certainly don't hand our effigy to strangers." Her fingers snapped once. The garden shifted. Not visually, logically. A grid of invisible formations locked into place. Chakra threads igniting beneath the stones, reflections folding into decoys, and silent clones activating from stored memories of prior invaders. Neural grid activated. Shikaku formation level 4. Defensive rating 87% against direct pressure. Shadow sector field adaptive prediction layer online. Sasuke's hand twitched toward the bow. Niji shifted into stance. Lee lowered, breath steady. Tintin unrolled her scroll. Naruto didn't move. He just looked past the formation. "Right at Yoshino. You're defending ghosts." She smiled slightly. "We all are. Shikamaru. Ino. Choji." The smile faded. Naruto's voice didn't rise. "I killed them." Shikamaru was first. He died like a fool in scenario 2. Ino followed his voice to her demise. Choji struck out at the world in anger only to fall the hardest. He took one step forward. "I killed them." Yoshino's composure didn't shatter. It fractured. Hairline cracks. A tremor at the corner of her lip. Her shadow surged to protect her. Too late. Because she blinked. Because she couldn't unhear it. And that was the moment. Naruto raised his hand. The wind answered. Not loud. Not violent. But perfect. A dome of compressed air enveloped Yoshino's head like a shroud. She reached for breath. And found nothing. Her chakra pulsed in panic. But it had nowhere to go. Soundless. Bloodless. Absolute. Naruto stood still as the matron of calculation died, gasping for an answer. Her body slumped. The shadows around her curled like threads cut loose from a marionette. No one moved. Because logic had failed. Naruto stepped over the body, reached the effigy housing beneath the garden, tore the core loose from its frame like it had never been meant to stay there. Effigy core acquired. Nara compound. Core status silver. Current progress stage 6-6. Uchiha sector upgraded. Effigy rank diamond. New scenario triggered. Convergence phase pending. Candidate status confirmed. 1 of 3. All other sectors notified. The core shimmered in his palm. Like it had waited for this. He turned to the remaining Nara tacticians. Run. None of them disobeyed. Uchiha Sector, Diamond Effigy Compound. Day after the Nara conquest, the air was still, not silent. Listening. The diamond effigy at the heart of the compound pulsed low and steady, like a throne still deciding whether it had earned its king. Mike Guy stood at the edge of the field, arms crossed, watching the main gate. He had not moved since dawn. The figure approaching wore gray, one eye visible, calm, walk measured. Kakashi Hitaki didn't walk like someone coming to fight. He walked like someone who knew he didn't have to. They faced each other 10 paces apart. Guy smiled first. You're late. Kakashi gave a single, tired blink. Had to deal with a trap compound to the west. Scavengers. And I wanted to make sure I wasn't wrong about who was guarding this place. He stepped forward. Hello, my eternal rival. Guy's smile didn't fade. You didn't come for me. Kakashi's eye lowered. Not in shame, but in honesty. No, I came for the core. Minato-sama's territory is expanding. He'll need it before the convergence. Guy tilted his head. You came all this way to steal from my students? From the ones who bled for it? Kakashi's voice didn't change. I'm going to be blunt. Come under Minato-sama. Relinquish the effigy. Adjoin your compound to ours. You don't need to fight me. The wind shifted. The clouds above the Uchiha walls moved like they'd heard something dangerous. Guy exhaled through his nose. You always did like saving time. But I think you've forgotten what it cost to earn this sector. They survived gods. Tore themselves apart. Killed and got killed. Just to build this place out of nothing. He took one step forward. I won't abandon their story for a shortcut. Kakashi's fingers twitched once. But his face didn't move. Then I'll take it by force. Guy cracked his neck. Slowly, like pressure needed to be released. Then you'll try. Combat initiated. Challenge of Diamond Authority. Participants Kakashi Hitaki versus Might Guy. System alert: no observers registered. Conflict will proceed without divine witness. Kakashi moved first. A blur of motion, clean and economical. His hands surged with lightning chakra. A Raikiri, cast half-formed, used to test rather than kill. Guy met it. Not with a block. Not with a dodge. With a shoulder check so clean and brutal that Kakashi's entire arm snapped back at the elbow before it could discharge. Kakashi flipped mid-air, hand already forming a backup sign. But Guy was already above him. A twist. A heel drop. Not fast. Inevitable. Kakashi summoned an earth spike as cover. Guy broke it with his elbow before the dust hit the air. He didn't fight like a shinobi. He fought like reality had to adapt to him. The ground cracked wherever he landed. Not from chakra, but pressure. His limbs curved around Kakashi's guard like questions designed to break answers. Every punch read Kakashi's reaction before it happened. Every kick changed tempo mid-swing to punish anticipation. You're different, Kakashi muttered, flipping backwards to gain space. Guy walked forward slowly. You think I stopped growing because I stood still? Guy's fighting style, perfect instinct. Path of the Red Beast. He had no chakra surge. No divine glow. Only a body that had already lost everything else, and had nothing left but motion that couldn't lie. Kicks that deflected lightning. Strikes that turned Sharingan reads into contradictions. He wasn't muscle. He was refinement. Kakashi tried a clone. Guy swept the leg before it formed. Kakashi tried a trap tag hidden in a hand seal. Guy kicked his palm so hard the tag reversed polarity mid-jump. Kakashi's eye narrowed. I see. You're not stronger than me. You're just not letting the world get a turn. Guy stood still and smiled wider. Isn't that what power's for? And then Kakashi stopped moving. His head tilted, just slightly. His fingers flexed once. And the sky cracked. Then I'll stop asking questions. And I'll let him answer for me. Domain skill activated field of threads. Every motion returns to me. Kabiko's signature detected. Memory projection field engaged. Status combat domain locked. All movements will be remembered. The sky dimmed. The walls of the Uchiha sector blurred like ink soaking into damp cloth. And then, threads. Hundreds of faint, silken lines erupted from the earth. Not glowing. Not holy. Just present. Binding. Watching. Guy took one breath. The air tasted like memory. Kakashi stood at the center. His face unchanged. But his eye had shifted. No longer tracking Guy. Now watching everything else. This field remembers. Every move you make from now on belongs to me. Guy's smile didn't fade. He just took off his vest. Then I'll show you something worth remembering. The world was thread. Lines strung across the cracked plaza. Faint and silent. Like strings waiting for a forgotten instrument to play them. Every movement stirred them. Every blink. Every shift of weight. Every twitch of muscle was recorded. Kakashi stood at the center. Expression unreadable. The wind did not touch him. The light bent away from his silhouette. Every motion returns to me, he said quietly. You strike once. I strike back with all the times you already have. Mike Guy flexed his bare fingers. No crackle of chakra. No surge of divine pressure. Just breath. Then I'll strike like it was my last chance. And he moved. It was like watching a storm solve a puzzle. Guy didn't just punch. He bent through space, body slipping through gaps that hadn't yet existed. His footwork curved around prediction. His fists landed at impossible angles, breaking apart lines before they could learn his pattern. The threads twisted to intercept. One coiled around his knee, another locked to his shoulder. Kakashi read the opening, moved in, and Guy rotated through it. Shoulder dislocating to avoid the thread's full pull, foot planting with zero friction, redirecting his motion midair like a meteor deciding to skip Earth. He struck, palm first into Kakashi's ribs. A sound like a thunderclap torn in half. Kakashi went flying, but landed with a clone substitution, the real him dragging blood across the rooftop as he reset his stance. You're adapting, Kakashi muttered. That shouldn't be possible in here. Guy exhaled. My students taught me how. He lowered into stance. First gate. Open. A shift. Just a ripple. The lines bent. Second gate. Healing. Muscles tightened. The threads accelerated. Third gate. Life. Veins bulged. The ground cracked beneath his toes. Fourth gate. Pain. Blood leaked from his shoulders, steam rising like incense. Fifth gate. Limit. The domain stuttered. Several threads snapped before reconnecting. Sixth gate. View. And the world paused. Not because of the system. Not because of the gods. Because something in the air had changed. It wasn't just speed. It was scale. Guy's body pulsed once, and it was like the skin of the world couldn't decide what texture to give him. He glowed. Not with chakra, but with starlight. His muscles no longer rippled. They shimmered. He was no longer flesh. He was motion given color. The threads tried to pull him. They bent. They screamed. They refused. But Guy moved anyway. You said every movement returns to you. Then watch me move perpetually so it never comes back. And he vanished. The first strike shattered 7 rooftops. The second caved in half the wall behind Kakashi. The third never hit. Because Kakashi activated a subroutine of field of threads, catching Guy in a reversal vector and slamming him into the ground with a stitched redirect. But Guy laughed. Bleeding. Glowing. Burning like the corpse of a star. Kakashi stood panting, Sharingan blazing, left hand locked in a counter seal. This is a mistake, Guy. You could die here. Guy stood up. I'm always dying. But today, I'm making sure you remember me for it. He lowered back into stance, and the cosmos beneath his skin deepened. The 6th gate was open, and the fight was just beginning. Kakashi didn't respond with words. He shifted, and the threads answered. The world snapped tight. Not loud. Controlled. Dozens of prediction paths twisted, forming a dome of coiled motion anticipation around Guy. Every line he'd danced through before. Now sealed. You're fighting memory now, not me, Kakashi said. And then he moved. A surge of lightning cut horizontally across the battlefield. Raikiri fired like a slash through the world. But it wasn't one technique. It was 5. 5 simultaneous hand signs. 5 phantom jutsu sequences unfolding as remnants of Kakashi's past battles. Water bullet. Earth splitter. Flame fong. Lightning clone. Wind severance. He'd seen them all once. He rewrote them all now. Field of threads recorded the moment. Kakashi bent it forward, and Guy was caught mid-step. For a moment. Just one. Then his body recoiled backward in a spiral, twisting his ankle and shoulder opposite directions to redirect the momentum. The water missed. The lightning missed. The wind grazed his cheek. Guy growled, starlight pouring from his pores. You want to throw history at me? He vanished, and reappeared midair, directly above Kakashi. Then my flames of youth will burn down everything in your history. Evening Elephant. He didn't shout the name. He was the name. 5 strikes launched in succession. Fists like comets, pressure cavitation folding space around them. Kakashi activated a dimensional shift tag to dodge the third. The fourth caught him in the shoulder. Bone snapped. The fifth nearly ended it. But Kakashi flipped with one arm and cast a seal mid-spin. The threads absorbed the damage. Barely. He landed, blood pouring. You're not moving faster, Kakashi rasped. You're moving outside of my ability to calculate. Guy grinned. That's because I stopped moving like a man. I'm moving like power that forgot how to stop. Kakashi closed his eye. The world pulsed. A new set of threads emerged from his shadow. They weren't memory-based. They were possibility-based. Kabiko, Kakashi whispered. Grant me the echo of what I could have been. Fable triggered the man who stood where they fell. Status last line guardian condition met. A wave passed through the domain. And Kakashi split into 5 versions of himself. Each one with different wounds. Each one representing a timeline where he died to protect someone else. Guy didn't flinch. He exploded forward. Cosmic flow celestial grind the cosmos inside him flared. His foot shattered the plaza. He vanished forward. One Kakashi exploded into ink. A second blocked with a Raikiri, redirected by Guy's elbow. The third parried and fired a Jinjutsu pulse directly into Guy's optic nerve. For a moment, Guy saw nothing but Kakashi standing over Obito's grave. A mistake. Guy roared through it, his will cracking the illusion by sheer kinetic denial. You can't show me regret. I lived through it. He punched through the fourth clone and caught the real one. Their eyes met. Still want the effigy? Kakashi didn't answer, because his hand was already moving. Kamui activated, but Guy twisted with it. Like the stars had already planned this pirouette. He kicked the space around the Kamui spiral, redirecting it. The distortion warped away harmlessly. Nice try. They both stood still, bleeding, breathing. The domain shook, and the next gate waited. The domain pulsed. The 5 Kakashis froze mid-motion. Then, they converged. Threads snapped inward, reweaving memory. The fragments of sacrifice, illusion, duty, and death-bound resolve spun like a loom around one figure. Kakashi Hatake stood alone again, but taller now, heavier. His presence was no longer quiet. It was inevitable. Fable complete: the man who stood where they fell. Trait acquired: adaptation. Description: this entity may survive any technique once. Upon surviving, it will never fall to the same technique again. The field of threads realigned. Lines thickened, looped, formed spinal cords of possibility behind Kakashi's back like wings made from fate rewritten. His eye glowed. No longer just Sharingan. It was a mirror to every mistake he'd ever corrected. He spoke softly. You're not the only one who learned from loss, Guy. Guy's body trembled, but not from fear, from restraint. The air bent. His skin pulled apart at the seams. Not tearing, revealing. Stars. Swirling galaxies beneath his blood. Cosmic fluid in his veins. His hair lifted without wind. The sixth gate pulsed once more. And gave way. Seventh gate. Wonder. The world detonated. Not from sound, but from recognition. The gods watching turned their eyes. The system hesitated. Gate of wonder opened. Warning: users: mass no longer conforms to gravitational principles. Divine pressure beyond designated mortal threshold. Guy vanished. No flash. No blur. Just absence. He reappeared behind Kakashi with a fist shaped like a spiral arm of the Milky Way. Kakashi turned. Just in time. Adaptation triggered. His ribs didn't shatter this time. They folded. Redirected. Spun him sideways like a leaf through a hurricane. Kakashi landed. Bent, bleeding, but alive. First hit doesn't count, he muttered. Try again. Guy did. He came in with a roundhouse that bent the plaza. Kakashi ducked, thread paths preloaded. He countered with a wind blade. Guy caught it with his teeth and spat it back. Kakashi substituted. Guy didn't track. He knew. A knee struck Kakashi mid-flip. Kakashi slammed both palms into Guy's chest, unleashing Raiden's disruption arc. A forbidden jutsu from an Umbu archive. It worked. Once. Guy twisted out of it before it could reroute his nervous system a second time. He grinned, steam and starlight pouring from his body. Is this what you've been doing while the rest of us were bleeding in public? Perfecting how to survive instead of how to live? Kakashi launched a barrage of ink clones. They attacked from multiple angles. Some real, some false. Guy stepped between them. Literally. Like space gave him permission. You're not fighting me. You're fighting youth that never stopped burning. Cosmic flow spiral bloom barrage, every limb struck with momentum borrowed from celestial rotations. Fists moved in constellational rhythm. Kakashi blocked the first two, dodged the third, got clipped by the fourth, and the fifth hit before the fourth finished. Time bent. Threads frayed. Adaptation shift triggered. Kakashi's body lit with glyphs of memory. The field of threads now rewrote its own pattern before Guy struck. For a moment, he matched him. A shinobi versus a star. A ghost versus a comet. And both were still standing. Breathing. Bleeding. Watching. The ground couldn't hold them. The threads couldn't catch them. The air didn't move. It fractured. Chakra couldn't contain what they were anymore. The battlefield had stopped being a place. It was now a statement of force, a monument to evolution by pressure. Guy exhaled through cracked lips. His eyes, no longer white, shimmered with collapsing nebulae. Time skipped around him. Sound gave up. Kakashi stood tall, chest heaving. The field of threads had no more data to pull, no more memory to parse. Because what Guy was doing couldn't be remembered. It hadn't happened yet. You're changing, Kakashi said. You're becoming something even I can't read. Guy cracked his neck. That's the point. He stomped once. The ground splintered into hexagonal tiles of starlight and dust. Kakashi weaved signs. Dozens. An entire sequence of forbidden texts merged mid-cast. Adaptation loaded 8 variants. Custom technique assembled silent moon execution style. Final version. He pointed 2 fingers at Guy. A ring of compressed memory formed around them. Threads twisted inward, too complex to follow. A noose of history designed to loop time. Guy smiled. Let's see if memory survives impact. They vanished. To anyone watching. There was no clash. Just the echo of it. One pulse. Then another. Then a dozen. Each step Guy took folded the world beneath him. Kakashi met him with counters built from losses. He dodged the heel strike because Obito had once taken a hit like that. He blocked the spin kick because Guy had once used it to save Lee. He adapted to everything. But not forever. Guy's movement rewrote expectation. He struck with poses never documented. Kicks that bent like ink across water. Pressure waves with chakra that didn't belong to him. But obeyed him anyway. Kakashi opened another seal, heavenly, grave memorandum, drawing chakra from past selves to triple his processing. I see it now, Kakashi said between parries. You're not just fighting me. You're fighting every version of me that ever lived. Guy slid under a slash. Elbowed Kakashi in the ribs. Spoke low. Then I hope you told him to duck. Cosmic flow gravity spiral break. He drove his foot down. The world bent. The entire domain shifted in polarity, pulling Kakashi in mid-spin. Kakashi twisted. Adaptation flashed. He escaped with one arm mangled. And laughed. How are you still getting faster? Guy grinned. Because I haven't remembered how to stop. They clashed again. And again. Steel met flame. Logic met will. Memory met motion. They weren't fighting anymore. They were proving which mattered more, what you remember, or what you decide to become. The next strike would either reset everything, or end one of them for good. And neither looked like they were planning to lose. It ended not with a scream, but with breath. Kakashi's knees hit the ground first. His chakra burned out at the edges, like the end of a photograph left in the sun too long. The field of threads unraveled around him. Memory fraying into ash. Guy stood, shoulders heaving, skin still glowing faintly with the cosmos beneath. His fists were curled tight, but he didn't raise them again, because he didn't need to. Kakashi coughed once, laughed under his breath. You win. Guy didn't move, just watched his oldest friend kneel in the dust. You always were stronger. I studied thousands of fights, lived through hundreds, memorized every loss. Kakashi looked up. The Sharingan was dim. His other eye reflected starlight. But I could never adapt to you. Because you're not a strategy. You're not a style. You're not even a man when you fight like that. You're the will to keep going made real. Silence. The system buzzed. Field of threads disengaged. Adaptation trait receded. Combat status surrendered. New fable unlocked. The flame that outranned fate. Fable tier myth. Description for one who stood alone and burned brighter than memory, brighter than divinity, and was not extinguished. Guy didn't react to the message. He just stood there, his breathing finally slowing. Kakashi pushed himself to his feet, slowly. His arm hung uselessly. Blood matted his side. He didn't reach for a weapon. He didn't try again. I'm retreating. Minato-sama will need me elsewhere. He paused, then looked Guy in the eye. You think I'm strong? You think what you just survived means anything? His voice dropped, calm, hollow with awe. I've seen him. Not just as a Hokage. Not just as a legend. I've seen what Minato becomes when he stops holding back. He's not a man anymore. He's a vector. A golden solution to every problem the world throws. Fast enough to outrun time. Sharp enough to cut through divine constructs. When he moves, gods blink. I copied 1,000 jutsu. He only needed 3. Kakashi straightened, wobbling. Even if I gave everything, I couldn't hold a candle to him. He looked over his shoulder. I don't know what's coming next, but you'll need more than youth. He smiled beneath the mask. You'll need fire. Guy didn't smile back, but his eyes burned. Kakashi turned and left. The diamond effigy pulsed behind Guy. Still his. Still burning. The sky above them shifted. Somewhere in the distance, the system whispered a new phase into being. But for now, only one man stood, and the threads did not move. Transition, convergence phase initiation, 3 kings remain, 3 days passed. Not peace, not war, something between. The system grew quiet. The skies above the fractured leaf trembled with static clouds, holding back rain that never came. No new rules descended. No God-sent whispers. No monsters bled out of the cracks. It was the calm after cruelty. The moment between thunderclaps. In that silence, 3 sectors stood alone at the top. Diamond Effigy, Sector 1 Naruto's company leader Uzumaki Naruto domain status ruthless claimant, fable titles, the Wind Waker, the witness thief of the outer gods forbidden fruit mortal, who scammed Oblivion 1, who killed an outer god the one who laid grief to rest Diamond Effigy. Sector 2 the Sovereign's Path leader Minato Namikaze's domain status golden authority, fable titles redacted by system, divine sponsorship unreadable sponsorship. Redacted, observer note unknown movements. Arrival always preempts intention. Diamond Effigy, Sector 3 the Citadel of Embers leader Tsunade, Senju, domain status guardian doctrine fable titles, the one who bleeds in your place allied commanders Hiruzen Sarutobi Jiraiya, then came the system. It did not ring. It descended. Final phase, scenario the broken crown. Convergence conflict activated, participants 3. Diamond Effigy protocol lock-in confirmed. Sovereign selection process in progress. All non-diamond sectors will now collapse. Survivors must migrate. New objective establish absolute rule. 1 king shall remain. The sky cracked. Reality folded. Every player across the scenario map saw it. A crown, enormous and made of shifting stone and memory, emerged from the heavens above broken Konoha. It hovered like a threat the world was afraid to finish writing. Let the war for the throne begin. And somewhere, 3 leaders opened their eyes. One burned with wind and silence. One stood already at the destination. And one clenched her fists so her people wouldn't see them shake. The convergence had begun. The sky hadn't stopped flickering since the crown appeared. Naruto stood at the edge of the observation tower his team had converted into a lookout post. The newly stabilized diamond effigy pulsed behind him. Steady, claimed, and unyielding. The wind around him whispered. But not in voices. Not anymore. It whispered intent. Behind him, his team stirred. Hinata was crouched over a map, charting chakra barriers. Lee stood at the edge, arms crossed, radiating tension and youth in equal measure. Tintin sat near the effigy base, cross-legged, scribbling battle plans between unsealing scrolls. Niji meditated, silent, but listening. Then the system whispered again. Convergence, Hour 0. Diamond Effigy status active, Naruto's company. Warning divine observation elevated. 3 entities watching. Let the war for the throne begin. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the flickering crown above Konoha cast long shadows across broken rooftops. There are 2 others, he said. Who are we up against? Tintin looked up from her scroll, voice steady. One is led by Tsunade, the last surviving Sannin. Medical genius, direct descendant of the first Hokage. People used to call her the strongest kunoichi in the world. Naruto raised an eyebrow. She's real? I thought she was just some old war story. Tintin smirked a little. She's real. And she's everything they said and more. I used to idolize her before everything went to hell. Naruto nodded, then asked, and the other group? That was when his expression changed. Because Tintin didn't hesitate. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto went quiet. The wind curled around him. Familiar. Almost reverent. The yellow flash, he said under his breath. I used to dream of being like him. A beat passed. Lee and Niji exchanged glances, but said nothing. Naruto kept his eyes on the horizon. Alright, so we're not just fighting for survival anymore. We're fighting legends. He turned back to his team. Tsunade, Minato, one wants to heal the world. The other already rewrote it. Let's see if either of them are ready for us. No one spoke. They didn't need to. The wind stirred again, and Naruto's company began to move. Tsunade POV, the Citadel of Embers, Convergence Day 1. Tsunade stood at the edge of the compound's inner ward, blood still drying beneath her fingernails. The scent of scorched chakra and medicinal oils hung thick in the air. Permanent now, like war had rewritten the air itself. The outer walls of the Citadel of Embers stretched wide, not built for elegance, but endurance. Defensive arrays hummed quietly beneath the soil, fed by a vast network of seal script and sacrificial catalysts. Dozens of medicine flowed like a circulatory system around her. Treating, protecting, reinforcing. She felt every movement, because every one of them bled for her. And she bled for them. Divine Fable, the one who bleeds in your place. Chisuya's packed active pain redirection engaged. Current distributed harm index 13 units redirected. Each time someone in her territory suffered, she absorbed a portion of the pain. Her body was a fortress, and the cracks in it told the story of those still standing. She didn't wince. She breathed through it. She stayed upright. Status report, she said. A young girl. No older than 15, trembling but trained. Handed her a scroll. Her chakra flared too fast, too hot, a medic barely keeping herself stitched together. Tsunade placed a hand on her shoulder. Just once. The trembling stopped. She opened the scroll. Chakra flux stable. Divine pressure incoming. Estimated 2.4 days. Unregistered entity approaching northern vector, no clan, no signature, no lineage. Labeled the witness, her jaw tightened. So it's true. Still won't close? Jiraiya leaned against the central spire, watching her bind a wound across her side. It wept red against bandages already stained through. Chisuya doesn't want it to, she said simply. Jiraiya didn't joke. Not today. You sure about this? Leading a war with a god feeding on your nerves? Tsunade exhaled, folding the bandage with clinical precision. You ever see what happens when people expect healing and no one shows up? He looked away. He'd seen too many battlefield orphans. They believe in you, Tsunade. But that doesn't mean they want you to pay for them. She shook her head. That's what makes it worth it. Sarutobi arrived in silence. He didn't announce himself. He never had to. The former Hokage moved like he'd never stopped fighting. His robes were reinforced now, chakra-threaded, and his staff had aged into something more brutal. Ironwood bound with kanji that pulsed like a heartbeat. North walls reinforced. Chakra mines in place. Jiraiya's perimeter squads report irregular patterns. You know what that means. Tsunade nodded. The witness. Sarutobi's face twitched. No name. No background. No known clan. But survivors speak of a boy who walks through blood like it's memory. Who talks to the wind and makes it answer. Jiraiya added quietly, the prophecy's different now. They both turned. What? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya didn't blink. The one I thought I knew. The child of destiny. The savior. The storm. He tapped his scroll. All of it changed the moment he showed up. Like fate bent around him, but couldn't understand why. Tsunade processed that slowly. Then stood. So we don't just face war. We face a glitch in purpose. Sarutobi shook his head. No, not a glitch. A question fate couldn't answer. Outside, thunder rippled. Not from the sky, but from chakra pressure so thick it warred with gravity. A storm was walking toward them. Tsunade looked to her commanders. 3 days of peace are over. Ready the intercept squad. I want chakra suppressors active. Jiraiya, release the hounds. Sarutobi, light the third line. She stepped out into the open. The citadel's walls opened like a mouth waiting to speak. If the witness is coming here, she said, we'll remind him what happens when fire doesn't ask permission to burn. The courtyard shifted. Not in color. Not in shape. In weight. The chakra pressure had thickened. Not because an enemy had arrived, but because Tsunade had issued a command. The citadel responded like a living thing. Defense sigils rotating across reinforced plating, medical stabilization, wards locking into alignment. The soil beneath the stronghold hummed with embedded memory arrays, chakra traps bound to sacrifice. It was a fortress of wounded hope, and she was its pulse. "Get me Shizune," she said quietly. No shout, no urgency, just need. And before the sentence finished, "Already here, milady." Shizune emerged from the triage dome wearing reinforced gloves, her medic coat marked with the seal of Chisuya. There was sweat at her brow, but her chakra was composed, humming tightly around her limbs. She bowed once. "Sharp and efficient. The intermediate stations are stabilized. We've rerouted the pain loaders into your chakra circulator. You should be fine for the next 3 hours unless someone loses a limb." Tsunade rolled her neck. "What happens if more than one person does?" Shizune didn't hesitate. "Then I'll take the rest." A pause. Then Tsunade smiled. "Only for a second." "Good answer." A shadow crossed the courtyard. It wasn't dark. It was just heavy. Asuma Sarutobi walked into view, coat half open, twin chakra trench, knives humming with subtle wind nature disruption. He looked like a man who'd been fighting wars before people realized they were at war. He didn't salute, didn't bow. He just nodded to Hiruzen, then to Tsunade. "East gate's prepped. If they come from that side, they'll walk into the garden of smoke." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "You're using it this early?" Asuma lit a cigarette. "I'm not fighting a ghost with a wooden stick. And this witness sounds like the kind of problem that doesn't wait for introductions." Sarutobi grunted. "He's not a ghost. He's worse." The air shifted again. System flickers began to ping like unstable heartbeats. Unregistered signature approaching proximity range breached, sector, delta perimeter. Command nodes syncing autoroute protocols engaged. Warning divine interference level, increasing. Unknown fable detected. Unable to resolve name. Code title the witness. Impact imminent. Tsunade turned toward her command node. "Asuma, hold the left flank. You see him. You buy time. Shizune, get the dampeners online and sync them to my circulator. Jiraiya, I want you on the forward rampart. If he slips through Asuma's line." "He won't." Asuma cut in, exhaling a slow drag of smoke. "But if he does," Tsunade continued, "you slow him down. I don't care what it takes." Jiraiya cracked his neck. "Understood." She looked at all of them. Old comrades. Broken survivors. People still willing to try. This is our city. These are our dead. And whatever walks toward us now, it's not stronger than the reason we built this place in the first place. So if they want to take it, they better know how to bleed. The citadel sealed. Chakra towers flared to life. The walls glowed like a sun forged from pain. The witness was coming, and fire would be waiting. Naruto POV, Eastern approach, Sector Delta, the land beneath them wasn't dead. It was waiting. Soil baked into gray-cracked clay. Stones sharpened by chakra erosion. Roots coiled like muscle under the dirt. Ancient, like they remembered what it meant to be crushed under war. The citadel of embers loomed ahead. High walls of reinforced earth and glowing sigil circuits thrumming with controlled pain. It pulsed like a fortress keeping its heart inside. And still, Naruto didn't stop walking. Behind him, the company followed without hesitation. Lee adjusted the wraps around his forearms, breath slow, shoulders loose. Hinata was silent, her sage energy low and steady. Her aura thrumming with fertile resonance. Niji hadn't blinked in 20 seconds. His chakra flared with rhythm. Pulse matching the trap field they were entering. And Tintin was smiling. "We're inside the boundary zone," she said, voice light. "They're trying to funnel us into a narrow advance path. Barrier seals on both flanks." Niji confirmed. 27 chakra tripwires. 7 of them keyed to divine rejection fields. "We cross without permission. We lose our chakra, or our memories." Naruto didn't slow. "So we don't cross." He raised a hand. The wind responded before the system did. Command registered, wind form active. Fujin's signature detected. Classification non-taxonomical entity. Wind that refuses shape. Naruto stepped forward and vanished. He reappeared inside the first trap radius. Body dissolved into pressure and curvature. The wind moved without shape. It didn't slice. It rewrote air. Seals detached from the perimeter wall like guilt peeling off truth. The trap field flickered. Hinata blinked once, then moved. Her sage chakra coated the group like a second skin. Blossoms of invisible roots curved under their feet, stabilizing motion. The ground's reaction time dulled. Lee launched forward. Not recklessly, but like he knew the moment wouldn't come twice. "First formation active," Tintin said, scrolls in her hands, gloves stitched with God-inscribed threads. "We'll breach their line in under 2 minutes if Niji rotates the flow at exactly 60%. "Already did," Niji muttered. Naruto reformed in the clearing between 2 defense pillars. He looked up at the citadel. He didn't smile, didn't speak, but the air around him bent. Quietly, reverently. Observation spike detected. The one who bleeds in your place is aware of your approach. Divine reaction pending. Inside the citadel, chakra towers lit one by one. Barrier plates began rotating. Smoke ignited along the eastern flank. And the voice of Asuma Sarutobi echoed across the field, "Whoever you are, this is your one chance to turn back." No one responded. So Naruto stepped forward. "Tintin," he said calmly, "open the way." She unfurled a relic scroll written in blackened ink. the calligraphy almost vibrating off the page. Time to see if Tsunade-sama still remembers her legacy. The first volley fired. Barrier traps detonated. And Naruto's company moved forward into war. Smoke had weight. Smoke had memory. And it was choking the wind. Naruto skidded across the cracked soil, boots grinding against wet ash. His breath came harder now. Air laced with spiritual density, like he was inhaling prayers never meant to reach gods. Asuma pressed forward. He wasn't speaking anymore. He didn't need to. The smoke fought for him. It carved symbols midair, each plume burning with residual thought. Naruto's chakra wouldn't circulate. His wind form stuttered. Unstable, glitching, caught between defiance and collapse. Wind form, deteriorating 58% stability. Cognition sync faltering. Sponsorless authority unchained. Naruto dropped to one knee. Asuma's figure emerged fully now, smoke peeling back as he resolidified. He looked furious, but not righteous. Just sad. You don't even know how pathetic you are, do you? Naruto's hands trembled. The wind refused to listen. Then, a silence deeper than silence. The world held its breath. The battlefield dimmed. But not from smoke. From vacuum. The system hiccuped. Messages scrambled. Text folding in on itself. Symbols unreadable. Something old was watching. Then, unrecognized signature detected. Class unknown. Broadcast intercepted. Voice transmission incoming. Entity. Origin non-taxonomical nonlinear. Error. This wind has no name. A voice moved through Naruto's ears like movement without shape. Like air remembering how it used to be worshipped. Little thing. It didn't echo. It existed. You made me laugh. Naruto froze. His chakra responded not in panic, but in resonance. The last trick you used bent the scream of space. The dome, the pressure. Do you know what it means to tell a story with no edges? The wind around him pulsed. The battlefield reversed for just a moment. Asuma paused mid-approach, frozen in stuttered time. I am the formless wind. The exhale before creation. The silence before thunder. You made me watch. And so, I am entertained. Naruto gritted his teeth. What do you want? A chuckle. If air could laugh. That is not for now. But when I ask, you will pay. That is the rule of all contracts. I offer you two gifts. One to sever. One to unmake. They are called cleave. Dismantle. The system flared back online. Frantic, stuttering, unable to classify. Contract request. Domain the formless wind. Type undefined god outer manifestation of Fujin. Warning user is not fit for divine possession. Proceed at risk self. Accept. Naruto didn't hesitate. Yes. The sky split above the battlefield. Wind screamed. Not loud. Not violent. Real. It refused shape. Refused reason. A mark carved itself across Naruto's back. Visible only for a moment, like a ripple in skin that didn't belong to flesh. And when he opened his eyes, the smoke bent away from him. Fujin's blessing granted. Technique 1. Cleave a horizontal severance that passes through matter as if the world never defined its boundary. What is touched forgets it was whole. Technique 2. Dismantle a vertical division that splits objects and energies by their intrinsic structure. The system registers it as denial of cohesion. Asuma paused. For the first time, he looked unsure. Naruto rose. He didn't glow. He didn't burn. He simply stood. And in that stillness, wind knelt. The smoke didn't recede. It withdrew. Asuma's chakra flickered, knives gripped tighter. His body crouched into a stance trained through blood and rebellion. His expression was no longer pity. It was readiness. But even he didn't understand what had changed. Because Naruto wasn't moving faster. He wasn't glowing brighter. He just existed in a space that no longer obeyed. Naruto blinked. The wind blinked with him. Cleave, ready. Target structure, ambient chakra field. Line of contact, east-south perimeter, 48 spread, his fingers flexed. Not as a seal. As a gesture. A single line of air parted. Not violently. Not loudly. But completely. The smoke across a 20-meter radius sliced open like a curtain pulled from the world's eye. A horizontal scar peeled the fog apart, revealing the scorched terrain beneath. As if someone had edited the battlefield mid-sentence. Asuma snapped back. He spun, chakra surging, knives flaring with edge disruption seals. His hands wove a 3-sign chain, slamming both fists into the earth. Ash binding phantom coil array. Great tendrils of pressurized smoke shot up in a ring around Naruto's body, condensing into grasping limbs meant to paralyze anything with a heartbeat. Naruto didn't dodge. He raised a hand. Dismantle, ready. Structure technique, composite elemental field. Result component breakdown, smoke chakra null. He brought his hand down, and the coils fell apart. Not exploded, not dispersed, unwritten, like the idea of binding had been erased from the technique itself. Asuma stumbled back, coughing. You're not dispelling them. His breath hitched. He looked down. One of his trench knives was missing a corner. The smoke refused to form again. His chakra tags hissed. But nothing ignited. You're undoing them. Naruto said nothing. The wind curled around his legs like a living thing. The air shimmered behind his eyes. Fujin was not speaking now, because he didn't need to. Asuma surged forward. He had to close the gap, had to force proximity before that pressure reset him entirely. The garden of smoke collapsed inward, forming a pillar of spiraling fog that launched him like a cannon. He struck once, twice. Chakra blades aiming for Naruto's neck. Naruto leaned aside by millimeters, not dodging, letting the air around him tilt. Their fists collided once. The shockwave shattered the clay beneath them, but Naruto didn't fall back. He leaned closer, his hand pressed against Asuma's chest. Let me show you what I was given. He exhaled. Cleave, recast. Target smoke-enhanced circulator, internal pressure line. He didn't strike. He let the idea of connection collapse. Asuma's left side slipped out of sync for a moment. Like his organs forgot how to work together. He dropped to one knee, gasping. Lungs intact, but refusing rhythm. But Asuma didn't quit. He drove his knife upward, point first toward Naruto's jaw. Naruto raised 2 fingers, and with a whisper of pressure, dismantle. The knife broke into 4 spiraling fragments. Asuma's eyes widened. Not from fear, from respect. You weren't supposed to be this strong. Naruto looked down at him. Expression unreadable. The wind spun like a whispering blade behind him. Neither were you. Smoke trembled. The system struggled to classify the battlefield. And Asuma, breathing hard, stood back up. One more round, then, if this is how you fight. He grinned, blood on his teeth. I want to see what it takes to kill a storm. The wind stopped blowing. It began orbiting. A whisper spun around Naruto's feet, then rose. Curling like a serpent up his back, coiling in midair like a spine made from rotating air pressure. Asuma's chakra flared in warning, but the battlefield was already gone. There was no earth, no direction, only a single dome of pressure. A cathedral of wind, sealed from the inside. Technique expansion wind form. Pressure dome activated. User Uzumaki Naruto. Status domain exclusive environmental override. The smoke struggled. It twisted around Asuma's arms, his legs, his spine, trying to pull him backward, away from the eye of the storm. But it couldn't escape, because now, the wind wasn't moving through the air. It was moving through form. Naruto raised a hand, and the sky peeled open. Not visibly, not with light, but with intent so sharp the world began to divide by instinct alone. Dismantle, fully realized form engaged. Target structural composition, material spiritual, elemental integrity. Global range limited to sealed dome radius. Executing severance on all connected particles, Asuma moved to counter. He exhaled a cloud of chakra-dense smoke. But it froze midair. The smoke hovered, and then it split, like the memory of a breath being sliced from a sentence. The smoke divided into ribbons. Long, twisting strands of ashen fabric, curling apart like pages being ripped from a holy text. Then the ribbons split again, and again, until each fiber of smoke had been cleaved into fractal pieces of pressure memory. Small enough to forget what they were. Asuma grunted, hand to his chest. His flesh rippled. No wound, no blood, just motion. His skin peeled. Cleanly, without resistance. Into translucent layers. One leg separated at the knee, not by force, but by suggestion. His arm bisected diagonally, then again horizontally. His face folded in on itself, each eyelid opening to another layer of form, until the very concept of eye began to distort into a fogged window with no glass. He tried to move, but motion itself had been cut into slices. Each movement staggered, delayed, reordered. He wasn't dying. He was being disassembled. This isn't a jutsu, Asuma hissed. What remained of his voice? His body flickered. Smoke surging, trying to reform shape. But the dome refused order. The smoke reassembled. Into arms, legs, spine. Then the wind hissed again, and the limbs peeled open, layer by layer, like a book that had no language left. Even the smoke itself began to bleed into ribbons of vaporized memory. Gray filaments wept from Asuma's shoulder like unraveling bandages. Bandages soaked in the ghost of fire, in the last exhale of every breath he had never taken. You really are. His chest caved without force. Only wind, only pressure, only the idea of form being rejected by a god who didn't understand why things were allowed to stay together. Then Naruto lowered his hand. The wind stopped spinning. The dome fell still. What remained of Asuma stood at the center. Not whole, not destroyed, still forming, still trying to be. Warning reformation detected. Entity Asuma Sarutobi engaged in recursive self-assembly. Integrity 13% and falling. Core memory retention fragmented. His body flickered. He reformed an eye, an arm, part of a lung. The smoke tried to cling to him like a shroud, but the wind curled around it like a noose. Dismantle, recast triggered. Secondary severance executing. The smoke screamed. Not aloud, but in shape. It twisted into spirals. Unreadable, recursive, broken glyphs of forgotten smoke gods long erased by wind. And then it fell apart. Not shattered. Erased. Like the system was never meant to understand this much motion at once. Naruto stepped forward. Eyes dull. Breath steady. Fujin didn't speak, because his laughter filled the air. Quiet. Reverent. Amused by how beautiful destruction could be when someone didn't flinch. Asuma didn't fall. He came apart. His body, still shaped by instinct, took a step backward. Then his ankle separated from the heel, cleanly, silently. A forearm split at the elbow and drifted down like a slow-falling feather. His ribcage collapsed inward. Not crushed, but peeled, section by section, until the bones floated free like white leaves caught in a quiet spiral. His head tilted and slid cleanly from his neck, landing without a sound. Smoke tried to cling to the pieces, but even the smoke fragmented. What was left of Asuma rejoined the earth in segments, not a corpse, not a man, but an unanswered question. Post-combat Sector Delta, the hollow wind remains, the battlefield didn't settle. It stalled. No birds, no chakra pulses, no wind. Because even the wind knew what had happened here wasn't victory. It was revision. Asuma Sarutobi lay scattered in pieces across a circle of silence. His smoke no longer rose. The mist had no shape left to remember. Naruto stood in the center of it all, his breath slow, his eyes unreadable. Then, system update detected. New fable recorded. The one who severed continuity. Fable rank myth. Authority sealed. The words appeared as if they had been waiting to be written. High above, gods turned their gaze. Azura, whose breath once gave birth to mercy, exhaled slowly. Inari, behind her lattice veil, chuckled with one hand covering her mouth, eyes crinkling in delight. Kindred, perched on a cliff of dying memory, tilted their head, but said nothing. And now, there was another. A pressure moved between planes. No shape, no shrine, just an exhale through a place where breath should not pass. The formless wind had no eyes. But still, it watched. It had granted Naruto 2 gifts, and he had used them with perfect cruelty. He remembers how to unmake, the wind whispered. Let us see if he dares to reshape. No more system messages followed. Not because they had nothing left to say, but because they didn't know how to describe him anymore. Naruto turned away from the ruin. The pieces of Asuma did not move, and the wind didn't either. It simply followed. The ground still trembled from Naruto's last breath, but they couldn't see him anymore. When the pressure dome rose, it had sliced clean through the terrain like a divine scalpel. Niji, Hinata, Lee, and Tintin had been cut off, thrown into a side corridor of the citadel's eastern approach. Sealed off by collapsing earth and chakra walls twitching with cursed script. They hadn't heard the ending, but they felt it, like the death of something that hadn't yet been born. And now, they were no longer alone. The corridor pulsed with red light. Medical-grade chakra fog mixed with residual pain. Footsteps echoed. Precise. Unhurried. Measured like a surgeon approaching a table. Shizune. No longer just Tsunade's apprentice. No longer just the medic behind the general. She stood alone, barefoot on sacred concrete. Her chakra coat soaked to the elbows in something black-red and unnatural. Her gloves were gone. Her eyes were calm, but the blood running down her arms. Her own. Right. Fable detected. The surgeon without consent. Domain voluntary harm. Chakra conductivity via self-bloodletting. Divine signature. Chisuya, the one who bleeds in your place. Tintin raised a scroll, but didn't fire. Hinata moved to flank, but stopped halfway through her breath. Niji's Byakugan pulsed once, then failed to read her entire body. Parts of Shizune were missing, but she stood anyway, because pain, in this place, wasn't weakness. It was currency. Shizune didn't introduce herself. She extended her hand, and her own blood surged forward like 1,000 threads, each one vibrating with control so precise they curved between heartbeats. Lee stepped in. He didn't wait for diplomacy. You're in our way. He opened the first limit break, chakra bursting through his muscles, feet digging into the stone. He struck, and his leg was caught, not with force, but with a ribbon of blood that twisted in midair like it was reading his past injuries. It looped around his ankle, spun, and yanked. He hit the wall with a shudder. Tintin launched a volley of piercing tools. Lightweight, blessed relics, sharpened with divine pressure. Shizune spun midair. Her blood curled outward in a circle, each strand splitting into fractal spirals. The kunai hit, and stuck midair, not blocked, held. You don't understand, Shizune said softly. I don't fight you with chakra. I fight you with the price I'm already paying. Hinata surged forward, sage chakra surrounding her in a haze of floral growth and renewal. She fainted left. Shizune anticipated right, but Niji stepped through the mist and struck low, palms flaring. The hit landed, and blood sprayed from Shizune's ribs. She didn't retreat. She smiled. Technique unlocked. Coagulate field self-induced radius. Range 6 meters. All enemy chakra within is reprocessed as poison. Trigger internal bleed threshold reached. 2 liters expelled. The blood on the floor rose. It became mist, then thread, then webbing. Lee jumped back, panting, his veins already stinging. Tintin fell to a knee, coughing dark. Hinata winced as sage chakra pulsed in reverse. Only Niji remained standing. Just barely. His vision was blurred. His rotation was broken. But he spoke. You think bleeding makes you stronger? Shizune cocked her head. Blood gathered in her hands. It didn't fall. It shaped. A needle. A blade. A heartstring. No, she whispered. but it lets me cut deeper. And the fight wasn't close to over. The battlefield smelled of iron, not spilled from a wound. Offered. Shizune stood at the center of her blood field. Unmoving, breathing shallowly. Her veins glowed faintly beneath her skin, her arms a latticework of self-carved channels where chakra passed not through coils, but through ritualized agony. She was the storm without thunder, the needle without thread, the wound that learned to operate on itself. This is the part where you run, she said. If you're wise. Tintin didn't move. We're not wise. Niji shifted to her right. We're not reckless either. Lee cracked his neck, blood in his mouth. We're shinobi. Hinata took center. We're his team. Then they moved. Not staggered. Not overlapping. Synchronized. The blood web surged outward to meet them. But Lee was already gone. Lee broke left. Chakra erupting around his limbs like a divine forge. He didn't punch. He pivoted. Feet striking stone in a zigzag that burned friction into the walls. He shattered the left anchor of the blood field with a single rising kick. The strands recoiled. Shizune turned. Hand raising to counter. Only for Tintin to hurl a relic from above. Not a weapon. A seal scroll. Seal-type medic reversal script. Pain is not permission. Status banned in all healing fields. The scroll detonated midair, releasing a burst of purified chakra that rejected blood as a conduit. The thread spasmed. Flickering, confused. Niji slid into the confusion with a dancer's grace. His palm connected. Not to her chest, but to her chakra gate below the heart. The impact didn't push. It shocked. A pulse shot up through Shizune's nervous system. Her knees buckled. Her field shivered. She tried to recover. Chakra surging to rebind her lines. Too clean, she muttered. You practiced this. Hinata landed in front of her team, eyes lit with soft gold. No Byakugan, but spiritual instinct so refined it felt like fate blooming through her skin. Her sage aura pulsed with Azura's blessing. She reached forward. Gently. Touching the center of Shizune's chest with 2 fingers. The blood stopped moving. Not because it had been beaten, but because Hinata told it didn't have to hurt anymore. The system shivered. Chakra stabilization pulse, activated. Enemy circulator slowed. Precision field unstable. Shizune blinked. She staggered back a step. Her hands trembled. Then Tintin moved again. Not throwing. Diving. She slammed into Shizune from above. Unrolling 2 scrolls in midair. From them came 1,000 needles of hollow steel. Blessed relics meant to pierce nothing but pain. They struck the bloodlines. Not to cut, but to stitch them closed. Shizune gasped. Her own jutsu. Her field. Sealed against her will. Her legs buckled. Her arms dropped. Her field fell. You. She murmured, breath ragged. You choreographed this. Lee wiped his mouth. It's called teamwork. Hinata nodded. It's called trusting each other. Niji said nothing, but stepped forward anyway. Tintin lowered the scrolls. It's called paying you back for every screen you tried to write in blood. And the team stood together, blood on their faces, but not broken, not even close. The air held its breath. For just a moment, it seemed like it was over. Shizune knelt, her blood thread web disabled, chakra field silenced, her hands trembling. But she wasn't defeated. She was praying, fingers curled inward, eyes wide, unblinking, lips moving silently. Tintin took a step forward. It's done. You're. A sound cut her off. A low, wet snap. Shizune had plunged her own thumb into her throat. Not to silence herself, but to rupture her own chakra node. Blood spilled down her chin. It hit the floor in a spiral. The spiral moved. Divine invocation detected. Chisuya's red offering initiated. Warning, voluntary sacrifice exceeds mortal limit. Grace decree if I must die. Let it be the sharpest prayer they ever answer. Sacrificial rite. Awakened, the battlefield twisted. Not visually. Emotionally. The entire corridor pulled inward. Walls bowing, air thickening, ground bleeding in sympathy. Shizune stood. Her body cracked with each motion. Bones dislocated. Then reshaped around something unholy. Her arms extended too far. Her ribs exposed at the sides like surgical clamps. From her back, 2 lances of hardened blood jutted out like spinal horns. One dripping with black ichor, the other vibrating at a pitch that made Niji's heart skip. Hinata gasped, knees wobbling. That's not medicine anymore. Lee's fist trembled. It's not youth either. Tintin just whispered. It's a curse dressed like care. Shizune opened her mouth. No words. Only blood. It spiraled from her like calligraphy, writing a technique in the air that would never be allowed again. Technique. Red vein 1,000 pulse execution. Effect creates blood lances from every capillary burst in the caster's own body. Each lance targets a different nerve path in the enemy. Cost half the heart. 1 lung. Memory of pain. The room ignited. Not in flame, but in pressure. Dozens. No, hundreds. Of red threads snapped from her like veins turned to spears. Each one shot with mathematical certainty. Lee dashed forward. Broke for mid-flight. Niji blocked 10 with a rotation. Blood still lashing past. Hinata cast a field reversal, but the blood remembered her mercy and tried to drown it. Tintin opened 2 scrolls. Failed to load a third. It was too fast. Too much. Too angry. Then Niji saw it. A pulse. At her center. Something that hadn't moved yet. A final core. He shouted. The heart. Center of her chest. There's a pause between contractions. Hinata nodded instantly. Her field expanding. Lee took the hit for Niji. 3 lances through the side. Didn't scream. Didn't stop. Go. Tintin hurled a single scroll forward. Not to attack, but to pull Niji midair. He rotated once. 8 trigrams. Vacuum thread. His palm struck just as Shizun's eyes turned. The blow landed directly into her exposed, weeping core. And the blood. Reversed. Not burst. Not dispersed. Inhaled. Like the battlefield had taken a breath through a wound. And Shizun fell. Not to her knees, but in on herself. Like someone had unplugged the heart from the entire scenario. She hit the ground, twitching once. Breathing, barely. Not dead. Just unwritten. And the corridor finally exhaled. Fable unlocked. Those who bled in harmony. Fable tier fable. Granted to Hyuga Niji, Senju Hinata, Rock Lee, Tintin. Description: they did not survive by shielding one another. They survived by trusting each other to fall and rise. In time, divine observation level elevated. 2 entities now watching. Sasuke POV, Eastern Konoha ruins, sector isolation field. The sky fractured like a mirror left too long in silence. Sasuke moved alone. The convergence had scattered them. His team, Naruto, Hinata, Niji, Lee, Tintin, fought elsewhere. Somewhere he couldn't reach. Somewhere the system refused to let him feel. So he walked, alone, and the world responded by pulling back its veil. System alert. Isolation field triggered. Opponent registered, Yuzuki Yugao. Sponsorship legend tier, Tsukiko, the one who walks dreams with a knife. Warning: target known to violate spatial memory. Fable influenced Nightmare Blade doctrine, active. Sasuke halted. There was no wind. No chakra flares. Just a presence, positioned nowhere, yet pressing in from every side. Then, a breath. His Sharingan snapped open. And she wasn't there. But his cheek bled anyway. A clean slash. Not shallow, not deep, but precise. Sasuke spun, lightning forming in his palm. Crackling white lightning bursting into spiral. But there was no one behind him. The system flickered. Ability triggered, vanishing point active. Tsukiko's blessing in effect, visual retention blocked. User Yuzuki, Yugao has been removed from awareness for 5.7 seconds. She's not invisible, Sasuke muttered. She's being erased. He closed his eyes and listened. There. A shift in air pressure, too soft to be wind. He ducked. A blade passed overhead. Silent, unregistered by the system. He countered. Fire release. Wide arc. Burned everything in front of him. Yugao stepped into view just beyond the flames, untouched. Her face was expressionless behind the half-mask. One hand on the sword. One hand writing seal signs into her shadow. She raised her blade. And vanished again. You're not fast, Sasuke whispered. You're forgotten. A second cut. His back. A third. His hip. Each time. He couldn't trace it. He saw her just long enough to feel the pain. He tried Sharingan rotation mapping. She sidestepped it. He used electricity as a detection web. It stuttered the moment she vanished. He launched a hail of lightning kunai in all directions. They stopped moving midair as if caught in a nightmare memory loop. You're walking through my thoughts, Sasuke muttered, panting. Even when I think about you. You're gone. Then he stopped moving. Completely. He inhaled. Let the pain ring through him. Fine. He raised his hand. Lightning flared. But did not surge. It bled out of him. From skin. From bone. From thought. The world shifted color. Blue overtook black. The sky trembled. Not with sound, but with static reality. His eyes burned. The tomo of his left eye twisted. Mangekyo Sharingan. Resonance achieved. Second ability unlocked. Reijinshu. Description: he who does not move through time or space, but through thunder. State activated. Sasuke exhaled. And dissolved. Not disappeared. Not teleported. He became storm. His body broke into particle arcs. Lightning surging where mass once stood. His chakra flared, not outward, but through the cracks in the world itself. A blade swiped where he had been. Yugao's sword passed through nothing. Then, lightning snapped behind her. Sasuke reformed midair. Half-charged. His hand already extending with a spear of lightning trailing off his forearm like a divine tendon. She turned. But Reijinshu didn't strike straight. It coiled around her blade and burned upward like a rising god. The clash rippled. Wind split from pressure. Chakra laced with nightmare tried to sever his memory. But his lightning didn't remember how to stop. Yugao faltered. Blood at her shoulder. Sasuke reformed, breathing hard. Electricity crawling up his skin like memory returning. I see you now, he said softly. Yugao didn't answer. She simply raised her blade again. And the world forgot her. The fight wasn't over. But Sasuke had remembered who he was. Yugao was already gone again. Not vanishing. Omitted. Like the world didn't think she mattered enough to render. But Sasuke wasn't relying on sight anymore. He was listening to static. to voltage crawling through the molecular silence of the battlefield. He lowered his hand to the stone floor. The ground sizzled. His body surged with electromagnetic feedback. His chakra coils no longer simply moving energy, but becoming the equation. He could feel the iron in the soil, the polarity in the air, the tension between his thoughts and the storm. And something clicked. It wasn't chakra. It was design. Rei Jinshu, phase shift detected. Form plasma deconstruction layer achieved. Lightning cohesion capacity exceeded. New ability registered. Storm armory axis rail. Description: user may convert any conductive object into a linear mass acceleration weapon by establishing magnetic field vectors at speed exceeding system threshold. Sasuke plucked a single senbon from his pouch. His fingers sparked. He rotated the air around it. It vibrated once, then screamed. He flicked it forward. Crack. A sound like an artillery cannon ripped through the ruins. The senbon fired like a bullet made from God's will, warping the air into a vacuum tunnel, dragging the world's attention with it. Yugao appeared, not by choice, by force. The railgun round had grazed her side, tearing cloth, slicing shallow across her ribs. Blood splattered, but didn't fall, because gravity forgot what to do next. Yugao crouched midair. She extended her sword. Her chakra thread line snapped toward Sasuke's eye. He disintegrated, not into light, not into lightning, into trajectory. He reformed behind her, hand glowing. Not with lightning, with a conduction net. He clapped his hands together. Second shot. From his sleeve, a bent kunai sparked, twisting into position between his fingers. He fired it without touching it. Field detonated. It curved, not because it was thrown, because the air reshaped itself around its will. The kunai struck the wall behind Yugao. Didn't pierce. Exploded. Magnetism tore through the corridor. Stone peeled like metal shavings. Yugao was flung sideways, rotating in midair to land on her feet. One leg injured, her cloak fraying, her breath slowed. Still no words. But now, her sword moved defensively. And that was new. Sasuke stood with his left arm lowered, sparks trailing behind his fingers. A halo of crackling iron dust floated around him. Blades, coins, ruined senbon, all orbiting as potential firepower. This form isn't lightning, he muttered. It's what lightning wishes it could become. Then he walked forward. No blur, just a buildup of impact. Yugao swung, her blade tracing a memory curve, aiming for where he would be. She struck, and missed, because he had already ionized the space she was targeting. She couldn't hit what had already become charge. He raised a hand. You want silence? He pulled 2 chakra tags from his belt, slammed them together with magnetic polarity. Let me show you what thunder looks like before it makes sound. A shockwave erupted. No noise, no light, just vacuum. Yugao's blade shattered midair. Not from force, but from the molecular denial of its structure. Her hand twitched. She reached for her backup tanto. And Sasuke struck again. This time, the railgun came from the ground. A sharpened javelin made of broken rebar, supercharged through field inversion. It screamed upward and pierced the ceiling. She dodged, but not cleanly. Blood hit the wall. Her foot skidded. Her breathing grew ragged. Her invisibility flickered. For the first time, Sakiko's silence cracked. A single divine message pulsed through the system. Sakiko observes quietly from the edge of dream. Her blade bearer still has one memory left to sever, and Sasuke grinned. Lightning crawled across his shoulders like hungry serpents. His eyes burned with stormlight. Then make it count. Yugao stood with one knee low to the ground, her shadow flickering behind her like a candle with no flame. She bled, but her posture hadn't broken. The remains of her sword drifted in the air beside her, suspended by nothing. A thread of red silk traced along her forearm now, glimmering with divine symbols only visible to the system. She looked up at Sasuke. For the first time, she spoke. I was the last sword Sakiko forged. I was made to cut not through the body, but the past. The system vibrated. Sasuke's railgun halo slowed. His electric field buckled. Divine invocation, dream severance granted. Sakiko's blade bearer engages final art moonlit forgetting. Warning memory severance ritual in progress. Targeted memory, Uchiha Itachi. Severing begins now. The world folded. Not exploded. Not warped. Just tilted. Like everything Sasuke saw had been ever so slightly rotated outside the axis of time. Yugao stepped forward. Her sword, no longer steel, was now a shimmering silhouette of absence, shaped like a blade made from a shadow that refused to belong. She swung, and her slash didn't aim at his heart. It passed through his temple, and something in Sasuke's mind cracked. Itachi, the hallway, the red light of the massacre, the hand on his head. Forgive me, Sasuke. It slipped. Sasuke staggered. The lightning field around him pulsed once, then short-circuited. For one moment. Just one. He forgot why he was angry. He forgot who taught him how to hold a kunai. System error, memory thread damaged. Continuity disruption Uchiha Itachi, access partial. Warning emotional context degenerating, vengeance status flickering. Yugao walked toward him. Silent. The thread around her wrist now glowed like a moon seen through tears. Do you understand, Sasuke? She whispered. You're still you. But the wound that made you is gone. Her voice was soft, like an apology, like the last line in a lullaby. But Sasuke's left eye, his Mangekyo, burned again. The lightning didn't surge from his skin this time. It erupted from his veins. The storm didn't rise. It screamed. That memory, he said slowly, voice shaking, isn't just pain. His voice rose. It's the proof that I was loved. His aura exploded outward. No longer lightning, but crackling memory itself. Rei Jinshu activated again. Harder, wilder, untethered. His outline blurred into an unstable electric silhouette, flickering between lightning form and human shape. Like the system couldn't keep up, Sasuke raised a hand and summoned not a blade, but a railgun formed from collapsed rebar and shattered chakra plate. Held together by wrath. You tried to unmake the one thing I refused to forget. His voice cracked like thunder. Let me show you what revenge remembers. He fired. The rail shot twice. Not in sequence, but through time. Yugao dodged the first and walked into the second 3 seconds before it was fired. The round struck her shoulder. An explosion of magnetic recoil ripping her off balance. She gasped, but did not scream. Blood trailed in a clean ribbon. She raised her sword again. Shaking now, the thread was fraying, and Sasuke stepped forward. Half lightning, half boy, his hand crackling with energy the sky hadn't invented yet. The system screamed. Unstable charge detected. Rei Jinshu storm limit approaching. Warning divine interference imminent. Watcher the one who walks dreams with a knife is preparing a response. But Sasuke didn't stop. He whispered to the air. Strike again, and the storm obeyed. Sasuke advanced. Lightning peeling off his shoulders in arcs, metal scraps orbiting him like blades waiting for verdicts. Each step he took hummed like a circuit screaming for a storm to finish what it started. Yugao staggered. Blood traced elegant patterns across her flak vest. Arterial geometry bleeding softly into the dust. Her breathing came low and measured. But her grip on the sword hadn't loosened, because she hadn't let go. Of Tsukiko, of duty, of silence. Then the sky dimmed. Not the system, not the scenario. The moon above the battlefield blinked, flickering like an old film reel. Once, twice, then vanishing completely. Divine intervention. Tsukiko, the one who walks dreams with a knife. Manifestation level partial. Moonlight boundary cast radius 60 meters. Description: a world between seconds, where death and memory become synonymous. Yugao's shadow lifted from the floor and stood. A second Yugao stepped from it. Identical in form, but eyeless, faceless, draped in thin moonlight, and holding no blade. Only concept. Sasuke's storm paused. Rei Jinshu rippled with uncertainty, not fear, recognition. She moved. The real Yugao vanished into the half-world. The false one swung once. The blade didn't travel through air. It traveled through moment. It cut 1 second forward in time and reappeared at Sasuke's back. He spun. Too late. A flicker of the dream blade grazed his side, and his body responded late. A wound bloomed that hadn't existed. What was that? He muttered, sparks flaring. System interruption, damage registered outside temporal flow. Rei Jinshu phase instability detected. Status sliding. His chakra pulsed erratically, struggling to stabilize. Because the blade hadn't cut his body. It cut the moment before he dodged. Yugao emerged again. Her mask cracked, half of her face visible now. Her eye, glassy and sunken, glowed with soft lunar white. Your storm never sees itself, she whispered. So I will cut the part of you that believes it still can. Sasuke didn't respond. He stepped once and shattered sideways. Rei Jinshu reactivated, turning his body into a sheet of directional lightning, bending into an inverted curve behind her. He reformed midair, hurling 3 magnetized rail bolts at once. They spun, reversed, fired. One horizontal, one delayed, one curved. Yugao blocked the first, dodged the second, and the third struck her mask, shattering it. Her face, pale and smeared with dried blood, was younger than he expected, but her eyes were older than dreams. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He pulled every loose iron shard from the field. They hovered, rotated, formed a halo. Rail ring initiated. Heaven's pulse omnidirectional vortex load. He vanished into current. The shards exploded outward. Each one thundered like judgment. Yugao moved through the blood-soaked dust and slashed upward. A dreamline carved into the air, and everything in the railgun's path lost mass. Steel curled into moonlight. Sound bent into echo. And still, one bolt struck her shoulder clean through. She dropped. Not dead, not broken, spent. The moon above flickered again, returning to its place like nothing had happened. Tsukiko said nothing, only watched, and her dream blade uncoiled into dust. Sasuke landed, Rei Jinshu still flickering across his skin. He stepped toward her slowly, not to finish it, to understand it. Why keep fighting? He asked. Yugao, bloodied, eyes flickering with light that didn't belong to her anymore, whispered because even a dream knows the difference between silence and surrender. And the storm kept watching, because its eye had just begun to open. Yugao bled moonlight. One leg collapsed beneath her. Her sword, now half dream, half dust, twitched in her hand like it remembered 1,000 executions, but no forgiveness. Her eye dimmed, not from weakness, from inevitability. Sasuke stood over her, his body still sparking with unstable Reijin current, his heartbeat echoing like thunder trying to decide when to land. The system stirred, and something older than chakra whispered from above. Fabled detection, the eye of the storm. Activation conditions met. Lineage verified, descendant of Indra, a storm of silver law. Permission granted, one-time use divine armament victory. Arrow type absolute end. Description: once loosed, it does not fly. It arrives. Indra's voice: this is not to kill. This is to finish. Sasuke blinked once, and the arrow was already in his hand. No bow, no cord, just a single shaft of crackling silver light, shaped like the edge of a sentence that refused to be interrupted. The world didn't feel it. It paused for it. Yugao looked up. Her face softened. For the first time, she looked like someone who might have smiled once, under a different sky. She didn't raise her blade, because this wasn't a battle anymore. It was a verdict. Sasuke didn't speak. He didn't draw. He simply released. The arrow wasn't loosed. It simply arrived. It pierced the space between them, and in that space, it ended everything. Not her life. Her presence. The moment of contact made no sound. Only absence. Like Tsukiko had blinked, and Yugao was gone. A breeze followed. Slow. Empty. Grateful. The moon dimmed. Tsukiko's watching eye flickered once, and then turned away. Opponent defeated. Divine presence withdrawn. Victory claimed. Arrow expended. Can never be recalled. The storm is silent again. Sasuke stood in the dust, breathing. No celebration. Only understanding. Because storms didn't laugh when they struck. They just waited for the next sky to challenge them. They met in the hollow space between sectors. Sasuke stepped from lightning. Naruto walked out of wind. Both carried blood in different forms. One still sparking with godlight. The other, quiet, stormless, watching everything. They didn't speak right away. They just stood, like the world needed a breath between them. Then Naruto asked, "You okay?" Sasuke shrugged. The lightning in his bones crackled once, then fell still. "It's done." Naruto looked up at the moon. It flickered once, like a watching god turning its head. Same. And that was enough. They started walking again, toward the next pulse, the next convergence point. But the air changed. Not colder, not louder, just older. Like history had paused to stand up. A figure stood at the crossroads ahead. Robes dark, staff in hand, back straight. He didn't move, didn't announce himself, didn't need to. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood like a man who had buried more names than the system could store. Naruto froze. Sasuke's storm halted mid-pulse, because something about the man in front of them didn't feel like a checkpoint. It felt like a sentence. Then, he spoke, voice quiet, cracked like ash held too long in the mouth. "You know the bad thing about getting so old? It's not the pain. It's not the shaking hands." He lifted his head, eyes sunken, heavy, but not dull, sharp like the edge of a funeral bell. "It's seeing so many young people like you run to die." The system stayed silent, because even the gods knew this wasn't their line. The silence after Hiruzen's words stretched longer than breath. Even the scenario didn't know how to react. Sasuke's lightning curled around his fingers, half-formed. Naruto's wind shimmered around his ankles, directionless. But neither moved. Not yet, because the man in front of them didn't posture, didn't ready his stance, didn't raise his voice. He simply stood, like the world itself had given him permission to judge. "You've both killed too much," Hiruzen said softly. "And yet, somehow, I don't feel anger when I look at you." He took a slow step forward. The ground didn't crack. It accepted his weight. 6 orbs of absolute void rotated slowly behind his back. Truth-seeking orbs, humming like forgotten scripture. They didn't glow. They negated light. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He didn't know this man, but his bones were whispering to him. Move. Sasuke felt it too. A pressure. Not of killing intent, but of understanding so vast it could flatten mountains. "Who are you?" Sasuke asked. Hiruzen smiled faintly. "No one important. Just the last teacher this village allowed to live long enough to mourn its choices." Then it began. Not with motion. With change. The air warped behind Hiruzen. Not chakra. Concepts. 5 symbols glowed briefly across his back. 5 elements condensed into doctrine. Each one spun once. And launched. 5 attacks at once. A dragon made of fire laced with divine flame, a spiral of water that flowed up through gravity, a boulder, given life, through ancestral grief, a lance of wind, so sharp, it carried memory, a bolt of lightning, chained to legacy, all of it hit at once. Naruto dissolved into wind form. Sasuke shattered sideways into lightning. The attacks passed through. Barely. As the ground they stood on ceased being structure and became scripture. "He's not using jutsu," Naruto said, breath ragged. "He's using judgment." Sasuke nodded once. "We strike together." Naruto raised his hand. Wind form, Fujin's signature detected. Subform pressure dome initiated, the air sealed inward. The field collapsed into a 50-meter dome of spiraling vacuum, centered on Hiruzen. Sasuke activated Reijinshu. His body dissolved. Then reformed mid-flank with a 3-point magnetic rail ready to fire. He launched, but the attack didn't reach. Because Hiruzen raised a single finger, one of the truth-seeking orbs drifted forward. It pulsed once, and the concept of trajectory vanished. Sasuke's railgun blast crumbled midair. Not blocked, not deflected, just forgotten. Naruto launched from behind. Wind in his hands, spun into a pressure drill meant to collapse even chakra suppression seals. He struck. Hiruzen turned, and a second orb intercepted. Naruto's form shuddered. Together, one a storm of cutting wind and stolen motion. The other a lightning-born god rewriting the meaning of distance. They struck, and 5 orbs met them at once. Not in violence. In silence. The clash exploded outward. Not as force, but as philosophy. Lightning howled. Wind screamed. But Hiruzen stood in the eye of it all. Untouched. Unmoved. Unbreaking. I don't know who you are, he said, voice now heavy. But someone taught you how to kill gods. Let's see if they taught you what comes after. The world should have broken by now. Naruto's wind had long since carved canyons through the surrounding terrain. Sasuke's storm had glassed the ground, boiled the air, and rewritten trajectory in 6 directions. And yet, Hiruzen stood untouched. Not because they missed, but because everything that touched him died before it could become real. The 6 fragments of path still orbited him. Silent humanoid shadows, shimmering in muted tones of gold and ash. Each bore a portion of his judgment. They didn't attack like summons. They ruled. One whispered, and an entire explosion failed to occur. One blinked, and Sasuke's lightning missed where Yugao had never. One raised a hand, and Naruto's dome inverted, collapsing on itself before re-expanding under Hiruzen's will. Naruto reformed from his wind form. Panting, blood dripping from his ear. His eyes were glassy. He's not. Fast, he said. Sasuke appeared beside him, one hand crackling, the other already trembling from railgun backlash. He doesn't need to be. Hiruzen stepped forward again. Only once. The 6 paths rotated around him like a wheel of understanding. The truth-seeking orbs hummed with pressure. Not visible, but felt. One hovered low to the ground, one above his shoulder. They weren't just defense. They were omission. Naruto charged in again. Raw wind folded into twin pressure spirals, building to rupture. If I can't slice him, I'll carve away the world around him. He slammed the twin drills forward, aiming not at Hiruzen, but at the ground beneath him, trying to destabilize the terrain. The result? Nothing. The drills hit, then fell apart like they were made of cloth. The earth path raised one palm, and gravity reasserted itself over Naruto. He dropped. Hard. Sasuke fired 3 condensed field bolts mid-fall. His magnetism tuned to polarity cancellation. One truth-seeking orb moved. 3 bolts spiraled into each other, detonating midair like they'd never existed independently. He's canceling the logic of our attacks, Sasuke hissed. He's not just reading us. He's rewriting what happens. Naruto climbed to his feet, ribs fractured, wind form flickering. No. He's remembering how this ends. Hiruzen's voice came again. Soft. Measured. You are strong. Strong enough to break the system, but not old enough to realize you were supposed to replace it. The fire path raised a finger. A single coal of divine flame appeared. Naruto's eyes widened. Not because it was powerful, but because it glowed the same way Kurama's old chakra once did. He didn't know why. He didn't want to. Sasuke appeared behind Hiruzen mid-flash, palm outstretched, Reijinshu flowing up his arm like thunder given thought. He touched nothing. The mind path moved, and Sasuke was suddenly 10 feet to the left, standing exactly where his next movement had already been redirected. He choked on his own momentum. The flame path twisted its wrist. The fire exploded, but only inside a bubble the size of Sasuke's skull. He barely dodged it by turning into lightning again. And even that only saved him once. Naruto threw 3 air blades. One curved, one accelerated, one delayed. The shadow path caught all 3, not in hand, in absence. The space behind Hiruzen forgot it was vulnerable. The attacks passed through like dreams never told. And still, they kept moving. They didn't retreat. Because Hiruzen didn't look angry. He looked disappointed. He sighed. I taught children like you once. One became a god killer. One broke. One tried. He turned his palm up. The orbs aligned. The 6 paths stepped back, and the ground opened beneath them. Not physically, but philosophically. And still none of you ever understood that I only survived them because I already knew how to die. The storm and the wind stood side by side. But even together, they could feel it. They were outclassed. It wasn't just the orbs, or the 6 silent paths orbiting him like philosophies on trial. It wasn't even the way their strongest techniques bent when they reached him. It was how the world itself seemed to hesitate around his breath. And yet, he hadn't struck them. He hadn't killed them when he could have. He hadn't even really fought. He just watched. And in that silence, Sasuke and Naruto realized something strange. He wasn't afraid of them. But he looked tired. You don't even know my name, do you? He asked. Naruto didn't answer. Sasuke frowned. Should we? Hiruzen smiled. Not amused. Just quiet. No, that's probably for the best. He took a breath. Not deep. Just careful. And the system shuddered. Unique technique manifestation, unauthorized reconstruction of sage-level domain detected. Title: The Cradle of Suffering. Intent: non-lethal, total suppression. Warning: users' physical integrity already compromised. Suggested action: cancel immediately. Override. Ignored. Naruto's wind shifted. Sasuke's field sparked in warning. But Hiruzen didn't attack. He lifted both hands. Slowly, like calming a frightened animal. This isn't to win, he said softly. This is just to stop it. Before it starts. The dome unfolded. Not chakra. Perspective. A golden sphere expanded from Hiruzen's body. No force, no explosion. Just the weight of long-lived understanding collapsing outward. Inside the dome, sound muted. Light dimmed. Time slowed. And within that silence, Naruto saw it. Not visions. Not illusions. Just moments. A classroom. A funeral. A younger man yelling at the Hokage monument. A grave too small for the body in it. What is this? Naruto muttered. Sasuke lowered his arm. I think he's showing us why he's still alive. Cradle of suffering, active. Effect: emotional disarmament, field non-lethal cognitive overload. Goal: in combat without force. Drawback: accelerated physical degeneration based on user's age burden carried. Inside the dome, the fight didn't end. It just never had reason to begin. Hiruzen stood at the center. Not glowing. Not triumphant. Just shaking. His hands trembled. His eyes glazed slightly. He took one step forward. Then another. You don't have to fight me, he said. You don't even have to understand. Just walk away. The dome trembled. The light in the truth-seeking orbs flickered. The six paths slowed, flickering like candle flames in a draft. And then he coughed. Once. Twice. He dropped to one knee. His breath came ragged now. The kind that doesn't finish. One hand reached for balance. And missed. Warning: user vitality dropping. 12% remaining. System strain exceeded. Spiritual fracture imminent. Technique instability triggered. The dome collapsed. The pressure broke. The weight of the world lifted. And Hiruzen didn't. He fell forward. Slow, undramatic. The ground accepted him like an old friend. Naruto caught his breath. Sasuke stepped back. They hadn't struck him. They hadn't even touched him. He'd done this to save them from what might have happened next. And it killed him anyway. System alert. Hiruzen Sarutobi deceased. Cause of death: overextension of spiritual domain under physical deterioration. Final thought: at least this one didn't need blood. No successor found. The six paths faded into ash. The orbs dropped, blackened, and disappeared into the soil. No fireworks. No divine trumpet. Just silence. And a name they still didn't know. Naruto stood there, staring. Not out of grief, but because for the first time, he realized this wasn't a war. It was a cycle. And some people fought harder to stop it than to win it. The wind stopped. Not because Naruto called it. Not because Sasuke's field collapsed. But because reality paused. The air stiffened. The sky turned white at the edges. The system itself staggered beneath a presence it had no protocol for. Plausibility threshold breached. Causality integrity falling. 61%, 47%, 31%. Error manifestation of tier 0 entity detected. Proceeding under protest, a voice arrived. It didn't echo. It preceded echo. It spoke like memory being rewritten into the present. And with it, he stepped forward. Just once. Enough to fracture 1,000 probabilities. Enough to cost himself everything. A figure half-formed from light and scripture hovered above Hiruzen's body, barefoot upon a ripple of unmoving time. Hair like dust-choked snow. Eyes soft. Tired. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the enlightened one. He looked down at his one student. Not in mourning. In disappointment. Foolish old man, he said. You should have killed them. Naruto tensed, fists tightening. Sasuke's lightning hissed. Killed us? Naruto asked. For what? Hagoromo didn't answer immediately. Instead, his body flickered. Lines of unreadable glyphs raced up his arms. Errors in existence correcting themselves, trying to erase him before he spoke again. But he endured. Barely. You don't even know what you are, he said. And still, you wander freely through this story. He turned to Sasuke. The lightning bears your name because you are still chosen. Then to Naruto. But his eyes narrowed. And you? You are not part of the pattern. That is what frightens them most. He raised one trembling hand. Light burning away from the bone. Hinata Senju is Azura's transmigrant. Sasuke Uchiha. Indra's. The cycle continued as it always has. His voice darkened. Until the gods grew bored. They twisted the world into this scenario. Because they knew these two would always fight. Again and again. Brother and brother. Life and law. And they grew tired of it. So they made it a game. The wind recoiled. Naruto's skin went cold. Sasuke said nothing. But something in his eyes shifted. Hagoromo stepped forward. And cracked. A chunk of his arm disintegrated into light, unraveling into script. Warning outer degradation at 84%. System alarm. Core thread violation tier. 0 intervention unpermitted. I do not have time, Hagoromo said. He looked at the two of them. Not as gods. Not as enemies. But as an ending he never wanted to write. You will be hunted. Not because of what you've done. But because you no longer make sense to the ones watching. He nodded once. That is your only protection. And your only curse. The light consumed him. His eyes, the last to vanish, dimmed as he said, live, if you can. Break the cycle, if you dare. And then he was gone. Not in light, but in correction. The wind returned. The system rebooted. And neither of them felt like themselves anymore. They regrouped at the border between flame-scorched ruins and forest-carved silence. Tintin's arm was bandaged. Lee walked on cracked bones with stubborn grace. Niji's left eye flickered with residual blood pulse. Hinata glowed faintly. Exhausted, but alive. Sasuke was silent. Naruto said nothing at all. The war hadn't ended. But for a moment, they had made it this far. Then the mist rolled in. Not chakra. Weather. Thick. Natural. But moving too fast. Too heavy. Another scenario? Niji asked. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. No, this is someone's arrival. The wind dropped. The trees bent. And the air hummed like an old laugh, remembered wrong. Then, they saw him. A man walked forward through the white, backlit by no sun. His gait was wide, relaxed, completely unbothered. Two small figures sat on his shoulders. Toads, silent, unreadable. They didn't speak. They didn't blink. They simply watched. And their stillness made the world shiver. The man's hair was white. His coat was soaked with dry blood. His arms were sleeved in ancient calligraphy that burned off mid-air, then rewrote itself in older dialects. His eyes were golden. Sage eyes. But something else was beneath them. An undercurrent that churned reality. Divine pressure detected. Sponsor signature Saryuta. Unsealed trait. Saruta's pulse active. Warning entity is operating outside system correction. The chakra around him didn't move like energy. It moved like a thing trying to escape. Naruto took an unconscious step back. Who is that? Tintin's hand trembled around a scroll she hadn't unsealed. Lee clenched his jaw. Niji turned pale. Only Sasuke held his ground. Barely. That's not a man, Hinata whispered. That's an obstacle. The toad on the left croaked once. The mist shrank inward, becoming a tight wall around their position. You've walked too far, said the man. His voice was calm, but it sounded like it had once screamed the world awake. You're off the path, and I'm the thing chained to its edge. His name didn't echo, because no one knew it. He didn't introduce himself, because he didn't think they needed to hear it. Naruto stepped forward. We're not here to fight. The man cocked his head slightly. I am. He lifted one hand, and the world behind him bent. The trees leaned away. The mist thickened around the edges. Not like a trap, like a warning. If you know what's good for you, said Jiraiya, you'll turn back. I'm not a wall to climb. I'm the storm that knocks you off the cliff. And the wind did not move, because it knew better. No one attacked first. But Jiraiya was already in motion. His foot struck the ground, and the soil split outward, not from strength, but from pressure memory. Where he stepped, the terrain simply gave up. His hands didn't form seals. His hair moved before him, spreading like white flame, threads unraveling into a net of razor-thick chakra strands. Naruto tried to dissolve into wind. Too slow. Jiraiya's wild lion's mane surged, caught him mid-transition, dragging him backward, then hurling him through a tree. The impact didn't crack bark. It uprooted the whole trunk. Lee dashed in, limit breaks already activated, aura flaring. His first punch. Clean. Direct. It never landed. A toad palm blocked it. Not Jiraiya's. The toad on his shoulder had moved. Not summoned. Not sealed. It had simply intervened. I've seen eyes like yours before, Jiraiya said. Burning. Righteous. Tired. He delivered a backhand across Lee's face, spinning him 3 times before he collapsed. You think this world rewards effort? Tintin launched 6 scrolls. Each one exploded midair, summoning a rotating barrage of relic-class weaponry. A flawless volley. Jiraiya lifted his hand, and the wind died, summoning Jutsu Sage Art, amphibian silence. A bubble of dampened chakra collapsed around Tintin's volley, rendering the relics inert. Her scrolls short-circuited, burned into ash as if they were too ashamed to remain summoned. Niji flanked him from behind, striking at his spine with a Hyuga burst. He landed 2 strikes. The third met a stone wall of toad skin. Jiraiya's back had hardened. You're good, he said, focused. But your strikes mean nothing to a man who's already been gutted by the system. He grabbed Niji by the collar and threw him into Hinata mid-charge. Sasuke fired 2 rail bolts. Jiraiya's hair caught both. He spun them midair and launched them back. They missed. Intentionally. Sasuke flinched anyway. You don't understand yet, Jiraiya said, stepping forward, arms still loose, never tense. The cycle doesn't break because you're strong. It breaks when you're ready to stop hating the people too broken to change it. Hinata rose, chakra flowing like warm breath. She tried to shield the others. Jiraiya's sage art, deep-toed oil flame bomb slammed into the dirt beside her. Not aimed to kill. The explosion shattered the air. She was flung back, Oil splattered across her aura, chakra disrupted. Not destroyed, but scrambled. They regrouped. Wounded, breathing heavy, Jiraiya didn't press the attack. He stood there. The storm around him never stopped rolling. I fought wars long before any of you were born. I've buried children for dreams they didn't believe in. His voice cracked, but not with grief, with exhaustion. And here you are, fresh faces, strong wills, running the same path, toward the same grave. Saruta's pulse surged. The ground buckled beneath him. Toads croaked. Echoes that bent the sky inward. And for a moment, they didn't see a man. They saw a mountain that had spent its entire life refusing to collapse. You're not evil, Jiraiya said, but you're in the way. Naruto struggled to his feet, wind swirling. Sasuke limped up beside him, crackling. You're strong, Naruto said, but you're not a god. Jiraiya didn't smile. I don't have to be. I just have to last long enough to stop you. Another pulse rippled through the air. Not divine, not system triggered, just raw rhythm, like someone walking not through space, but through intention. Jiraiya turned his head, just slightly. The toads on his shoulders croaked once. They felt it too. The mist parted, the ground quieted, and out of the tree line he appeared. No weapon, no armor, no aura of twisted myth, just a green jumpsuit, a red scarf, a wild grin. Might Guy. His steps were quiet, his presence louder than godfire. Naruto blinked. Sasuke's hand clenched tighter. Lee dropped to one knee, head bowed like a student watching the sky split open. Sorry I'm late, Guy said cheerfully. I had to finish one last cup of tea. He looked at the scattered company. Looks like the kids held out long enough. He smiled at Jiraiya, and it wasn't kind. But now it's the grown-ups' turn. The storm cracked. Saruta's pulse twisted once, like it recognized a rival it hadn't seen in centuries. Jiraiya's stance shifted. For the first time, he looked serious. The toads readied themselves. Chakra thickened in the air. But Guy just stretched his shoulders, one at a time. Jiraiya of the mountain, he said, voice bright and unbothered. The Scourge Scroll Sage. The rebellion prophet. He cracked his knuckles. I don't care who you are. He took his stance. I'm my Guy, the unyielding flame. And I'm here to protect my students. The moment didn't begin with motion. It began with pressure. Saruta's pulse surged. Reality tightening like a net around Jiraiya. The mist twisted into spirals of invisible chakra, storm lines echoing the rhythms of rebellion. Every footstep from Jiraiya made the earth remember war. Guy took a single step forward, and the air loosened. Not lighter, not calmer, but as if the world wanted to see him move again. The system rang. Saruta's pulse, mythic compression active. Limit break detected. Divine channeling bell of relentless motion. Tier clash registered. Unstable conditions fatal risk. Jiraiya struck first. His hair exploded outward. Wild lion's mane, amplified by sage mode. Dozens of strands spiraling like drill-tipped snakes. Each one coated in chakra, so heavy it could slice through reinforced seal tags. Guy vanished. No blur. No sound. Just gone. He reappeared beneath the hairstorm. 1 foot planted against the ground. A single fist rising. First gate. Open. The impact didn't collide with the hair. It collapsed everything around it. The mist inverted. The chakra stuttered. The ground rippled outward like water struck by a comet. Half of Jiraiya's hair detonated off his scalp, spiraling into the sky like threads on fire. Second gate. Healing. Guy struck again. This time a sidestep, knee into Jiraiya's ribcage. Toad Sage reflexes kicked in. Jiraiya blocked with a stone-hardened arm, toad skin crackling across his skin. The bones underneath still cracked. He spun with the blow, using the rotation to hurl oil straight into Guy's face. Sage Art Oil Spark Spray. The oil ignited midair. Guy didn't dodge. He ran through it. Third gate. Life. His speed surged again. Not doubling. Redefining. Jiraiya's toad leapt off his shoulder, firing a sound seal. An amphibian scream designed to rupture the inner ear and paralyze chakra flow. It hit Guy square in the chest. He kept moving. Fourth gate. Pain. A kick faster than system registration landed against Jiraiya's side, sending the Sannin tumbling through a row of shattered trees. Before the dust could even settle, Guy appeared again above him. Body blurred with heat. Fifth gate. Limit. He dropped like a comet. Jiraiya formed a single seal. Swamp of the underworld, exploding the ground into liquefied mire, dragging both of them beneath it. Mud flooded Guy's stance. Jiraiya tried to rise. He couldn't. You're strong, Jiraiya growled, surfacing in the mire. But strength doesn't change the world. Guy floated up from the swamp, steam curling from his muscles. He smiled. That's where you're wrong. Strength is what lets you live long enough to do it. Sixth gate view. The world paused. The swamp evaporated. Chakra peeled off Guy in cosmic threads. His skin no longer glowing with light, but with the impression of stars, like his body was borrowed from another plane. His eyes shimmered like open skies. His aura was so bright the system began issuing new warnings. Divine limit break, tier surge detected. Might Guy? Physical parameters exceeding combat modeling. Saruta's pulse unstable. Field error recalculating. Guy didn't give the world time to adjust. He struck. Once, twice, then a third time, faster than thought. Each blow landed not with impact, but with direction. Like he was punching fate's trajectory back into line. Jiraiya coughed blood. Toad Sage resilience wavered. Even Saruta's pulse skipped. You think youth is about being naive, Guy said between strikes. But youth isn't about knowing the answer. It's about daring to fight anyway. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. His hands blurred. Sage Art Ultra Big Ball Rasengan formed in one hand. The toads shrieked, channeling elemental disruptions into its core. The Rasengan grew larger than the trees behind them, spinning like a condensed sun. He hurled it. Guy didn't flinch. Seventh gate. Wonder. He stepped once, and vanished into color. The Rasengan collapsed on itself. The earth cratered. Everything went white. And when the smoke cleared, Guy stood above Jiraiya. One fist pulled back. One foot on nothing. He didn't strike. Not yet. Jiraiya, tired, panting, bloodied, looked up at him, and grinned. Jiraiya crouched low, Toad Sage mode flickering, his blood mixing with swamp water and sweat. Saruta's pulse trembled beneath his skin. Too much energy, too much rebellion to contain. He looked up at Guy. You're strong, but not strong enough to stop a god's laughter. He pressed his palms together. The system reacted violently. Saruta's pulse, myth invocation level 3 unsealed. Forbidden summoning, domain catalyst accepted. Technique Sage Art, rebellious heaven drop. The sky cracked. Not metaphor. Literal fracture. Clouds bent inward, spiraling around a single, massive distortion. Light warping at the center as a meteor formed mid-orbit. Not summoned from space. Built from myth. Forged by the will of a god who had once laughed beneath a mountain and dared the heavens to fall. Naruto's eyes widened. Hinata fell to one knee, shielding Niji. Sasuke's Mangekyo twitched involuntarily. That'll destroy the whole sector. Tintin whispered. Jiraiya exhaled. Then maybe they'll rebuild it better. But Guy had already moved. He didn't shout. He didn't pose. He just walked forward. Each step left behind shockwaves that folded the air. His body blurred. Not fast. Untraceable. The system twitched. It tried to track him. Error movement occurred between observation frames. Divine martial art detected. Raging demon. Concept death by recognition denial. Effect target perceives fatal impact only after consequence is inevitable. Jiraiya saw it. Just once. A kanji burning behind Guy's back. Made destruction. Then the world went dark. To everyone else. Guy simply vanished. Reappeared on the other side of Jiraiya. One step past him. Back turned. Fists lowered. The meteor was still falling. But Jiraiya. His entire body collapsed. Chakras severed. Spine spasming. The aftermath of 12 strikes that hadn't even happened yet catching up to his nerves. You. How? He whispered, bleeding from the mouth, unable to move. Guy didn't turn. You summoned a sky's worth of death. I walked across it. He raised his hand. Raging demon. Complete. The pressure detonated behind him. A dome of silence. A flicker of kanji. And then, the meteor shattered. Not from impact. From shame. Chunks of it dissolved before reaching the ground, as if reality couldn't remember why they were falling anymore. Jiraiya lay on the cracked ground, staring up at nothing. The toads were gone. Saruta's pulse. The mountain's heartbeat. Was quiet now. Guy turned. Looked down at him. I told you, he said quietly. I'm not a wall. I'm the flame that keeps burning after you climb it. The ground was fractured. The crater still steamed. Jiraiya's breath wheezed through a broken ribcage. One eye swollen. Chakra torn. Leaking from dozens of unseen ruptures. His sage mode flickered. Saruta's pulse dimmed beneath his skin. But still. He rose. His hands shook. His shoulders slumped. But he stood. Because the world hadn't told him not to yet. I'm not finished, he rasped. I can still fight. Guy watched him carefully. Ready, but not aggressive. You don't need to, he said gently. You already made your point. Jiraiya laughed. And coughed blood into the dirt. Then a second pulse. Not aggressive. Steady. Rhythmic. Measured. The air tightened again. But not with pressure. With authority. And out from the smoke-wrapped tree-line. She walked in. Golden hair. White coat with red trim. A diamond glimmering on her forehead like a seal meant to be broken. Tsunade. The will of fire that kept burning through grief. And behind her. A glowing effigy core pulsed in her hand. Diamond. Heavy. Offered. Jiraiya. Her voice didn't echo. It landed. Like a truth too old to question. He didn't turn. But he felt her. Felt the guilt. The failure. The way the years had pulled them in different directions. Only to return them here. It's over, she said. We lost. She stepped forward. Past the others. Past Guy. Past the broken silence. We gave everything. But if we keep going, there won't be anything left to rebuild. Jiraiya said nothing. The wind shifted. He looked at Guy. Then Naruto. Then Sasuke. You're just kids, he muttered. But the system chose you. He turned to Tsunade. And you're sure? She nodded. Held out the core. The system chimed. Effigy core diamond. Tsunade's compound. Transfer confirmed. Naruto's company. Total progression stage 6-6. Diamond effigy achieved. Domain authority updated. Sovereign candidate Uzumaki. Designation the witness. Guy exhaled. Tintin collapsed to her knees. Niji sat down, exhausted. Sasuke looked away. Hinata finally let her second breath fade. Naruto didn't speak, just accepted the weight. Jiraiya finally looked at Tsunade. You always knew when to call it. She smiled, faintly. You always needed someone to. And the mountain sat down, not because it was defeated, but because it finally found a place to rest. The battlefield was quiet. Ash drifted where the meteor never landed. Tsunade lowered her hand. Jiraiya turned away, shoulders sagging. And then, a voice. Calm, warm, dangerously polite. You know. When I heard about you. They all turned. Minato Namikaze stepped from the trees. He did not glow. He did not shout. He did not run. He walked. Flanked on his right by Kakashi, silent, eyes cast forward like a soldier resigned to follow orders. And on his left, Kushina Uzumaki, red hair loose, eyes calculating, arms crossed like thunderclouds tied into a smile. Even Might Guy tensed. He didn't drop his stance, but he did step back, just slightly, because whatever Minato was now, he wasn't just a man. He was a happening. Effigy authority detected. Tier 6 Sovereign Minato Namikaze. Sponsor signature unreadable. Warning authority source cannot be parsed by system. Error, no title registered. Classification? Outer God access confirmed. Naruto didn't move. Sasuke instinctively raised his hand toward his bow. Niji's eyes locked on Kakashi. Tintin took a step in front of Hinata. Lee stood beside Guy like a wall. Minato looked at Naruto. Really looked. And smiled. You look a little like me, you know? Hair's different. Aura's messy. But the eyes? He tilted his head slightly. My wife shares the same name as you. Strange coincidence, right? No one spoke. Even the gods watching did not interfere. Because this was not threat. This was dominance without effort. You're all family, Minato said softly. And I'd really rather not do anything hasty. His voice stayed gentle. But the air was growing thin. So let's make it easy. He smiled again. Give me the effigy. Naruto didn't answer. Not with words. Not with chakra. He just stared at Minato. And the system. The part of it that should never speak. Screamed. Foxtail system alert. Danger. Unpredictable entity. Sponsor name the answer that precedes the question. Warning. Do not engage. Death certainty registered. This is not your enemy. This is your end. Please. Please. Turn back. Naruto's eyes widened. His body froze. It wasn't a suggestion. It was begging. The system had never begged before. Not when Naruto fought Sai. Not when he stole a demon's heart. Not when he suffocated gods. But now? Now it sounded like it was breaking apart, just trying to comprehend what Minato was. Minato took one more step. Still smiling. Still gentle. Still calm. And that's when Sasuke stepped forward. No hesitation. No question. He just moved. You want the effigy? His voice was low. The storm behind his eyes louder. You'll have to kill me. Tintin reached for him. Guy's mouth opened. Hinata looked horrified. Naruto's hand shot forward. Too late. Sasuke raised his bow. Reijinshi ignited. He fired once. A magnetized arrow rippling with divine current. Straight at Minato's chest. Minato blinked. Once. And the world shifted. Not fast. Not even visibly. But completely. Minato Namikaze. Authority activation rewritten interval. Ability temporal severance. Effect ignores causality within a 5-second window. Targeted events do not occur. Memory of actions is selectively retained. Naruto saw the arrow fire. He saw Sasuke charge. And then, he saw Sasuke on the ground. It made no sense. There was no motion. No sound. No strike. But Sasuke was bleeding. On his back. Staring at the sky. His bow was shattered beside him. Reijinshu's aura. Gone. He didn't speak. Didn't move. Just shook. Minato didn't gloat. Didn't follow up. He simply stepped around Sasuke's body. His voice never changed. I don't like hurting children. But I've learned that sometimes, you have to teach them what silence looks like. Sasuke tried to push himself up. Failed. Eyes wide. Not in pain. In disbelief. What? What did you do? He whispered. I was moving. I fired. He blinked. Why can't I remember what happened? No one answered. Because no one had seen it. Only Minato. And the answer that precedes the question. The silence felt heavier than the sky. Sasuke lay in a crater made by nothing. Minato hadn't lifted a finger. The system still hadn't recovered. And Naruto hadn't moved. Couldn't. Because Foxtail wasn't whispering anymore. It was sobbing. Guy looked at the battlefield. At Tsunade, bleeding from the mouth. At Hinata, shielding Niji like prayer. At Tintin, clutching a broken scroll. At Naruto, who had survived the wrath of an outer god. Only to freeze in front of Minato's shadow. Then he looked at Minato. That soft smile. Those kind eyes. That aura of inescapable judgment. Lee. Guy's voice didn't crack. It never had. But it slowed. Like the weight of a lifetime was finally caught in his throat. Lee turned, eyes wide. Sensei. Guy kept his eyes on Minato. Take care of everyone. No matter what. He smiled. That same smile he gave Lee every time they trained until they collapsed under the stars. And remember. He closed his fists. Youth. Always burns brightest. Right before it disappears. The world shuddered. The gods leaned forward. Because Might Guy? Might Guy just made a grave decision. Lee sobbed before he even realized why. Niji turned away. Tintin gripped her weapon like it could anchor her soul. Sasuke, still collapsed, trembled. Not from pain, but from remembrance. Naruto. Foxtail tried to block his vision. But some things must be seen. Might Guy stood still. His hands lowered. The air trembled, not from pressure, but from conviction. He wasn't glowing. He wasn't charging. He was remembering. Every step, every push-up, every time he held Lee's shoulders after failure and said, again, 8th gate. Gate of death. His chakra paths ignited. His spine arched as light surged through bone. The system screamed. Gate of death opened. Vital limit exceeded. Fatal consequences registered. Contracting divine limit break. Red Lotus variant. The world lit on fire. Not literal. Not chakra. Not even divine. Just purpose burning too bright to be contained. Guy's skin tore. His blood turned to light. His heartbeat outpaced time. And still, Minato smiled. Calm. Kind. But now, focused. I haven't seen this in years, Minato murmured. That same stance. That same fire. He placed one hand gently at his side. Chakra ignited in spirals. Flying thunder god seals arcing across the air, drawn with his bare fingers. You really are the strongest in the village, Guy. Guy's head tilted, steaming. A grin split across lips, already peeling from the heat. No, you're the strongest. Human. And then they moved. Clash 1. Minato vanished. Flying thunder god third style, redirecting himself through 3 anchor points in midair. Guy caught him anyway. A kick struck his shoulder. Minato's form jerked, anchor sigil displaced midcast. He teleported again. Too late. Guy was already there. Clash 2. Minato raised a Rasengan laced with distortion. Chrono Rasengan, a sphere of accelerated time collapse. Guy answered with a punch that erased prediction. The Rasengan detonated between them. Neither budged, until Guy moved inside the blast and slammed a knee into Minato's jaw. Clash 3. Minato threw a seal to the ground, then vanished from it, only to appear behind Guy before the seal even landed. He stabbed forward, kunai burning with divine compression, but Guy's back was already gone. He turned in midair. His heel dropped like a comet. Minato caught it with both arms. Slid 30 meters, skidding across stone. You're faster than before, Minato admitted. Guy's voice was fire. I'm faster than before. Because there is no before. Clash 4. Guy disappeared entirely. Only sound remained. Minato dropped into a spinning seal array. Temporal severance lockdown, anchoring the next 5 seconds to absolute causality. It didn't matter, because Guy didn't move during those seconds. He waited, and in the 6th, he struck. Minato blinked, and found himself slammed through 8 different trees before his seals could correct. King Crimson Parallel activated. Segment skipped. He reversed the instant. But Guy skipped the reversal. He was already inside Minato's future. Error unparsable trajectory. Physical narrative folding. Might Guy, current motion beyond calculated possibility. They clashed again. Hands like weapons. Seals like wildfire. Tom like shattered glass. Minato rewrote the battlefield with every step. Teleporting through moments, bending intervals, deleting reaction. Guy ignored the concept of delay. At last, they collided midair. No technique, just fists. And the sky split. Lightning curved away. The wind died. The gods fell silent. And Minato, still smiling, whispered, "You really are." A final answer. There was no ground beneath them anymore. Just shattered platforming. Chunks of stone suspended in burned air, drifting like broken promises. Guy no longer ran. He folded reality around his movements. Each step he took left behind a trail of eventuality. A motion so committed to happening that the world simply agreed. His skin cracked. Muscles boiled under light. His hair flared like a comet trying to remember the path it once fell on. Minato tried to respond. Tried to be Minato. Seal tag spiraled. He chained 3 flying thunder god anchors into a temporal lattice. He phased between angles of offense no eye could follow. And still, Guy was already there. Kakashi whispered from the scorched cliffside, one arm shielding his eye. He's not keeping up. He wasn't speaking to anyone, just admitting. He was always stronger than me. I just never saw what he was holding back. Minato spun with a tri-seal kunai. Chakra spiraled out. Time severance loop. A technique built to force a recursive moment. Guy punched through it. Not around. Through. The loop collapsed. The seals burst into flame. Guy roared. Not a scream. Just the sound of velocity gaining mass. And then, technique comet fong. Lotus that broke the moon. He spun once. Kicked upward. Minato blocked with both arms. Arms that immediately fractured, chakra dislocating from bone. He flew skyward, spiraling out of control, unable to recorrect his next anchor point. Kakashi covered his mouth. Even from here, he could feel it. The warping gravity behind Guy's stance. Lee collapsed to his knees. Sensei. Tears streamed from both eyes. Blood mixed with spit on his chin. Don't do this. You've already won. Please. He tried to move. Tintin held him down. Niji's Byakugan had long since deactivated. He couldn't watch anymore. Guy did not respond. He rose, hovering now, not through levitation, through denial of fall. The sky broke beneath him. Minato tried to cast, but his chakra refused. It had watched what Guy had become, and decided it didn't want to go there. You were always the fastest, Guy whispered. He blurred again. The gods held their breath. But speed doesn't matter. He was already behind Minato. If I'm already where you're going. He struck. 1,000 times in one frame. No, not struck. He rewrote the air around Minato into pure consequence. Minato's barrier seals collapsed on activation. His kunai turned to dust before they left his fingers. Every option. Erased. Guy struck with a back fist laced in spiraling kinetic law. A knee charged with impact retroactivity. Each hit carried weight that hadn't happened yet. Minato's ribs exploded. His body twisted. Collapsed. Burned. And above them all. Watching. System alert observer signature. The Oathbreaker detected. Status trembling. Comment. This wasn't supposed to happen. In the smoke, in the sky, amid the fire, the light, Minato fell. Not fast. Not broken. Just falling. Minato was falling. Guy hovered above him. His body a constellation made of torn muscle and radiant collapse. The eighth gate pulsed wildly, shredding cells by the second. There was no blood left. Only heat. Only will. And then a voice. Ragged. Desperate. Guy. Tsunade. She stumbled into the blast zone, her cloak torn, her chakra flaring in panic. You have to stop. You'll die? Guy didn't turn, but the hesitation cracked the heat around him. A breath. A flicker. A heartbeat that wanted to keep beating. Please. Tsunade raised her hand. Her diamond seal burned. Brighter than it ever had. I'll take it. All of it. Your pain. Your death. Give it to me. Naruto and the others turned, eyes wide. Tsunade-sama. What are you? System override. Sacrificial invocation accepted. Technique mitotic transfer. Grand release of vital sealing. Effect divine death redirected to volunteer. Soul rupture threshold met. Warning donor life expectancy reduced to 0.3%. Tsunade's seal broke. A flood of pure life surged into Guy's body. The fire consuming him. Paused. His bones stopped cracking. His blood stopped cooking. The eighth gate didn't close. But for the first time. It wasn't killing him. Guy dropped to one knee, panting. Steam roared from his skin. He looked up at Tsunade. Eyes trembling. You fool. You didn't have to. She smiled. Neither did you. And Minato, still kneeling, battered beyond repair, raised his eyes. For the first time. He looked mortal. That man. He whispered, almost laughing. Was willing to die for them. And she. He shook his head. You all still believe in each other. He reached to his side. Pulled forth a diamond effigy core. Pulsing, spiraling with outer god signatures, still encoded with the voice of the answer that precedes the question. He looked at Naruto. The witness. I never wanted to take this by force. And I won't leave here with pride. He held the core out. You've won. Effigy core diamond, Minato's domain. Received by Naruto Uzumaki, title The Witness. Progression path complete 6-6. Core type match confirmed Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minato sectors. Forging obsidian effigy, initiated, a tremor passed through the battlefield. The ground split. Not with destruction, but with reverence. The diamond cores lifted. Hovering in the air. And slowly. Merged. Black stone. Veined with light. Etched with names never spoken. A shape older than chakra. Heavier than death. Obsidian effigy, complete. Owner Naruto Uzumaki. Status sovereign designation locked. System broadcast final phase. Convergence unlocked. And across the broken world. The gods turned their gaze. The Oathbreaker trembled. Even the answer that precedes the question flickered once. Because in this game of death and divinity, a new king had stepped onto the board. And his name. They still couldn't see. The sky dimmed. Not with night. With focus. The moment froze in gold and ash. And from the effigy's core, a presence stepped forth. Lightless, towering, not a god, not a man, but an observer. It had no face. Only a mouth made of script. Its voice wasn't loud. It was final. 3 have risen. 3 have fallen. And 1 remains. It turned to Naruto. He did not flinch. You have conquered all 6 stages. You now stand as sovereign. The next scenario will begin. A pause. And 1 god shall grant you favor. A whisper rippled through the heavens. The gods stirred. Power converged. All that remains is for you to accept your place. As the king of Konoha, the observer lifted its hand. The obsidian effigy pulsed once. Beckoning, Naruto stepped forward. 1 step. 2. His hand touched the effigy. The stone lit with the weight of divine favor. The system surged with new light. Divine right of rule. Transference in progress. System update authority tier shift. Sovereign designation validated. And then Naruto shattered it. A single blow. No wind. No jutsu. Just his fist. And the effigy crumbled. Error. Obsidian effigy destroyed. Convergence interrupted. Crown nullified. God stunned. The observer reeled backward. Script unraveled from its face. The system sputtered. Every divine eye turned. Even the gods did not understand. Naruto stood in the smoke, breathing, calm. His shadow stretched behind him, but cast no shape. New myth tier fable obtained the Kage of a shadowless village. Description: the one who stood at the summit of sovereignty, saw the throne left by gods, kings, and monsters alike, and turned his back on it. He who refused to rule a world built on memory and murder. The one who shattered legacy, so nothing would cast a shadow on what came next. The world after the fall. The crown was gone. The obsidian effigy lay shattered where Naruto had struck it. Its pieces still humming, glowing, refusing to forget what they had been asked to become. The gods had gone quiet. The observer had vanished. Even the system, for the first time in scenario history, had no instructions. Naruto sat beneath the broken monument, breathing slowly, hands resting over his knees. His body wasn't injured, but his soul was loud. The air around him hadn't moved in minutes, like the wind itself was watching to see what he'd do next. Behind him, the others stood scattered, processing the impossible. Tsunade, pale and unsteady, leaned against a scorched tree. The diamond on her forehead had dulled completely. Every breath she took looked like it hurt. Sasuke sat quietly, eyes unfocused, bow across his lap. Snapped in two. Whatever fire had driven him was smoldering now. Not gone, just buried. Lee was still crying. Not from grief, but from awe, relief, hope he didn't know how to handle. And Guy? Guy hadn't moved since Tsunade caught him. His head was lowered. His chakra was dim, but he was alive. And now? Now came the part where they remembered they were human. It started with food. Tintin, with trembling fingers, unpacked the salvaged rations from their old sector. Crackers, dried jerky, cold soup sealed in scrolls. No one said anything as they Saturday, not even when Naruto took the smallest piece of bread and passed it to Tsunade without a word. They just shared a meal. Like people, like survivors. They camped in the ruins of their own victory. There was no fire. They didn't need warmth, but they stayed close. Guy rested against a crumbled effigy pedestal, arms crossed, but breathing stable. Hinata sat beside him, tracing quiet healing patterns across his arms. Niji meditated. Sasuke sharpened what remained of his arrows. Tintin wrote names into a journal that no longer had a functioning cover. Naruto stared at the stars. He hadn't moved in nearly an hour. Not until he felt the presence. She approached gently. No hostility. No dramatic pressure. Just footsteps. Familiar chakra. And red hair. Naruto turned. Kushina Uzumaki stood 10 feet away, hands in her pockets, cloak dusted with ash, eyes softer than they should have been. She looked at him like a memory she hadn't lived. Hey, she said. Naruto blinked. Hi. Kushina rubbed the back of her head. So, this is weird, right? He didn't answer. Not with words. But he didn't look away. She took a breath. I know this is probably nothing, but my name's Kushina Uzumaki, and I was told you're one too. So for now, just so we don't go crazy. She stuck out her hand. Cousin? Naruto stared at it, then took it, and for the first time in a long time. He smiled. The others eventually joined the circle. Kushina introduced herself. Tsunade's jaw clenched, but she didn't interfere. Kakashi stayed back, saying little, his mask unreadable. But they talked. About the sectors they'd survived. About the people they'd lost. About what the system had taken. And when silence fell again, it was lighter. The silence stretched, not out of discomfort, but like none of them wanted to be the first to break something fragile. Then Lee finally wiped his eyes and looked up. Does this mean we won? He asked. No one answered right away. Tintin gave a soft laugh that didn't quite reach her eyes. Define win. I mean. Lee glanced at Guy, whose head was still lowered. Sensei's alive. We're still here. And Naruto. He hesitated. You did something I don't think anyone else ever could. Naruto didn't look up. I didn't do it to win. Kushina tilted her head. Then why did you do it? Naruto's voice was quiet, but there was no hesitation. Because I'm tired of being part of something I don't understand. Every crown they offer. It's just a leash with a different name. Sasuke made a sound like a scoff. Spoken like someone who had the luxury to refuse power. Naruto finally turned his head to him. You saw what it made them into. Sasuke met his gaze. And for once, didn't argue. A small wind kicked up, rustling the broken remnants of the obsidian effigy. Hinata looked toward it, and then back at Naruto. You said you didn't want to rule a village built on memory, she said softly. But what are we supposed to do now? He didn't answer. Not immediately, but his eyes flicked from person to person. Their exhaustion, their injuries, their survival. We build a new one. Tsunade finally spoke, voice hoarse. I'm too old to be carving monuments. Kushina chuckled. You're not dying yet, princess. Tsunade shot her a glare, but didn't respond. Instead, she looked at Naruto. Really looked. You broke something no one ever thought could break. Not just the effigy. The game. Her fingers twitched like she wanted to say more, but didn't know how. I don't know what that makes you. Naruto gave the faintest of smiles. Neither do I. Kakashi stepped forward then, arms still crossed. eyes never leaving Naruto. You don't act like a leader. Naruto looked up at him. Kakashi continued, that's not a criticism. Just an observation. You're not a king. You're a... He paused, then shrugged. Witness. A quiet chuckle rippled through the group. Not because it was funny, but because, somehow it felt right. As the sky dimmed into deeper twilight, they shifted. Closer. Just enough that their shoulders touched. They weren't a squad. They weren't a faction. They weren't a kingdom. Just survivors. Sitting in the shadow of a shattered crown. And for the first time in a long, long while. No one felt alone. The night deepened. The stars thickened above, and the broken air slowly remembered how to breathe. Most of the group had drifted into uneasy sleep or silence. But Lee couldn't sit still. He paced in small, quiet circles, glancing at Guy every few seconds. Like he was scared that if he blinked, the man would vanish. Finally, he crouched next to him. Sensei. Guy didn't look up. Lee bit his lip, fists clenched on his knees. I know why you did it. I know what it meant. But... His voice cracked. Don't ever do it again. Guy blinked once, then twice. Slowly turned his head to face him. Lee looked down, shoulders trembling. I watched you move like you were already a memory. You were disappearing. I thought I was going to lose you for real this time. He looked up, eyes red, face raw. You're not just my sensei. You're the closest thing I've ever had to a father. Guy said nothing. Lee swallowed. I want to protect this team too. I want to fight with everything I have. But I can't do that if you're gone. A long silence stretched between them. Then Guy, for the first time since the battle ended, smiled. It wasn't wide. It wasn't loud. Just warm. You've already surpassed me, Lee, he said. Even if I vanish someday, the world will still remember how brightly you burned. He reached out, placing a heavy hand on Lee's shoulder. But I'll do my best to stay, if you promise to keep pushing forward. Lee nodded so fast he almost choked. And for a long while, they just sat there. Student and teacher, flame and torch. Later, as Lee walked past the others, he saw Tsunade sitting alone, her eyes half-lidded but alert. Her breathing was shallow, the mark on her forehead long since faded. He hesitated, then walked up to her. She didn't look at him. How long do I have until you say something awkward and emotional? She muttered. Lee laughed quietly, then bowed low. Forehead touching the earth. Thank you. Tsunade blinked. For what? For saving him, Lee said without lifting his head. I know you didn't have to, and I know what it cost you, but I'm grateful. Truly. She didn't respond at first. Then, softly, I didn't do it for you. I know. She sighed. But you're welcome anyway. Lee looked up, eyes bright, hope alive again. You're kind. Don't tell anyone. He smiled. I won't. Promise. Kushina found him sitting apart from the rest again. He'd wandered from the crumbled camp, just far enough that the others didn't follow. The wind had started to pick up again. Cold and quiet, like it knew not to interrupt. Naruto sat on the edge of a broken platform where an effigy once stood, looking down at his own reflection in a pool of water warped by ash. Kushina approached without stealth, boots crunching softly over stone. She didn't speak right away, just stood next to him, arms crossed, watching the way he refused to look at her. Can I ask you something? He didn't nod, didn't answer, but he didn't walk away. She took that as a yes. Do you know your family? She asked. Like, your parents? Or anyone from Uzushio? Naruto didn't move. His voice, when it came, was dry, not guarded, just empty. I grew up in a place where names didn't mean anything. They just called me Naruto. No one told me if I had a clan, or if I mattered. Kushina sat down beside him, one knee pulled up to her chest. I didn't know mine either. Not really, she said. Uzumaki survivors weren't exactly organized after the fall. Some ran to Konoha. Some vanished. Some were hunted. She glanced at him. I always hoped there were more of us somewhere. Naruto finally turned to look at her. There wasn't recognition in his eyes, but there was something close to grief. Like hearing a song he didn't remember liking until it played again. You said we're cousins, he murmured. Kushina smiled, small and tired. It's a guess, but it's the best one I've got. He looked away again. Then I'm glad you're alive. The words were stiff, but honest. Kushina leaned back on her hands, watching the smoke coil in the distance. I used to imagine what it would have been like. Growing up with a clan, with people who knew what it meant to carry this name. She didn't say it out loud, but Naruto heard the second half of that thought. What it would have meant to grow up with you. They sat like that a while longer. Not speaking, not explaining. Two remnants. Two names. Sharing a silence the world hadn't quite earned. And for now, it was enough. Objective: prevent the sealed ones from awakening. Or kill what escapes. It began at sunrise. Not with a message. Not even with the system. With the birds going silent. A wind swept through what was left of the trees around Konoha. But it didn't carry warmth. It wasn't like the wind Naruto commanded. This one didn't feel like weather. It felt like a warning. Niji was the first to stand. The airs changed. Kushina frowned, hand drifting to a ceiling tag. Lee stood and immediately turned to Guy, who was still seated, recovering, wrapped in what little healing chakra Hinata could still spare. Naruto rose last, because he already knew. The system flickered back to life like a dying god taking breath. System integrity re-establishing. Authority chain disrupted, no sovereign crown detected. Scenario 6 disaster phase, now active. Map update 4 disasters detected. Location Greater Konoha boundary, inner sealing zones. Objective prevent the breaking of the seals. Alternate objective defeat the unsealed calamities. Consequence of failure complete system collapse village erasure. New system classification autonomous disaster type, classified below outer god. Timer 72 hours until full emergence. Tintin narrowed her eyes. Wait. Disasters? Plural? Niji was already scanning the horizon. The seals were put in place before the scenarios even started, he muttered. I saw some when I explored the edges of Sector 5. Ancient things. Never meant to be broken. They're going to be, Sasuke said flatly. That's the whole point. Naruto didn't respond. He just stared at the system log. For disasters. No names. No shapes. Just coordinates. And a warning if they broke free, this world wouldn't survive them. System addendum divine favor rejected by current leader, resource deficit active. Disaster scaling adjusted accordingly. This difficulty is intended to kill you. Kushina cursed under her breath. Great. And I thought the last scenario was suicidal. Where are they? Tintin asked, already unfurling a scroll. The map pulsed. 4 points lit up. Cardinal directions. 1 near the remains of the Uchiha compound. 1 beneath the flooded crypts of the Hokage mausoleum. 1 buried in the crater where the Hyuga estate once stood. And 1. That's right beneath the mountain, Niji whispered. The one where the faces used to be carved. Hinata's hands trembled. Are we supposed to split up? Naruto stared at the map. The ticking counter. The coordinates blinking red. He didn't answer. Not yet. Because whatever waited beneath those seals. It wasn't just another scenario. It was the world's way of asking what kind of god they wanted next. Disaster phase, 720000. Team assignments confirmed, Jiraiya, Tsunade disaster of discrimination Minato, Kakashi, Naruto's company disaster of nature Naruto, and Kushina Uzumaki disaster of perfection. System notice teams may not reconvene until their threat is neutralized or unsealed. Scenario 6 to 714806 remaining. Disaster phase in motion, teams have separated. Paths diverge. Silence fractures. POV Hinata Senju the forest had stopped breathing. Or maybe she just couldn't hear it anymore. Over the hum of everything unraveling, she moved in a staggered line behind Kakashi and Minato, with Niji to her left, Lee and Guy watching the perimeter, and Sasuke walking like a shadow that had learned how to carry weight. Tintin hadn't said a word since the map updated. They were Naruto's company. But Naruto wasn't here. And the silence he left behind? It wasn't comforting. Hinata watched Minato from a distance. She didn't know him. Not really. Just stories. The Yellow Flash. The hero who never lost. The ghost who saved Konoha. He looked too calm for someone marching toward a sealed god. She looked to Kakashi, who followed with his usual quiet gravity. No smiles. No glances. Just focus. Hinata clenched her fist. She didn't trust them. And she didn't want to be led by them. But right now, they were walking into the heart of something old. Sealing coordinates. Disaster of nature 0.7 kilometers ahead. Warning biostructure distortion detected. Environmental correction disabled. Hostile regrowth zone active. The trees were wrong. They didn't grow up. They leaned in. Roots pulsed beneath the ground like veins in a sleeping body. It wasn't a forest. It was breathing. Minato finally stopped. The team gathered. Kakashi didn't speak. Minato looked at them. Not with authority, but with clarity. I'm going to let it wake up. Everyone froze. Tintin, what? Niji, you can't be serious. Lee, what if we can't stop it? Minato's voice didn't rise. But it didn't flinch. I came here to see the strongest shinobi this land ever produced. Not what's left of him. The real thing. If you're afraid, stay back. He stepped forward. And just like that, the seal began to crack. Disaster of nature, unsealed. Designation unknown. Title the root that devoured the tree. Status hostile entity. Manifested combat level irrelevant. Sealing site. Breached. The seal cracked in silence. No explosion. No scream. Just the quiet unraveling of something that had never known how to die. Roots lifted from the soil. Soaked in blood that no one had spilled. Trees folded backward. The air lost color. And from the base of a hollow tree that had grown into itself. He stepped forward. Not undead. Not summoned. Just present. Hashirama Senju. The first Hokage. The god of shinobi. Niji staggered back. Lee's knees trembled. Even Guy, still recovering, tightened his jaw like a man watching a nightmare walk out of a storybook. Hinata stared, expression unreadable. But Minato didn't move. Hashirama's eyes were glazed in moss light. Not vacant. Intentional. He didn't speak at first. He looked at them. Not like enemies. Like descendants. And when he finally spoke, it was gentle. You shouldn't have come here. I was made to sleep for a reason. Minato stepped forward. And I was made to know what lives inside a seal when it's cracked. I don't want your forgiveness. He raised a hand. No stance. No threat. Just a single, open palm. I want your truth. Hashirama smiled like an old man who remembered too much. Then you'll have it. He moved. Not fast. Not loud. Just instant. A forest exploded into being behind him. Trees growing 10 stories high in the space of a breath. Minato vanished. They met in the center of the air. Wood dragon rising. Flying thunder god seal detonating. Hashirama caught Minato's kunai mid-spin. Minato vanished again. Tactical seal array reversible time fracture initiated. Effect predicted outcome erased. Sequence reordered. Path of combat reset to favorable route. Minato appeared behind himself. Caught his own hand mid-throw and redirected the strike through the forest canopy. 3 Hashirama clones dissolved before they formed. Hashirama extended both arms. The trees roared. The 1,000-armed Buddha rose behind him. Summoned with no hand signs, only intention. Each hand began to glow with binding seals and memory-weighted strikes. This is my mercy, Hashirama said. Let the forest bury what the village forgot. Minato didn't respond. He just smiled. And then, the answer that precedes the question. Authority fragment accessed. Temporal authority immediate interval skipped. Combat sequence rewritten. Time snapped. Everyone else blinked. And the next moment, Minato stood on the Buddha's shoulder. Seal tags exploded along its arms. Half the construct collapsed inward, torn from existence before it could react. Hashirama's eyes narrowed. You're faster than me. Minato tilted his head. No, I just arrived before you thought I would. Hashirama struck with an arm of condensed wood chakra the size of a mountain ridge. Minato blurred. And his kunai was already buried in its center. Mark triggered. Inversion detonation. The wood arm folded into itself, collapsing in a recursive impact spiral until only shrapnel and splinters remained. Minato Namikaze, combat insight adjusted. Temporal layer shifted, predictive thread routing online. He flashed again. Tore through 3 more structures. Every tag, every movement, every kunai. Deliberately placed in past frames of combat no one else even remembered happening. Minato was fighting in the future of now, and Hashirama was still waking up. You aren't a leader, Hashirama said quietly. You're an answer. Minato landed, no longer smiling. I was never meant to rule, just to make sure no one unworthy does. The ground shook. The forest wailed, and the fight was still rising. The ground collapsed under them, not from force, from scale. Each step Hashirama took grew a forest. Each motion Minato made folded it back into silence. One was nature unleashed. The other was the end of potential. The sky above cracked. Not in sound, but in logic. World stability warning. Dual conceptual combat detected. Classification founding law versus timeline displacement. Outcome unresolvable without deicide. Is this the strength of your gods? Hashirama asked, voice shaking the trees. The 1,000-armed Buddha behind him grew a second spine. New arms began to form. Each one holding a different seal. Not wood style. Not chakra-based. Memory-based. The past was joining the fight. Minato landed on a tree that hadn't existed 2 seconds ago. I don't serve gods, he said. He raised 2 fingers. Dozens of inverted kunai appeared in midair, floating like punctuation marks across reality. I serve the silence that comes after them. The seals detonated in unison. Not explosions. Rewinds. Whole seconds reversed. Branches ungrew. Clone jutsu folded into unborn chakra. Even sound distorted, sucked into the space where time refused to loop again. Hashirama's body staggered. But his eyes, they were getting clearer. I see it now, the first Hokage said softly. You're not fighting to protect the leaf. Minato vanished. Appeared behind him. Drove a sealing tag into Hashirama's spine. I'm fighting to see if it was worth it, he whispered. The 1,000-armed Buddha's hands all closed at once. The seal array beneath them ignited. Nature itself pulled inward. A gravitational sinkhole of chakra-infused matter, dragging the entire forest into a singularity of life force. Hashirama's chest cracked open, revealing a living core pulsing with primordial wood chakra. This is what I left behind, he said. If it still lives, it can still bury you. Minato didn't blink. Then I'll strike the moment before it ever did. Temporal authority realignment pulse. All previous coordinates corrected. Reality preformatted for impact. He vanished. Every clone of Hashirama's Buddha was already tagged. The moment they moved, they exploded. Not outward, but inward. Their own timelines compacted, rendering them hypothetical. Minato reappeared above the battlefield. Bleeding now, but not slowing. His hand sparked with seal fire. A 3-point array ignited around his wrist, rotating midair. I didn't want to kill you, he said, but I can't let what you were become what we worship. Hashirama's mouth opened. But the impact arrived first. A spiral of inverted light detonated at his chest, erasing the memory of impact before it registered. His form buckled. The forest screamed. And still, he stood. Why? Hashirama muttered. Blood ran like sap down his arms. Does it feel like I'm losing to something that never existed? Minato landed beside him. Because that's what I am. The answer that wasn't born. He raised a hand. Just written into the end. The sky glowed. The earth wept. And the disaster of nature began to fall. But the fight wasn't done. Not yet. Scenario 6 to 70-17-12 remaining. Path disaster of perfection designation unknown location burial zone 4. Eastern sector. The air was too still. Even the crows were quiet now. Naruto and Kushina had walked in silence for almost an hour. Not because there was nothing to say. Because there was too much. But eventually. Hey, she said softly. You always walk like that. Naruto blinked. Like what? She stepped in front of him, walking backward now, eyes narrowed in mock seriousness. Like someone who's used to not being followed. Naruto shrugged. No one ever did. They passed the shattered remains of a village gate. There were no bodies. Just shadows burned into the walls. Kushina slowed. Then, gently, you ever wonder where you came from? Naruto stopped. Every day? She didn't press. He didn't elaborate. But when they resumed walking, they were closer than before. Eventually, they reached the outer ring of the zone. The terrain had changed. Crystalline growths jutted out of the ground, white and gold, like frozen echoes. The system map flickered. Disaster of perfection, sealed form located. Warning, emotional interference detected. Cognitive synchronization possible. They crested a ridge. Below, within a spiraling seal array, a figure stood in stillness. Hair golden, jumpsuit bright, smile soft. Naruto stopped breathing. That's. The figure opened its eyes, and they were his. The world stuttered. The seal pulsed. Broken synchronization detected, identity overlay active. He blinked. And saw a birthday cake. Saw Kakashi ruffling his hair. Saw Minato standing in the doorway holding two presents. Happy birthday, son. He gasped. Another blink. Running through the streets of Konoha, everyone smiling at him. He waved at the old man at the ramen stand. The man gave him extra egg. Another blink. Tears in Kushina's eyes as she held him after his first mission. You were so brave. Another blink. A photo. A family photo. Error. Cognitive feedback loop breached. Perspective overlap. Uzumaki Naruto Namikaze Minma. Stability failing. You were seeing what should have been. Naruto stumbled back. No, that's not me. That's not me. Kushina grabbed his shoulder. What's happening? He looked at her. She was smiling in the memory. Holding someone else. He clutched his head. That's not me. That's not me. That's not me. Down below, the seal cracked. The figure inside stepped forward. Not with menace, but with radiance. His voice. Naruto's voice. But lighter. Why are you crying? Naruto looked up, and for the first time, saw a version of himself who had never begged to be seen. Minma tilted his head. Is this your story? System alert identity echo achieved. Crossover consciousness, phase 1 complete. Warning, further overlap may lead to fusion, collapse, or annihilation. Naruto fell to his knees. Kushina gripped him tighter. And across from them. Perfection smiled. But it was the kind of smile that didn't need to prove anything. And that made it so much worse. The forest was gone. Not destroyed. Unwritten. Minato stood in the air above the battlefield, surrounded by half-sealed loops of broken time. Kunai rotated around him in slow orbits, each tagged not to detonate, but to undo. Below, what remained of the thousand-armed Buddha slumped into the soil. Half of its face was gone. The arms that once held mercy now drooped like shamed roots. Hashirama still stood, but his skin no longer bled. It leaked bark. You're not the one I expected, he said quietly. Minato floated down. You're not the one I remember. They stood facing each other in the center of a battlefield that hadn't existed an hour ago. Hashirama's next step cracked the air. Chakra radiated from his form in spiraling lattice structures, fractals blooming off his shoulders. You use time like it's ink. Like the world is something you can revise. Minato didn't deny it. And you use life like it's law. Then they moved again. Hashirama's blow hit first. A palm strike that summoned a temple-sized root beast from the soil, a maw of vines and chakra fangs. Minato flickered. But not away. He flickered forward, behind the summon's eye, embedding a double-marked kunai in its inner skull. Flash vector internal collapse triggered. The summon folded in on itself. Imploding like a failed memory. Hashirama's hands moved too fast for seals. Nature answered directly. Every tree in a 5-kilometer radius rose up. Not to fight, but to bear witness. The forest bent toward him. Branches twisted into jutsu. And then, the gate opened. Divine memory construct Shodai Mokatan, decree of birth. Effect reality overwritten by Hashirama's belief in Konoha. Counterforce detected. Interference required. Minato formed a seal that didn't exist on any scroll. Lines burned into the air behind him. An array shaped like an unfolding flower, petals of light with kunai orbiting their edges. I'm not from your Konoha, he whispered. I'm from the one that came after. Then he vanished. 30 kunai fired outward in a perfect radial pattern. And time skipped. Hashirama tried to follow. But every movement Minato made was a conclusion. There were no beginnings. Only results. Minato struck the back of Hashirama's neck. And already stood 5 feet away when the impact landed. Hashirama staggered. You're doing this alone? Minato's eyes narrowed. You were never alone, were you? That's why you failed. Hashirama roared. The forest answered. And then, the earth split. Not from force. From contradiction. Hashirama's chakra collided with a loop of future time Minato had laid across the battlefield minutes earlier. Outcome detected. Predicted collapse. Scenario branch locked. The system began to flicker. Not from damage, but from irrelevance. The fight had gone off script. Then, Minato landed behind Hashirama again. This time not to strike, but to speak. You were the foundation. But even roots rot when they're not allowed to grow. He raised his hand, and the final tag lit beneath Hashirama's feet. A seal with no symbol. A mark with no name. Something that only made sense to those who moved before questions existed. Hashirama smiled. A tired smile. A knowing one. Then finish it. The seal detonated. There was no sound. Just the removal of something the world had taken for granted. Disaster of nature, suppressed. Entity Hashirama's Senja memory locked. Core fragment recovered. Seal integrity reestablished. 99.9%. Minato stood alone in the aftermath. Sweating. Bleeding. But still upright. Kakashi and the others only now stepping back into a world that remembered what time was. Niji whispered. He fought a god. And Guy, quietly. No. He was the god. He tore himself out of the vision. Literally. Reality fractured like glass, and his breath came ragged. His fingernails had bitten into his palms. He didn't remember doing that. Blood dripped to the floor of the seal chamber. Not from wounds. From truth. Kushina was beside him, hand over his shoulder, her voice distant but steady. Naruto. Look at me. You're okay. You're still you. He looked up. Mima stood in the center of the ruined array, golden chakra rising around him like a second skin. Calm. Composed. Pity in his eyes. I didn't show you anything to hurt you, Mima said. I just thought. If you saw how it could have been. Shut up. Naruto stood. That wasn't me. That was your world. Your lie. I didn't lie. You didn't have to. His voice cracked. That was the point. Naruto stepped forward. Mima's eyes narrowed. Kushina joined him, chakra chains rising like serpents around her back. They shimmered with seal script, rotating midair like orbiting blades. She didn't speak. She just moved with him. A perfect two-step. A cousin no longer by blood, but by war. Mima raised one hand. You're broken. You don't even know what you've lost. Naruto's voice came low. I don't need to know, because I'm the one who lived it. They moved. Kushina's chain struck first. 8 of them, glowing red, moving like limbs with memory. They didn't lash. They hunted. Mima's chakra flexed outward, forming a half-dome of spiraling golden wind. The chain struck it and rebounded. 2 coiling back, 6 anchoring into the walls to pivot her body around like a slingshot. Naruto blurred in from below. And Mima caught him. Not a punch. A palm to the chest. Chakra loaded with empathy. It didn't hit. It asked. You could still come with me. We could fix it. Together. Naruto's fist cracked through it anyway. Then fix this. The floor detonated beneath them. Naruto drove Mima back with a wind pressure dome from his core, flooding the chamber with raw kinetic force. Kushina used it as cover. Chain stabbing through the collapsing dust cloud. Mima raised both arms. And the air slowed. Reality stabilization. Divine perfection aura active. Effect emotional tension negated combat feedback adjusted. Rewriting localized imperfection. Perfection rewrote the battlefield. The broken floor tiles returned. The blood vanished. The chain wounds sealed. The seal array restored itself midair. Naruto clenched his teeth. You're not fixing anything. You're pretending it never broke. He moved again. This time with nothing held back. Wind exploded from his feet, forming a spiral into Mima's midsection. Mima twisted. Dodged just enough. Only for Kushina to intercept him from behind. Her chain speared through his cloak. A second wrapped around his ankle. A third looped his neck. You talk too much, she said. Let him fight. Mima snarled. First break in his expression. Golden chakra spiked. Naruto charged. Mima slipped the binds. Dissolved into light, then reformed midair, launching a spinning chakra disc at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked. And caught it. Foxtail reflection reading, triggered. Future impact catastrophic. Rewriting current sequence granted, Naruto didn't throw it back. He used it. Spun it into the wall behind Mima. And bent the wind dome outward, collapsing the chamber around the perfection construct itself. Kushina yanked back with 3 chains. Tossing Mima through the collapsing seal gate and out into open light. They followed. The sun was red. The sky was quiet. Mima stood in the center of a perfect field. His field. Reconstructed from memory, from joy, from every safe day Naruto had never seen. And now? They were going to burn it together. Mima Namikaze's perfection mode. Awaken condition emotional detonation confirmed Naruto Uzumaki wind form. Active. Fujin's signature detected classification. Non-taxonomical entity. Wind that refuses shape. Additional trait voice of the serpent dormant. Kushina Uzumaki synchronized link stabilized. Chain authority enhanced. The sky began to shine. Not with light. With correction. Lines of gold sketched themselves across the clouds. Script bled into the air. Mima rose slowly into the sky, arms spread, eyes glowing like sunlit glass. You don't belong here, he said. His voice echoed twice. Once in the air, and once in Naruto's lungs. This world is mine. This piece. This family. You. His hands clenched. You're a glitch. Naruto didn't flinch. He stepped into the wind. Wind form, expanded. You have become the storm. Warning cognitive threshold approaching. Prolonged use may fracture selfhood. Fujin is watching you. Naruto dissolved. Not into particles. Not into chakra. Into edges. Blades of pressure, spinning and screaming and howling through the air like the forest had learned to kill. Kushina moved in tandem, her chains anchoring into the field, creating pivot points and safe zones, locking Minma's reforming terrain in place. Minma moved through the sky like a fixed idea, his body shimmering with golden aura, every punch rewriting the space it struck. When Naruto's wind tore through his chest, he simply rewrote the wound. Perfection, authority, internal reconstitution, active. All damage is a misunderstanding. Kushina snarled. Then let me remind you what pain is. She snapped her fingers. Chains launched upward. Some physical, some made of pure seal language, spiraling like mantras through the sky. They caught Minma's ankles, his wrists, his throat. She yanked, and Naruto converged. A dozen wind blades struck simultaneously. One through the ribs, one through the spine, one across the eyes. But Minma didn't scream. He smiled. You're getting it. You can't beat what should have been. Naruto reformed, blood running down his lip. Then I'll cut through what was. Fujin breath of the final draft. Unlocked. New technique cleave, the wind that divides truth. New technique dismantle, the wind that divides existence. Usage cost sanity memory narrative continuity. Naruto reached out. One hand clenched, the other open. Wind spun between them. Not sharp. Precise. Minma. He aimed. Let's find out what happens. When your perfect story hits the wrong editor. He fired. One blade labeled cleave tore through the field, severing Minma's connection to the perfect terrain he'd conjured. The colors of the world bled, the sky turning back to ash and ruin. The second blade. Dismantle. Aimed at his golden armor. Didn't just strike it. Disassembled it. Thread by thread. Meaning by meaning. Minma screamed. Not in pain. In realization. You're not wind. You're regret. Naruto grinned. Bleeding. And you're the story that got scrapped. Chains crashed down from above. Kushina, launching every last seal in her arsenal. And Minma? He stopped glowing. Minma knelt. The glow had faded. The perfection had been shattered. But his body, still whole. His smile, still present. You think you've broken me, he said, voice quiet. Naruto didn't answer. Didn't need to. Because he wasn't standing anymore. He was forming, spinning, unriding himself into the wind. Kushina staggered back as the pressure changed. Not from chakra, from tone, from genre. The battlefield wasn't just collapsing. It was being edited. She slammed both palms into the earth, anchoring a spiral of red seals around herself. Shield construct chain bastion, full formation. 12 massive chains erupted around her in a dome. Each link pulsing with seal script from the old language of Uzushio. And just in time. Because Naruto was gone. What stood in his place was wind shaped like purpose. Pressure sculpted into declaration. A sphere of air formed around the entire field. Razor thin, humming like a throat about to scream. You are no longer fighting as a player. You are enacting a correction. Minma looked up. And for the first time, he was afraid. You don't have to do this, he said. You've proved your point. You've shown them all what you survived. Naruto's voice came from every direction, layered over itself, low and clear. You think this is about surviving? I'm not here to prove I lived. I'm here to show you what it cost. He dove. Or rather, flashes of birthdays, missions, praise. Each one shredded not out of spite, but because Naruto had never gotten to keep them. Minma screamed as the narrative pressure unwrote his personal chronology. Not erasing. Editing. Line by line. Panel by panel. This is the power you didn't have, Naruto's voice whispered through his bones. To be forgotten. To be cut. To be real. Kushina could barely keep her shield stable. Each time Naruto passed through Minma, the chain shivered, trying to reflect back a wind that had no shape, only intention. Inside the storm, Minma's body fractured like a glass statue under boiling water. Dismantle complete narrative saturation achieved. Status effect continuity bleed. Target may no longer exist as singular identity. Minma dropped to one knee. His eyes no longer glowed. His voice trembled. Not from rage, but confusion. Who was I supposed to be? Naruto reformed behind him. His body steaming, his outline flickering. His hands shaking. You were the one they loved. I was the one they left behind. He raised a final spiral of wind between his palms. But it was no longer labeled. Not cleave. Not dismantle. Just resolve. He thrust it into Minma's chest. And this time, Minma didn't rewrite it. He accepted it. Scenario 6. Disaster phase 000000. Status all calamities handled disaster of discrimination. Unbroken disaster of nature. Suppressed disaster of perfection. Erased disaster of the end. Still asleep participants 9 survivors reunification pending. The field they met in was cracked and wrong. Too wide. Too quiet. The kind of silence that didn't feel earned. Just placed. Minato arrived first, his coat tattered and boots stained with the green-brown of ancient bark. Kakashi followed, one hand trembling slightly from the after-effects of battle. Niji, Tenen, Lee, Hinata, all changed. Lee still hadn't spoken since the final blow. Guy limped beside him, slower than usual. Then, Kushina emerged from the opposite ridge, one hand dragging Naruto by the wrist like a half-broken myth. His body was scorched, his expression unreadable, his breath sharp and shallow. They didn't speak as they rejoined. The wind followed them like a shadow. And then, we didn't break ours. Heads turned. Tsunade stepped into view, arms folded, coat still pristine. Jiraiya followed behind her, cracking his back like the war was just another hike. Seriously, Jiraiya muttered, we just reinforced the damn thing. Made sure it didn't leak. No trauma, no divine rewrites, no goddamn myth-tier hallucinations. Just some classic suppression fuinjutsu and a lot of prayer. He looked around, took in Naruto's shredded clothes, Sasuke's dead stare, Kakashi's thousand-yard silence, Minato's ragged breathing. What the hell happened to you psychopaths? Tenen laughed. Once, dry. Growth. Tsunade's gaze lingered on Naruto. What did you fight? No one answered. Because Naruto hadn't moved. Not really. Just stood there, blinking too slowly. Like the wind was still inside him. The system finally pinged. All disaster zones neutralized. Temporary calm registered. Awaiting observer clearance. The text hung there. Glowing. Unmoving. Then, it flickered. The light around them dimmed. Not like dusk. Like logic got tired. The field. Wide. Open. Seemed to twist at the edges. Distant ridges began to curve inward. The horizon folded like a page turned the wrong way. And not aghast. Neji stepped forward, Byakugan flaring. Only to stagger back with blood dripping from his eyes. That's not. Something stood at the far edge of the field. No sound. No message. Just presence. It wasn't a shape. It was the suggestion of a shape. A silhouette that existed in all positions simultaneously. Like someone took a person's shadow and fed it through a broken film reel. Torn robes floated around what should have been legs. Its head moved. Or maybe every possible version of its head did. Tsunade stepped back. What observer is that? The system didn't answer. Naruto turned. And for the first time since the fight, he looked afraid. Observer detected. Unclassifiable entity. System integrity compromised. All participants present. Casualty field high. Pending activation, the shadow shifted. It didn't walk. It didn't float. It just was. And then was closer. The light bent around it. No longer golden. No longer divine. Just warped. Distorted. A voice spoke, layered like 10 tongues speaking in sync, and none of them matching the lips that didn't move. What do you think happens? It paused. The sky dimmed. The ground leaned. When you refuse God's favor, no one moved. Naruto took a step back. The observer tilted. Something like a jaw. Wrong sideways. Open where its shoulders should be. It certainly doesn't make them happy. A window appeared midair. Burned into the sky like a brand. A mass amount of God's causality expended. System intervention forced. Deus Ex Machina has been activated. The battlefield trembled. Far, far in the distance. Beyond all the sectors, beyond even the ceiling zones. A light fell from the heavens like a meteor turned inside out. A scream echoed. But it wasn't from anyone living. It was the disaster of the end. And it was being killed. Not by them. Not by fate. By divine force. Remaining disaster Cthulhu. The dream that devours itself. Result denied entry. Cause of death unstated intervention, Kushina whispered. They killed it. Guy whispered back, no. They rewrote it. The observer remained motionless. But the sky began to churn. Script filled the air. Black text. Not red. Not blue. Just empty. This scenario demands 4 disasters. That was the contract. They took one away. And now. It raised a finger. And a box appeared in front of all of them. New scenario condition activated. Disaster equilibrium enforced. A replacement must be offered. One will become the final disaster. To save the others, they must die silence. No one spoke. Then, the observer leaned in just slightly. 1,000 angles of its face unfolded like bad origami. Choose, or I will. And then it stood there, waiting. The others argued. Some shouted. Some whispered. But Naruto? He just stood there, and listened to the ache inside his chest grow louder. One of them had to die. One of them had to become a disaster. Not because they failed, but because they succeeded too well. They survived. They loved. They chose each other. And now? Now the scenario demanded a price. I could do it. The thought came easy. Easier than it should have. He wasn't the strongest. Not the fastest. Not the smartest. But he was the one who always died. The one who never made it to the ending. Not really. He could feel it in his bones. Like the wind was waiting for him to let go. You could die again, it whispered. This time. Finally. This time for something. He thought of Guy. Bleeding. Burned. But still here. He thought of Hinata. Still watching him like he mattered. Even now. He thought of Sasuke. Silent. Focused. Always chasing his own storm. And Kushina. Kushina. His cousin. The only person who'd ever held his hand like family and not let go. He gritted his teeth. Trembling. I thought. He couldn't finish the sentence. I thought maybe. He looked at his hands. They weren't glowing. They weren't burning. They were just human. I don't want to leave them. It came out small. Quieter than he expected. He clenched his fists. His voice cracked. I only wish I could know if they would continue to live after I die. He looked up. Not at anyone. Just the sky. Or if the whole world resets. The system didn't respond. The observer said nothing. But Foxtail froze. Hard. As if a weight too big for the narrative just landed on it. Then a message appeared. No sound. No animation. Just words. And even the system didn't blink it away. Message received. Unknown source. Trace error. Divine origin redacted. They live long after you die. The world never stops. You leave it. Foxtail shuddered. Not a flicker. Not a glitch. A shudder. Naruto felt the wind around him slow. Not stop. Just bow. He exhaled. Tears didn't come. Just stillness. Then I'll go. He stepped forward. The system didn't move. The observer didn't react. But something in the world went quiet. Like it had been waiting for him to say it. Like it already knew. The wind around him stopped whispering. The observer didn't move. The gods didn't speak. But in that silence, Naruto stepped forward. To die. To pay the price. To give them all a chance. And then, a hand grabbed his wrist. Firm. Trembling. Sasuke. Don't. The word was hollow. Like it had been carried in his throat for years. Naruto turned, confused. And Sasuke. Eyes wide, voice cracking. Said it again. Don't. The others froze. Even the observer tilted. Sasuke stepped in front of Naruto, his hands clenched at his sides like they were the only things holding him together. It should be me. Naruto opened his mouth to protest. But Sasuke didn't let him. I've killed. I've bled for nothing. I've walked alone. He looked down. His voice dropped to a whisper. I was supposed to die alone. Neji took a step forward, stunned. Kushina's mouth opened. But she couldn't speak. And Sasuke looked Naruto in the eyes. You still have a dream. Finish mine for me. Kill my brother. Naruto's throat tightened. His lips parted. No words came out. Sasuke nodded once, sharply, as if forcing himself to accept it. You're the only one I trust to do it. You're the only one left who knows how it feels. Naruto stepped forward. Sasuke closed his eyes. And then, Naruto hit him. A sharp, perfect blow to the back of the neck. Sasuke crumpled, unconscious before he hit the ground. Silence. Kushina gasped. No. She ran to him, grabbing Naruto by the shoulders, shaking him hard. No, no, no. You don't have to. Please, don't. Her fingers curled in his jacket. Her chakra chains whipped wildly around them, unable to decide if they were meant to protect or restrain. Naruto didn't look away. I do. She sobbed, like something in her had broken. Something ancient. Something maternal that never got the chance. She dropped to her knees, clutching at the back of his shirt like he could be pulled back from this. Please. You just started smiling. You just started being here. He turned to her. Softly, gently. Like a son who wasn't hers. And now I get to die with something to lose. He smiled. And that destroyed her. The system responded. Participant Uzumaki Naruto. Selected as final disaster, the echo without ending. Fate locked. Termination pending scenario completion. Thank you for playing. Naruto stepped forward again. The wind returned. Not as a howl, but as a whisper behind him, carrying 1,000 voices that had never said his name. And now? Now they did. She had fought gods. She had summoned divine relics. She had stood beside monsters who chose to be human. But nothing. Nothing. Prepared her for the moment Naruto took his final step. He didn't glow. He didn't scream. He just stood in the center of the field. And the wind stopped. Designation updated. Final disaster selected. The calamity of salvation. All participants marked as hostiles. Victory condition: defeat the calamity, or die. The sky darkened. Not with clouds. With memory. Everything they'd fought for bent inward. Every friend they'd buried. Every rule they'd broken. It all pointed to this. Naruto, alone in the center of it all. Chains still hung around him. Kushina's. Now frayed. Empty. She lay on the ground sobbing, fist pounding uselessly into the soil. Minato knelt beside her, one hand on her back. But he didn't move forward. He just said, he's doing what I couldn't. Sasuke stood, face pale, still shaking from the blow that knocked him unconscious minutes ago. He looked at Naruto, then reached for his bow. A new one, forged from lightning and loss. Hinata cried openly. Lee didn't cry at all. Neji exhaled like he had expected this. Tenten whispered, don't make me aim. POV Naruto. The system calls him a disaster now. Not a boy. Not a friend. Not even a player. He watches them fan out. Neji, calculating. Tenten, trembling. Lee, glowing with limit break light. Hinata, her breath steadying. Chains flickering to life again. Sasuke, already aiming. They're beautiful. They're terrifying. They're his. He feels no rage. Only warmth. You're still alive. You made it. He breathes in. And the wind forms around him like armor. Windform maximum. Fujin's signature, integrated. System override. This player now represents absolute narrative opposition. They attack at once. Hinata's chains strike first. Coordinated, desperate. He slides between them. Not with speed. With intention. Neji cuts in, palm ready. Naruto catches his wrist, twists, and gently, tosses him 10 meters back into Lee's waiting arms. Tenten's scrolls explode open. Relics fall like divine artillery. Naruto breathes once. And the air bends. Her weapons detonate midair. No harm. Only a warning. Lee appears at his side. Gates open. Brakes active. He punches. Naruto blocks, but lets himself be hit. He skids back, smiling. You've come so far. Sasuke fires. Lightning carves the sky. Naruto raises one hand. Wind coils around the arrow, and it disperses. Not because he's stronger, but because Sasuke doesn't want to kill him. Not really. And yet, he moves forward, because if he doesn't fight back, they die. If he doesn't earn this title, the system will take more. So he clenches his fists, and becomes the storm. The calamity of salvation, active. Field effect, regret, amplification, memory displacement, heroic paralysis. All attacks registered against Calamity are reflected as emotional strain. The field screams. Chains of wind spiral into the sky. The observer leans forward, expressionless. And Naruto? Naruto stands in the center of it all, smiling through tears. The gods watch in silence. The observer does not blink, and the system continues to mark him as a threat. But Naruto? Naruto smiles. Because this is his last gift to them. Final Disaster Combat Phase 2, active. The Calamity of Salvation, current threat level absolute. All survivors, active opposition, combat morale fractured, emotional strain increasing. POV Hinata. She didn't know when she stopped crying. Only that her hands wouldn't stop shaking. She couldn't see his face clearly anymore. Every time she looked at him, her eyes tried to blur him out, like he was too important to be seen, or too wrong to be remembered. But she remembered. She refused to forget. Her chains burned to life again. Three-pronged, laced with her healing imprint, coded not to destroy, but to anchor. She threw them. Naruto caught one midair and tugged. Just once. She was yanked off her feet, spinning. And he caught her. Gently. Set her down behind him. His voice barely rose above the storm. Thank you for protecting them. Then he vanished again. POV Neji. Naruto doesn't fight like before. He doesn't move like a shinobi. He doesn't breathe like a person. He drifts. Strikes before arriving. Blocks before noticing. Neji can't see the angles anymore. The Byakugan fails. Not because Naruto is faster. Because he doesn't have a direction. He's not stepping forward. He's stepping through. Neji launches a barrage of gentle fist strikes. Chakraless, mechanical, perfect. Naruto sidesteps 4. Lets to land. Catches the 8th. Pushes Neji's hand back. Whispers, you broke your fate. So let me carry mine. And then flicks him backward with a pressure wave that feels like being told to rest. POV Lee. He can't stop moving. If he does, he'll break. He has to match Naruto's tempo. Has to prove his youth. Prove his teacher was right. He opens the 6th gate. Naruto doesn't counter. He matches it. Every punch Lee throws is met midair. But not with force. With reflection. Every hit Lee lands. He feels on himself. His arms bruise. His legs falter. The system pings. Field effect triggered. Heroic paralysis. Your courage is being turned against you. Lee keeps fighting anyway. Because that's what youth does. And Naruto? Naruto looks proud. You're stronger than I ever was. Then sends him flying with a pulse of pure wind light that hums like laughter through grief. POV Tintin. She finally unslings the last scroll. The one she saved for a myth. She doesn't even know if she can kill him. But she owes him the effort. She throws it skyward. Come down. A sword falls. Not a relic. A concept. It doesn't cut chakra. It cuts presence. She calls it nihil. Naruto looks up, raises a hand, and lets it stab through his shoulder. Doesn't flinch. Doesn't bleed. He just says good name. Then the sword shatters. POV Sasuke. He hasn't moved yet. His hands shake. His breath is shallow. Naruto stands before him. And Sasuke knows this is his equal. Not in strength, but in sacrifice. In resolve. You bastard. Why did you have to be the one who understood me? Naruto's voice is gentle. Because I was the one who stayed. And Sasuke fires the store bell. Naruto doesn't dodge. He absorbs it. And returns a whisper of wind that pushes Sasuke to his knees. In the distance, Minato clenches his fist. Kushina sobs silently against his chest. But he still doesn't move. Because even he knows. It's not his time yet. And Naruto? Naruto breathes in. Wind coils around him. He prepares the next strike. His arms out. His eyes distant. Inside, he thinks you're beautiful. You all made it here. I'm so proud. POV Minato. The world shivered. Kushina clung to him, her voice hoarse, her sobs silent now. Burned out by grief. But Minato didn't look at her. He watched the boy. The storm. His mirror. Naruto stood in the center of it all, as no longer tearful. Just calm. Not cruel. Not warm. Certain. Wind spiraled behind him in unfathomable geometry. Like existence had been loosened. If you don't stop him now, the system said, the world will not remember it was broken. Minato exhaled. Then stood. I don't want to fight you. Naruto smiled, gently. That's why it has to be you. And the world broke open. Combat begins. Naruto struck first. But not physically. The air collapsed inward. Entire miles of terrain vanished in compression. Erased from the map with a whisper. Minato dodged through time, vanishing with a flicker of temporal flame. The answer that precedes the question, active. User operates 3 seconds ahead of present cause. He reappeared behind Naruto. Struck with a seal meant to nullify divine interference. Naruto turned mid-flow. Let the seal hit. and then bent that seal into the wind, adding it to his arsenal. Minato flickered away again. Naruto broke the spot Minato had been before he moved. Cracks spiraled in the shape of where Minato might have stood. Minato looked back at it. You're not predicting me. You're dismantling possibility. Naruto's voice carried on a breeze that tore open the sky. I'm not here to know the answer. I'm here to end the question. Minato planted 4 kunai in a diamond grid. Activated a field. Time froze. Not for Naruto. For everything else. Wind spiraled. Naruto danced into the stillness. Became pressure. Became cleave. Became dismantle. A village, long since gone, flickered back into form behind him. He didn't notice. His hands were wind now. His eyes. Blades. Minato struck. Faster than light. Earlier than Cause. 1 second ahead. He hit Naruto. Only to strike here. Naruto had been there. But he'd already dismantled that version of himself. You're carving fiction, Minato gasped. You're rewriting space without touching it. Naruto landed beside him. Placed a hand on his chest. And you're trying to protect a world that made me. He pushed. Wind spiraled out. Not as force. As denial. Minato's shadow unraveled. His aura flickered. But still. He held. The battlefield became impossible. Time-looped kunai collided with previous versions of themselves. Pressure folded over itself. System text melted off the edges of reality. Even the gods pulled back from the feed. Watching. Unable to interfere. Kushina stared from the ridge, eyes wide. There. They're both. But she couldn't finish. Because even language was starting to fray near them. And still. They fought. Minato landed on a crumbling pillar of history. Naruto floated in the air above him, wind whipping behind him like a scroll of broken prophecy. Minato said nothing. Just watched. And thought you remind me of her. But you shine like yourself. He reached for a final kunai. And Naruto began to draw the next boundary. The wind was not wind anymore. It was memory trying to stay relevant. It was possibility forgetting how to become real. Minato stood across from his son. Neither of them said it. But they knew. Minato was breathing hard now. Even with his precognition. Even with the answer that precedes the question. He was running out of time. Because Naruto wasn't attacking anymore. He was redefining Cause. Every movement bent the rules. Every glance warped reality. Dismantle. World state interaction level 5. Cleave. Authority projection complete. The battlefield was his narrative. Everyone else was just occupying a version of it he hadn't erased yet. Minato vanished. Reappeared behind Naruto. Struck. And Naruto caught it. Not with speed. With certainty. I know what you're about to do. Not because I see it, but because I've already accepted it. He pressed forward. And the wind shattered the concept of contact. Minato flew backward. Caught himself midair. And threw 4 kunai in directions that made no sense. Naruto moved. And all 4 collided into the single timeline Minato hadn't chosen yet. A trap that relied on delayed cause. For one moment, Naruto was vulnerable. For one moment. He hesitated. Because in that moment, he thought how ironic. The first time I want to live. I have to die to maintain what I wanted to live for. Minato struck. A Rasengan, laced with a seal so old even the system couldn't identify it. Naruto didn't resist. He didn't dodge. He let it hit. The explosion wasn't physical. It was narrative. Wind scattered. The battlefield rippled. Minato fell to his knees, gasping. Naruto stood. Barely. Cracks ran through his skin. Like his form couldn't hold his own existence anymore. Dismantle. Internal collapse imminent. Wind form. Disintegrating. Minato looked up. Naruto. Naruto looked back. And smiled. Final disaster. Termination phase initiated. Subject the calamity of salvation status unstable threat narrative contamination resolution of final strike required. Scenario completion pending. POV Minato he had killed before. Enemies. Monsters. Threats to the village. But never like this. Never someone who smiled as he died. Never someone who looked at him and said, without words, thank you for letting me live long enough to do this. Naruto stood still, breath catching in his throat, body outlined in veins of fraying wind. His shape was barely human now. Not because he had become monstrous, but because he had become empty, burnt out, used up. Minato looked at him, saw the stillness, the calm, the loss. He didn't understand why the boy meant something to him, but he did, and that made it worse. The seal glowed in Minato's palm. Its core pulsing with compression energy, a reversal loop meant to erase unstable entities from the battlefield. Not destroy. Just end. Naruto stepped forward, barely. Not aggressive. Just ready. Like he had finally run out of chances to say goodbye. Minato said nothing. Because there was nothing to say. The Rasengan formed. Silent. Tight. Perfect. Naruto didn't block. Didn't move. He smiled. Not bright. Not sad. Just complete. The strike landed in his chest. There was no sound. No scream. No flare. Just wind. Curling around them. And dissolving. Naruto faded. Piece by piece. His jacket flaking into air. His form losing definition. As if the world had finally realized he wasn't supposed to be there at all. Final disaster terminated. Casualty balance restored. Scenario complete. Entity removed. Fable recorded. The wind that carves fate. Minato lowered his arm. His breath came slow. He didn't know who the boy had been, but for a moment, he had felt like the center of something worth saving. He turned, quietly, and walked away, and far above, where no god dared interfere. The wind did not blow, because it had become silence. The battlefield was still breaking itself. Cracks that didn't reach the ground, air that refused to breathe, but no one moved. No one spoke, because the wind was gone, and with it, Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata fell to her knees first. Her chains retracted without a sound. The girl with the gentle hands and warrior's eyes just stared at the empty air like she could will it to speak again. Lee screamed, not with rage, with loss. His fist slammed into the dirt again and again until Niji gripped his shoulder. Tight, unrelenting, not to stop him, but because he didn't trust his own legs to hold. Tintin didn't move. She held the broken remains of a scroll in her lap, staring through it, as if expecting one more weapon, one more miracle. But no name fell from the sky this time. Sasuke stood in place for a full minute, then dropped his bow. It didn't break, but he looked at it like it should have, like he was the one who failed to snap. Minato stood apart from them all. He didn't speak, didn't cry, didn't explain. He just watched the place where Naruto had stood, and thought about how familiar that silence felt, and how much it hurt. Kushina sat in the ashes. She hadn't moved since the final blow. Her arms were wrapped around her knees, her head resting forward, whispering a name she didn't remember how she knew. Even the system waited. No new notifications. No next phase. Because the world, for the first time since the scenarios began, mourned. The gods watched. Not with messages. Not with demands. But with something closer to excitement. Because even they didn't expect a player to die this way. Not as a sacrifice, but as a correction. A calamity that came to save. This story was finally getting interesting. Hours passed. No one left. Eventually, Guy stood, bruised, limping, body still barely stitched together by Tsunade's sacrifice. He raised his hand. The others looked. He didn't shout. He just said, "We'll remember this. We'll remember him." Sasuke nodded. Tintin bowed her head. Niji didn't speak, but his hand clenched. Hinata whispered it like a prayer, Naruto Uzumaki. And Lee, voice shaking, "We will never forget you."